It hits me.
Really? It doesn't hit me. I don't have a problem with height.
No, but the bond. Oh my God! Look at this.
So, okay, you'll appreciate this. The Rolls Royce ceiling, right? Oh, it's got the starry sky.
Wow.
And then all of these lights can move. This is the new way that people are putting lights in their house. It's magnets. You don't like those two lights there? You can take the magnets off and put them somewhere else to point at a different piece
So
of
the
art.
power is on the track.
It's kind of way. Yeah.
That's smart.
Now come stand over here. Check this out. This is cool. So the way that this looks one way, it's one color. But as you stand right here, you can see the colors in the glass. We don't have 2 hours, but just to show you the type of finishes. That's carved from one piece of stone.
Who preps the house before you come?
So a couple of the guys outside, so that's security for the house.
Right.
And also, I call them before I come.
And then they do it all. What are these? I've never seen these before.
Oh yeah, that's the latest and greatest.
Can I?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so turns it off, turns it on.
Those are lights?
Yeah, those are all lights. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Insane. Wow. So if you were interested in this house, Robert, I would meet you.
How much is it?
44 and a half. So 14,500 feet.
This is one of those promise you not to that you wouldn't buy it.
What's they gonna say to him? Do not. Oh my God. Am I being indecent?
Oh my
It's true
God.
that when the client sits down.
This is that moment where I go, it's your conscience. Look at how good you feel.
This is absurd. See, right now, I'm picturing me in this house.
It's ready for you, Robert.
This view is insane.
Right? This is where
Is it really a pool?
Oh, it's a real pool.
It's not just a water feature.
No. That's a cool shot. Get that shot of Robert standing right there with the entire city behind him. Wow. So this is very cool too. Check this out. Over here, what the builder wanted to do.
Are these built in?
Took the same stone, built it in. This is heated and air-cooled stone. So depending on how you want to feel when you're out here,
And the fire pits. Davey, I think if I don't buy this house, you should buy this house.
I got David, so I'll have to move to LA. Yeah, wait,
Are you single?
Oh, jeez. I would feel bad for you. No, I'm just kidding. In this house, if you're single, I'm not going to be single. We'll get single again in this house.
I am trying to get my bachelor.
Oh, my gosh.
Is this the...
Even to see the transition, right? From the indoor outdoors, all the same.
Where did the doors fold in? Just in here?
Yeah.
The one great thing about LA is I love the outdoor indoor.
You gotta have that. That's a big one.
What's the main difference between LA versus the other markets like New York?
It's funny, the level of finishes in different locations tend to be, above one or another, depending on where you are. I think LA, if you were taking as far as real estate, you're running to a whole other level. So you see here, I think it's above and beyond everything I've seen. Like in Australia, for instance, you guys have incredible real estate. Like whenever I go to Australia, I tour, and the pride and the finishes and everything in the real estate is top notch. You guys, like out there, they take it very serious. Yeah, you bring an Australian builder.
Why is it every time I want to record outside it's windy? Look at the freaking sky, man. It's gonna rain. I wanted to try to get this video out, or at least record it before it starts raining, so I actually had a chance to do it. But check it out, man. Don't worry about this. It's just a little dirty, man. I've been driving around. I had to get insurance put on it and everything. But man, look at that, man. I would go over to the other side. I can't be bothered. I'll see what it is right there. 2025 Mazda 3 Preferred. What does the Preferred mean? It means I get this: a sunroof and powered seats. Let's go inside. Let me show you guys what we have. Man, that's just luxurious. The way it opens too. All right, we gotta get inside, man. It's pretty nice and windy out there. All right, let me show you on the door, man. Oh, there we got some dust, man. But we got controls and stuff. Got the gas pedal right there. The brake right there. Mazda 3 manual. How it is. Look at that leather stitching. Do y'all see that leather stitching? It's on the steering wheel too. Let me go ahead and get inside. Let me close up. Let me close the door, man. It's a little too windy outside, man. Yeah, oh man, it's gonna be tough. Hello. Where do I put the camera? All right, so this car is a little bit smaller actually than the Corolla that I had because the pillar, if you can see right here, is very close to where I usually put the camera, and the window itself is a lot smaller. I mean, you're talking like from here to here is like 4 inches or something like that. You don't really get a lot of window space in here.
Here's what we know, is that we don't really know anything. And then we're going to come out of this election and we're going to make all kind of pronouncements about what this country is and what this world is. And the truth is, we're not really going to know shit. And we're going to make it seem like this is the finality of our civilization and this thing. We're all going to have to wake up tomorrow morning and work like hell to move the world to the place that we prefer it to be. And I just want to point out, just as a matter of perspective, that the lessons that our pundits take away from these results, that they will pronounce with certainty, will be wrong. And we have to remember that. In 2008, when Barack Obama won, there's no question, this is the beginning, the first election of the future, really. I think we're moving towards a post-racial America. Yeah, that lasted a day. And then, of course, in 2012, Obama won again. And the lesson was, the GOP needs to send a powerful signal to Hispanic voters that the party respects them. That was the lesson they learned after that victory. And they were certain of it. And send a powerful signal to the Hispanic community, the GOP did. When Mexico sends its people, they bring in drugs, they bring in crime, they're rapists, which apparently was the winning message. And that taught Democrats in 2016 what? Maybe what the Democrats will be looking for is somebody with some inside experience, but who's generation younger.
It's obviously going to be younger. It's going to be from a new generation.
Need I say it?
It's a great honor and humility. I accept this nomination.
And that turned out to be a winning message again, which led to an insurrection. And the lesson from that was,
When Donald Trump leaves office on Wednesday morning, he will leave Washington a pariah. Donald Trump will never be allowed to set foot in the Capitol again. Never.
ever. My point is this. But this isn't the end. I promise you, this is not the end. And we have to regroup, and we have to continue to fight, and continue to work day in and day out to create the better society for our children, for this world, for this country, that we know is possible. It's possible. Well, as luck would have it, Donald Trump is holding a rally of his own right here in my backyard, Madison Square Garden, world's most famous arena. Oh, they're not doing the same grooves. I bet Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden is going to be incredibly entertaining and uplifting as the Trump campaign enters its optimistic morning in America phase with its lineup of stars.
The illegals, they get whatever they want, don't they?
They're on the side of the terrorists. She is the devil, whoever screamed that out. Her and her pimp handlers will destroy our country. She is the Antichrist, the first Samoan Malaysian low IQ. I love you, Donald.
I will never not be charmed by his girlish laugh. Now, generally, outside Madison Square Garden, yelling at strangers as they try to get inside Madison Square Garden. And let me just say, how dare they desecrate the stage that the piano man has consecrated? How dare they? You know how many scenes from an Italian restaurant he's going to have to play to exorcise the demons that were on that scene? There is not enough Down Easter Alexas in the world to clear out that xenophobic stench, you pieces. But of course, for the media, there was one moment in particular that raised the alarms.
The opening act, grabbing headlines for all the wrong reasons. A comedian who offered unfunny, racist, cringeworthy jokes, basically calling
Puerto Ricans trash. The most repulsive racial jokes about Latinos. Disgusting and hateful.
so incredibly crude, frankly, just too X-rated to play here. Extremely vile, so-called jokes.
Extremely vile so-called jokes. She name-checked my comedy album from the 90s. Did I really? I don't know who's AI, me or that guy. Now, obviously, in retrospect, having a roast comedian come to a political rally a week before election day and roasting a key voting demographic probably not the best decision by the campaign politically. But to be fair, the guy's really just doing what he does. Here he is at the Tom Brady roast a few months ago.
The great Jeff Ross, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff is so Jewish, he only watches football for the coin toss. Gronk, you look like the Nazi that kept burning himself on the ovens. Kevin is so small that when his ancestors picked cotton, they called it deadlifting.
Yes, of course, terrible. Yes, there's something wrong. I find that guy very funny. So, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, bring him to a rally and have him not do roast jokes, that'd be like bringing Beyonce to a rally and not have... But you know what, those people, those are just the underlings. And they brought a real dark apocalyptic version of America to the stage. But your former President Trump will temper those passions.
On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. We'll get the criminals out.
Day one. Have a snack, meet the staff. Day one is typically we just read the syllabus. There's generally no homework. Okay, day one, mass deportation. How exactly is that going to happen?
I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798.
Who told Donald Trump about the Alien Enemies Act of 1798? Because I'm going to bet you something. He did not come to the meeting and go, hey, why don't we use the 1798?
On me. Then I'm 100%. But you're just trying to walk away from a fucking video of me. I think you're being a little bitch. Are you being a little bitch right now?
Are you saying something you regret?
I'm not saying anything I regret.
Okay.
I'm being blunt with you. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. If you get something honest opinion of me, then I'm 100%. But you just trying to walk away from a fucking video of me. I think you're gonna be a little bitch.
bastard. You bastard. Natalie?
No.
Natalie?
No.
Oh, right there we go. I appreciate it, man. You have a great night, okay?
You too, man. Take care.
you're asking me, again, as a British person, to be introspective. I'm just not sure that's something that I can do, that I'm physically capable of. It's all mirrors reflecting back out in here. I think one of the things is he clearly loves comedy, so he wants to be funny.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think I can't like that. So deep down, he's never gonna be funny. And that must be eating him alive because he's trying so hard to laugh. But every time he tries, it must make him seem further away from him. That laugh that he's always chasing but will never catch up with. He wants to be funny. And that is going to be a vacuum at the centre of his soul for a long time. He's never going to be funny. And that must be eating him alive because he's trying so hard to laugh. And every time he tries, it must make him seem further away. That laugh that he's always chasing but will never catch up with.
Keep left onto I-5 North.
And that is going to be a vacuum at the centre of his soul for a long time.
In a quarter mile, make a U-turn to stay on South Anaheim Boulevard. Make a U-turn to stay on South Anaheim Boulevard. Make a U-turn to stay on South Anaheim Boulevard.
The betting sites are heavily Trump, so I'm assuming people that have money behind it are probably right. So Trump probably won. Betting odds for election. bong, bing bing bong, bing 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 bong. Bing bing bong, bing bing bong. I assume.
That is the sound of a crowd that does not have access to a television set. That has no idea what's happening out there. All it sounds like is if you're going to be live.
Let's tell them how to use this. We are not leaving here until this election is over. Obviously, family gotta start spending. We don't have a projected winner at this time. At this point, because I keep the sound on, and I just go and watch to see how we're doing with it all. Let's go over to MSNBC and see their faces look like someone sent their sponsorship. We talk over and then over at Fox, let's take a quick look over. Yeah, it looks like they're down in the top team, which we're just we got to take over. So they've got great sports.
It's tense, John, but they're still doing everything they can. They're bringing every last celebrity on stage, although they were straight to it on these last. It's they just have to carrot top step back. It's
Yeah, I got 2 Uber Eats orders for Harlan and Andrew. Harlan and Andrew. All right.
Thanks, John. I moved here a year ago, and I can't tell you how much I've enjoyed getting to know these hardworking, solely owned common sense folk. They're freaking awesome. Jordan's John here. Wait, that's right. You just say it's over? Yes, I guess.
Obviously, we're going to get the results. Going to be in Pennsylvania, but how do you make sense of what we're seeing tonight out of Pennsylvania?
Absolutely, John. Not only is Pennsylvania a place of historical significance, it's also beautiful. The people, the entertaining foliage. It's going to be hard to say goodbye. Oh, God, so many things. The Liberty Bell, the Betsy Ross Museum, Gettysburg is here, right? It's like the French cheese. French culture, I made Italy. In some ways, it's good to be the city.
Election Center at Michael College. John, I've got my jacket off and my sleeves rolled up, which tells you I'm doing real work today. I'm not more sensitive than usual, and we got all sorts of high-tech tools to visualize today's results in real time. Center, well, you got to link your tax meeting, which I'm supposed to do. John, there are so many things that you order to keep track of that are better than who's winning, like voter fraud, how we track voter patented Juliometer. All right, now, if a few dead people start voting, we see the drip. Something nonsense is voting in Philadelphia. Now it's ramping up. No Chinese man will battle through the wall. Now, John, if this drips down into his penis, okay, I need to think about that one. Now, how are we at least tracking the results for Vice President Harris? Okay, well, for that, we have the Kamalometer. What does that do? Well, nothing. It's just fun to say. Kamalometer. Kamalometer. Yes. If she's doing well, we can add some more laws. Like, oh, big result in Wisconsin according to the Kamalometer. It's so fun, John. Let's say it together on three. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Kamalometer. You didn't say it. That's okay. One for me. Okay, let's just get to the the crown jewel in the vote center. All right. So what have you guys? What's happening on the map? John, I'm so glad you asked. Okay, this is green tech, John. Brand new for this election cycle. The way it works is I can select, let's say, Arkansas and Montana, and I press this button here, and look, I can make this. That's just so stupid. Why? Because it's gay? What? John, you're embarrassing yourself. Jimmy, let's cut there, everybody.
For Harlan and Andrew. Yeah, ANDRW. H under. Might be older. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's everything? Good. Good. All right, take care.
Turn right on West Ballroom.
Just John, do this.
just ahead, drop off.
We made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible. It is now clear that we have achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened is exciting.
Drop off.
This never seen before, nothing like this.
Turn left, then turn right. Turn left, then turn left.
I never said this, and I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, with every breath in my body. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. In the golden age of America, that's
amazing children, and they are amazing children. And we all think our children are. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing. That's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Yvonne, get Jeffrey, Barry.
Make a U-turn to stay on South Mosaic Street, then turn left.
My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother. We miss Melania, don't we? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman.
Turn left to stay on South Mosaic Street.
She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our
Just ahead, turn left on East South Street. Turn left on East South Street, then drop off.
and his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Ushavez. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks. A lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, oh, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen who really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic. Over slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here somewhere. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson! Oh, here we shall. He's hitting ball. Successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time, doing so well. I'd like to ask Danny just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is Carl, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Bell Boys, Ian Ross, Theo Vaughn, also with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. That is he's really an amazing guy, but most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, and probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's gotta be turned around. It's gotta be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go too. I just said, but Bobby, oil and gas, we have more than any country in the world, more than Saudi. We're more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody was watching a handsome great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want a great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no
Are we gonna be using your mobile app today?
A DoorDash for 5D at 3.
Okay, so for that, just go ahead and get out of the drive-thru line.
but we had no wars. They said you will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future.
comeback by a sweeper. A comeback where he has helped his party and lots of candidates win tonight, and where all of his impulses. The great question with Donald Trump is, will the office, will his aides, will traditions, will the courts check his impulses? His impulses have not been checked, and the victory is a ratification of his impulses. And so this is a new. So that.
I know, John, but why should people start checking his impulses? It seems to work for him.
I just don't see how that changes now. No, there's no way. Right? I'm just saying this is the beginning of a different kind, as Bob was saying earlier, an entirely different kind of presidency that we. As Bob was saying earlier, an entirely different kind of presidency that we have thought ever seen.
And a new vice presidential candidate in J.D. Vance, the last one, Mike Pence, did at times moderate him, did so to his own peril, because that is why he wasn't the running mate this time, because he stood up to him on January the 6th. For J.D. Vance, just 2 years in the Senate, doesn't have a large legislative background to speak of during that time in private equity. He will be the youngest, or one of the youngest vice presidents in history. He turned 40 during the course of this campaign, a young family. And when we're talking about remaking the Republican Party, I think J.D. Vance in many ways represents the full turning of that page. He is pro-union. He is anti-big technology. He is talking about a number of things that aren't necessarily the typical Republican platform. So when people are voting for, it's going to be better for my taxes, if you listen to some of the things that J.D. Vance says, they're not consistent with what would be a typical Republican agenda on many things, including economic policy. On the foreign policy front, he is very clearly about isolationism.
I want to bring in Scott McFarland because, Scott, what does this mean for the many criminal cases that Donald Trump is facing?
He remains charged with federal felonies for the conspiracy alleged to overturn the 2020 election results. He has said publicly that he would fire the special counsel in that case, Jack Smith, within seconds after taking an oath of office in January. So to put it mildly, that case is in a pretty fragile state. There's no trial or high-profile hearing between now and January 20. Among the January 6th defendant in overpopulation, there were 1,500 people in the U.S. Capitol in an effort to overturn.
Head to your pickup at Burger King, 1201 South Anaheim Boulevard.
Point blank. Would he pardon all 1,500 plus those defendants he has promised?
Officially, 71% of the outstanding vote. It projects you will get 54% of it. We are just waiting for that last bank of voters to be absolutely perfectly sure about Wisconsin before we give that to Trump at the data desk. But I just want to have the audience take a look at Wisconsin as compared to 2020. Look at the map. This is 2024. When I press this button, 2020 president, you are not going to see a huge coloration difference except the shading. Watch the shading. Red areas get a little redder, blue areas get slightly less blue. What does that mean? That means the intensity of the Trump vote became more apparent, and Harris underperformed as compared to Joe Biden. Again, here's 2024, here's where we are early this morning, here's where we were 4 years ago. And that is very evident in places like Milwaukee. You can see that the vice president trailing Joe Biden in Milwaukee, a hugely important part of any Democratic victory in Wisconsin.
Turn right on South Lemon Street.
County, that's Madison. Every county around Dane also trailing. And since we're talking about a remade Republican Party, let's go to Fond du Lac. Why do I have Fond du Lac up there? Ripon, Wisconsin is there. The modern home of the Republican Party. And Donald Trump overperforming what he did in 2020. So if it's a remade Republican Party and the Republican Party at least traces some of its roots to Ripon, Wisconsin, well, even in that county, Trump is doing better this time around than he did 4 years ago.
Major Garrett, thank you for that. And as we see, it has been a successful night for Donald Trump and the Republican Party, winning decisively in a number of these battleground states and the Senate, right, Ed?
Yes, the Republicans leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada's Senate races.
Turn left on West Ball Road.
Zach Brown, the candidate there, taking out the incumbent Democrat Jackie Rosen, in recent days was not expected to do that, but it is now appearing to. The House remains too close to call. It is likely it will end up evenly divided yet again. And we should also point out, we have not heard anything from any Democrat working on the Harris campaign or at the White House or anywhere else disputing what we're seeing tonight. Nobody has stopped this momentum that is clearly going. There's no question that this is happening. Democrats up and down the ballot understand that what is unfolding is legit. We have not heard from the Harris campaign whether she has made any call to the former president, the president-elect, possibly soon, whether she plans to. We should also note there is nothing on the public schedule at the White House tomorrow for the president, but a national security briefing in the afternoon that now would include all sorts of urgent matters from around the world as allies check in tomorrow. But again, no one in the Democratic Party disputing what's going on.
And it is 3 a.m. in the east, and a very
Yeah, I got 2 orders. DoorDash for Malarkey A. And then I also have for Jeff H.
in Florida,
Jeff,
declaring
okay.
victory. His vice president calling it the greatest comeback in history. And in the race to 270 electoral votes and the race to the White House, Donald Trump has received 266 electoral votes. Kamala Harris, 216. You can see those white states. CBS News has not yet projected. Some of the states we are still awaiting final results from are Wisconsin. CBS News rates that battleground as lean Republican. Michigan, Arizona, Nevada are all toss-ups. And CBS News at this hour projects Kamala Harris will win the state of Minnesota, home to her running mate, Governor Tim Walz. CBS News also projects that Harris wins New Jersey. Several states voted on reproductive rights this election.
Right. And those are the people that are going to get away with it and do whatever the fuck they want. So that town's just in deep trouble. It's just dark. It's dark. It's darker now. Also, one of the things that happened during COVID was when you shut down production for a year and a half, and then no one goes to the movies for a year and a half. Well, habit is broken. Habit is broken. Date night's not going to the movies. I was in Joker 2, which just came out. It's the worst film there's ever been made. It's the worst film. It's actually not so bad. It's the worst film ever made. Why? Well, it did it on purpose. No. I think what happened after the first Joker was there was a lot of talk. This was loved by incels. This was loved by the wrong kinds of people, and it sent the wrong kinds of male rage, nihilism, all these big pieces. Right. And then I think, what if we went the other way, and now they have Joaquin Phoenix and Lady Gaga tap dancing to a point where it's insane?
But is it possible they didn't want to make a sequel? And they said,
no,
all right,
I know Tarantino said that. I mean, it's a quarter billion they did that with. If that's true, it's the most immoral thing I've ever seen in my life.
Or brilliant protest.
I don't think it's brilliant protest.
Would it be fun though?
I don't know. It's a waste of everybody's time. It's like a good movie. You could have done it. You know, just get out the fuck, stop dancing.
What do you think? What would motivate them to make a movie that's that?
Because they wanted. Because it's hubris. Number one, the idea that that people love it so much they're going to accept it in any version of it.
Do you think you would like it if it wasn't connected to the original Joker?
No, it has no plot. It has no plot. We would sit there. Me and these other guys were all dressed in these fucking security outfits because we're working at the Arkham Asylum, and I would turn to one of them and we'd hear hear this crap, and I go, what the fuck is this? And they go, this is gonna bomb, man. They go, I go, this is the worst thing. I go, we were talking about it at lunch. We go, what is the plot? Is there a plot? They go, I don't know. I think he falls in love with her in the prison.
Is it worth going to see because it's bad?
It's not even hate watchable. That's how terrible it is.
But is it one of those things like Showgirls?
No.
It's so bad you can watch it?
No, because it's like you're sitting there and there's these people, you know, in the theater, and they're all confused. And I'm watching their reactions, and they're all like staring and everything. And like it starts like, oh, it's raining, it's Arkham Asylum, and you're like, okay, cool. And then there's a moment where Joaquin Phoenix just goes, for once in my life, I have someone who needs me, and he just becomes a fucking musical.
But hold on, let me back this up.
Yeah.
Let me back this up. Don't you remember when Joaquin Phoenix went on Letterman
Yes.
and he had like this? He had some crazy thing. So yes, like he did something where he was trying to his mind.
Right. Yes. What was he doing? I don't know. He was like,
What did he do for a while, Jamie?
Yeah, this is
like
like
a
a
character.
joke.
Just number 7 music. 2009.
You got the nice beard one.
Oh, yeah, I was like weird.
How's the village? Did you get it? I'm not looking for the real.
I'm sorry, that's okay, man. Letterman he was a wizard.
He was great.
He was so good. He's the best in my opinion of those
course,
guys. of all time.
1000%.
He's just so good at. Now go back before that because that's what he's wrapping it up. So, but Joaquin Phoenix was acting weird, and so people decided, oh, Joaquin Phoenix has lost his mind. They
Right.
didn't like the interview, and then kind of people went cool on him. And then he did like a documentary showing that he was like playing a character for a while.
Right.
Is that what he was doing? Like,
I think so. Yeah.
So it's just like an art piece he was
Yes.
doing.
This could have been a $250 million practical joke.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe it
This
was
is the same guy.
Yeah. Maybe it's a fun $250 million practical joke.
If you're Joaquin Phoenix, you're the fucking King of the Hill, right? You're like one of the biggest movie stars in the country. You're the guy from Glenn,
Sure.
right? Like he can kind of trick Hollywood dummies.
I think they thought that this would be received differently. I think they thought. I think they're maybe in a little bit of a bubble.
I think Joaquin Phoenix is alone in his house right now laughing that he pulled that off.
I don't even know he did it.
It's the same guy that did this thing.
I know. He's
You
like
think he's crazy?
I think he's an actor, so I don't think he exists. I think it's just like what the new part is. He becomes that.
Joaquin Phoenix tells Letterman, I hope spoof didn't offend you. Actor apologizes to Late Show host for awkward interview that features in new film, I'm Still Here. So he was doing that as a part of the film. That's the idea. So the film is that he was acting like he was a crazy person?
He has a good documentary about him making music.
All they had to do here, all they had to do was blow some shit up, have him escape from prison, have him do something, get a couple of scenes in the courthouse or something.
Result, I'm Still Here, was released this month as an ostensible documentary about the corrosive effects of celebrity and wealth on a now drug-addled actor in the profession since he was a child. So the idea is that they did a documentary on how fucked up he was, and so he went on Letterman to act fucked up.
Right.
But I think it was a goof.
No, it was good.
Right?
But
Okay,
he was
elaborate
also-
spoof. It was all elaborate. Okay, was Affleck confirmed what many suspected that it was all an elaborate spoof last week telling the New York Times that Phoenix had given a terrific performance at the performance of his career. So he just acted like he was drugged out and had this fucking mind for a spoof.
Yeah.
Like this is the kind of guy that would trick those Hollywood dumbasses into making a musical sequel to
I mean,
Joker.
if he did that, then that's great. I don't know. I know that he was raised in a cult when he was a little kid, and his name is Leaf. So whatever he does, God bless him, he's a brilliant actor. Yeah, it's
I got two. So is this for Malachi? Okay. And then I have Uber Eats for Jeff H. Jeff H.
Kind of, I think, insane to a family.
Jeff H.
Well, yeah. Maybe like Godfather 2 was about like the Corleone family going to jail. You know what I mean? Like and apologizing for the mafia.
Jeff H.
You're like,
That's
I'm
everything.
sorry to do all this shit.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you. Thank you.
It went completely the other way.
Yeah, well, I didn't see it, but I heard something.
Anything that has anyone won, get something.
1 minute. Oh, fuck.
I think there's definitely got to be some. There's definitely stuff.
I feel like exit polls and all that
There's got to
stuff.
be. I mean, North Carolina is early, right? So what's going on there? Well, you certainly didn't say that. If there is, then there is. Well, here's another podcast. I wish you could just rattle off. I'm open to it too. Just tell me what it is.
Tell me what it is.
I hear you.
It's like there's so much evidence, we have so much evidence. Gene Goodrich.
Well, a lot of people close to say there isn't.
Who's those people? How many of those people are covering their ass?
I don't know, but Mike Pence probably.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Like that guy?
Yeah.
He just endorsed Kamala Harris too. Yeah, they wanted to kill him. There's people that went to on January 6th, they were looking for him, allegedly and supposedly.
No, for sure. But I'm wondering, like, I'm open to the idea that there was fraud, but like a lot of top people, like people that were in his orbit, don't talk about. Like he talks about it.
Right. But okay, so let's take Pence out of the equation because he's probably salty.
Well, for sure. But I'm saying like Pence did it. If there was evidence, wouldn't he? Like Pence have said, all right, let's not certify it.
No, that is a crazy thing to do. Right. For the vice president to stand up and say, I mean, that's essentially like you're getting ready for a fucking major conflict.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? Don't you think? Like,
No, for sure. We just need someone.
That guy doesn't want that kind of heat.
We
That's
just,
not
for
Trump.
sure. We need someone outside of Trump to verify it.
Yeah, like who would that be that you would trust implicitly?
Well, you just need to see evidence. It'd just be like if I made a claim about anything, I'd have to provide evidence.
So let's imagine that you were working with someone like Trump, and you're like a top guy, and you know there's no election interference. You know that the election integrity is 100%. You know that he's not telling the truth. How could you stay with him? How could you stay with him without laying it out to him? Like, sir, let's have an hour of your time.
Well, I think
let me
a lot-
explain to
yeah.
you what the problem with saying that it's rigged. Here's where you can say it's rigged. Okay, for sure. There was 100% involvement in social media companies suppressing information that would change the results, at least in some percentage, one way or the other.
Yeah, listen, I'm open to it being that there was fuckery in other ways. I just think that, just like anything else, you can't take someone's word.
Well, he says there's one. He doesn't have it on
Sure,
paper.
yeah.
But I would imagine that if there's something you've been talking about for 3 years, like if you ask me important stuff, in my, like even stuff like you ask me about like jiu-jitsu, I could tell you all these different things that happened.
Yeah.
I could tell you why this is important, why that's not important. That's like a minor thing, relatively. You lost the president of the United States. That's a major thing. And so if you knew that you'd been cheated to the point where you're willing to talk openly about the fact that they cheated me, this is how I know. I would want to be able to rattle off. Yes, I would want to be able to say, we found there was 25,000 inconsistent votes in this place. We know that there was manipulation of this thing or that thing. Tell me.
Yeah.
You should have that ready to go.
Sure.
Ready to go. That's it's a thing that we don't want to think is true, but if we're going to put our fucking necks out there and agree with it, or at least entertain it, you gotta have it laid out.
Bullet points.
Yes, you gotta have it laid out. You know, but I think he's just so fucking busy. He's probably got other people doing that, and they're all telling him that he didn't steal it, and he just listens to them and doesn't have that stuff like ready to go.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, Steve Bannon brought up an interesting point the other night on Megyn Kelly, where he said
they had lost by a certain amount of votes, or Biden had gotten however many more votes than Obama would have, but also the Republicans picked up like a ton of House seats, which is there's something fishy about that, where it's like all these people just voting Republican down and then Biden. So there were things, and again, I'm not talking to the rest of it, I'm just saying, there were some suspicious things that he thought was fishy or tricky or whatever. I don't know. Again, this has been a thing that's been over the heads of, whereas you have people on the right that go, it was stolen and don't know any of the evidence. Right. Then there are people on the left that go, he's an election denier, which they also did with the Russiagate stuff for years, said that he was installed and he compromised, whatever. And then I think there's just got to be, like you said, there's going to be more information about whatever happened. Right. Well, the idea of breaking in voting machines goes way back to the HBO documentary Hacking Democracy about George Bush. Remember that? About the die-bolt machines. That's right. And the fear, and this is back when I was a hardcore lefty, the fear was that the Republicans were going to be able to rig the vote with these machines. Because the people who made those machines were contributors to the Republican Party. Right. Now it's the other way. Now the right is constantly worried about Dominion. Well, they won that loss. Dominion won that loss. Right. Against Fox News, correct. Against Fox. Because Fox was saying things that didn't have evidence. How's the best way to do it? Is it paper ballots, voter ID? Right. You have to have an ID. Well, I would imagine, first of all, of course you have to. The only reason why you wouldn't want someone to have an ID is one cheap. You have to have an ID. What else? What kind of fake shit? It's possible. Let's do that. If you lose your ID that day, then maybe you can go and take it. Why not? Some biometric. Yeah. Biometric keys switch for your cell phone, your please. That's not show. That's not hard to do. But the idea that you wouldn't want anyone to have ID, that means you want people voting that shouldn't be voting. So that happens. That's been proven. At least in certain circumstances, people are voting that shouldn't be voting. And the only reason why you would want that is because you want to cheat. So the only reason why you would want no ID is so that you can cheat. Yeah. So now I gotta go, how much do you cheat? So you're willing to cheat that way. You're willing to cheat where you're willing to block information, willing to cheat. Oh, they've always been willing to do that. They've willing to cheat where you tell them they don't have to have ID. They've always been willing to do that. And then the right has been willing to do things too that compromise the integrity of things for sure. 100%. And you just gotta figure out how to do like an actual election that is fair. It's AI. And it's gonna be president AI. Well, I think we're gonna give up government to artificial intelligence once it's fast as security goes. Does make sense? Yeah, it does make sense, but I think it's on our path. What we're talking about before, about people becoming more frail and more like feeble, and like the British people we talk about their teeth. You know what that's from? It's from your jaw. Not all British people don't. No, but it's, when people have small jaws, like in your they all have scurvy. It's literally from eating mushy food because their bones aren't mushy peas and they have scurvy. Your bones aren't as thick anymore because you're not chewing meat. You're not breaking things down with your teeth. You don't have to crack. So your jaw, like over time, becomes smaller and smaller. Interesting. There's actually a technique called mewing, and this guy figured out this technique where you can change the shape of your jaw with exercises and tongue pressure. And there's other guys that I have a thing that I use at home. It's like I weightlift with my jaw. It sounds crazy. Yeah. But there's these weights. It's like a rubber ball. You put it in your teeth and you fucking mash down on your teeth, and it builds your jaw muscles. It makes your jaw more square. It literally works. You do jaw exercises, and that's the reason why these people for a long time eat mashed potatoes and fucking gruel. Like they're poor as shit. Right? Their jaws all shrunk. Yeah. It's a good theory. It makes sense. Yeah. Like that's one of the reasons why people have to get the wisdom teeth. Our jaws are getting small. We're not like breaking down tough meat. Yeah. So the shape of our faces. So eventually there's just gonna be a bunch of AI government instead of these tiny jaw bitches in there. That's the next 10 years are just gonna be unreal. We're gonna be those things. I think those things that we see, I think we keep seeing. Even if they're not real, we become that's us in the future. Yes. Yeah. Yes, we're sexless, genderless cyborgs. Right. Or maybe even completely artificial. Maybe we realize that consciousness can actually be captured and that we all share it, and there's no benefit whatsoever in being individual. But it's just a cheat code that the primate used in order to think of itself as important enough to continue to innovate to the point where it creates artificial. Now, if she had run on that instead of the word joy, I would vote for her. I think that's where we're going. I think that's what all this shit is. Yeah. I think that's why male hormone levels are dropping through the floor, which is all a big part of the sedentary lifestyle, and also because of these estrogens and plastics, all those different things that are fucking with people's reproductive cycles. Do you think we've been here before? The humanities have been in this spot before. I think humanities have been here before. But similar spot. I think that's what Egypt was all about. There's no way that level of sophistication could be achieved unless those people were beyond what anybody is thinking about from people who live 5,000, 6,000 years ago. There's just no way. There's literally no way. Does God figure into this at all? I don't know. If God's real, God's real. Right, God's real, God's the universe. And there's like a powerful creative force that didn't just create Earth and a bunch of stupid people that were in a garden and bitch talking snake and apple. Right. No, God made the whole thing. Yes, there's a real God made the whole thing. And the whole thing is made by what? It's made by the universe. Right. The universe speaks itself, right? So the universe is probably God. So yeah, God plays into it. But I think there's a direction that primates go in. And it goes into like ever more weak and feeble, but much more capable with tools. And it happens with some like bonobos. They're super peaceful, just fuck each other. Somehow or another, there's chimpanzees that are murderous monsters, just run around tearing each other apart, killing each other, tribal wars, killing monkeys. And these other ones just fuck each other and chill. Yeah, like, what is that? Like, it's just like that seems like they're a little bit more evolved. Right. That's probably how humans were. And then humans eventually figured out tools and we became what we are now. Well, we're gonna keep going in that direction. So we're so much weaker. They need a monkey. Like a monkey tear your fucking head off. Like we're so feeble, and we're gonna get feebler. It's gonna be smarter, way smarter. Yeah. We're gonna be communicating completely with our minds. We'll probably never need sounds anymore. We'll probably never use devices. Everything will happen in your mind. What's the fun of all of that? What's the fun of being a chimp? Is that fun? You want to throw shit for the rest of your life and eat bananas? Get the fuck out of here. I want to drive a Cadillac. I want to watch a fucking movie. Yeah, I want to call people on my phone that are nowhere near me. Right? So what's the purpose of being a person? You're filled with anxiety. You're worried about who's gonna win the election. You're trying to stay off drugs, but you want a cigarette. Right. What's the point? What's the point in that stupidity when you can be an enlightened being that flies through space with your mind? Ooh, well, I never thought about it like that. If Lazar's telling the truth, Bob Lazar, the guy that supposedly back engineered these crafts, if that guy's telling the truth, there's no controls inside those devices. When they're powering them with their mind, there's some connection between the entity and the device that's not an interface like we think of like a joystick. Right. It's so evolved, it's a different thing. It's a different thing, but it's probably a different thing. It's probably what we become because we didn't always have clothes. Well, of course. Think about clothes and shoes and your silly sunglasses and all this stuff. This is all beautiful. I don't have them, but I have them. Well, you're right. We're advanced. We're advanced. So we're so much different than chimps. It's a village chimp. It's our distant cousin. Like if you look at them and you look at us like, what is going on with them? Why do they have clothes? Like what is? We're wearing coats and jackets and shit. They all have shoes. No one walks barefoot at all. Right. Like, we're softening ourselves up. Right. We're like literally putting a nice shell over ourselves so we become a fucking squid. Like some. So you think if you come back to this planet in 50 years, if it's still here, robots. I think no more biological life in terms of humans. Wildlife will exist. All that stuff will exist. No more people. I think. I think people are the cocoon. We make the electronic butterfly. It comes out of the cocoon. We don't know why we're making the cocoon, but we're making the cocoon. Everybody gets the newest phone. Everybody has the newest TV. Look, it's got Wi-Fi built in. So do you get a skin suit? You're not even gonna be biological. I think we're going to be able to. This is what I think. I think they're going to integrate first. I think we're going to be cyborgs. It's going to start things like. Can I get that now? Can I sign up for it now? I don't want to wait. You know, I mean, these girls get those little jobs. I'll take the chance. Many of them are in Miami to find these horses. I will take the thing now. It just sounds fun. It sounds good. I want to be in a vehicle without communicating with my mind. So there was a guy who branched off. He was one of the original guys who branched off to form his own company, and they just created an implant that allows blind people to see. So see if you can find that, Jamie. I think it is like you wear goggles. I think it's like this whole thing. I don't think it's like as simple as they put it in your head. But again, the cell phone used to be a suitcase you carry around. Yeah. And you had to like open the suitcase to get your phone out and pull the antenna out. Now it's this little tiny thing that you can be on for 24 hours in a row. Watch movies. But this is eventually going to be inside of us. Yeah, and then that's a good point because then you go the next step. We had the first neural integration of it. And he controls the cursor with his mind. And he said when he plays games, it's like cheat because he's got like an aimbot. So everywhere he sees is where the cursor goes. He doesn't have to go hand to eye. Eye goes to cursor instantaneously. So he's like, I don't miss. I just like you can look at where you want something to go. And he just goes there. That's what he's controlling it with his mind. So there's going to be, over the next however many years, different generations. You know, it's just like iPhones. Yes, for sure. Science Corporation. Imagine that's your name, Science Corporation. How uncreative. Is this a Chinese front? Science Corporation? That's a fake Science Corporation. A biotech startup launched by Neuralink co-founder claims it has achieved a breakthrough in brain-computer interface technology that can help patients with severe vision loss. In preliminary clinical trials, legally blind patients who lost their central vision received the company's retina implants, which restored their eyesight and even allowed them to read books and recognize faces. The startup announced last week. Whoa. This is the first time the restoration of the ability to fluently read has ever been definitively shown in blind patients. CEO Max Hodak, who's the president of Neuralink before founding Science Corp, said in statement. Holy shit. What does it look like, Jay? Does he show what it looks like? Science Corporation. Good luck finding out. What are you going to find? Oh, it's in the first one. Primo. All right, so this is the implants. So where does it go? Oh, look, they're showing you. So they stick it back there, the back of your fucking eyeball. Look how tiny it is. Holy shit, man. I love how, by the way, it's just Americans are like, look, you'll be able to see the other. So he has to wear glasses. And the glasses work with that implant, and now he can see things. This is crazy. It's amazing. It's something really lost it. You have to already have some sort of, you gotta have some vision. Yeah, you have to know how basic stuff. I don't know what things look like. But sure, how would you recognize them face if you felt them? Well, you wouldn't until you saw them, and then from then on you'd be able to recognize the face. These political texts are so crazy, they're still coming in. What are you getting? Oh, I just telling you where to go. This woman had my phone named Janina, and I guess she was a big Democratic donor. Oh, because they're like, Janina, we're panicked. Can you please answer? Have you voted? I'm like, we're panicked. Right. I go, I don't know what to do. Janina. Are you doing? What are you fucking with her? No, because it's just a bot. This is what we're talking. That's all AI. It's just bots going like, please vote. Yes or no? Are you a Republican? Only? Who won? Who won out of 75,000? I only voted Trump. It's 49,000 for Trump, 24,000 for yours. So even. Now, what is your suspicion of what's going to happen? I thought it was, you know, I think it will be him, but I also thought that it's very close, and I think with Roe, that was the one X factor. That was the only X factor I thought. I think without that, I just wrote that thing that brought up JD Vance was something that was true. Apparently, it might have been a case in Texas, Jamie, when you grew up, but where we're talking about women in places which restrictive, like Texas has a 6-week law, which is crazy because you don't even get pregnant in 6 weeks. You barely miss your period, right? That's right. Especially the periods that are not ready. And then if you go to another state where abortion is legal and they find out, they can prosecute. Right. So that's the type of stuff I think that she could win on that. Right. Because that is crazy. Well, it's not just crazy. It's gross. It's crazy. Here's why it's gross. Not just because you should be able to tell people where the fuck to go and where they can go and do things that if it's illegal medical procedure. But imagine if you're a woman who gets pregnant because they miscarriage, and you go and visit your mom who lives in Oklahoma where abortion's legal, and then you get questioned as to whether or not you had an illegal abortion. You get can you imagine? No, it's crazy. You lose your kid and you're fucking heartbroken. That's the one thing where I could see a groundswell of women coming out for her and she could win. Because that's for sure. The idea of that is attached to these apps, right? So there's apps that women can use to track their ovulation, right? So they track their menstrual cycles through these apps. And if they get the data from these apps and the apps show that you lost your period or you didn't have your menstrual cycle and then you went to Oklahoma, it doesn't mean anything, but are we going to let people investigate people's bodies? No, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's insane. That's the worst direction it can head. Because they made one headway, Roe versus Wade, they got rid of it, now it's up to the states. Well, that makes it sketchy, and now the states are going to prosecute people for traveling to other states. Well, then now you're saying the state doesn't control your body? No, that's crazy. Your ability to go somewhere in America? He said he wasn't aware of that, and we wouldn't want to do that. Right. But I think that this is a thing that was brought up. See if you can find out in Texas. So the case I found in Texas, I don't think it had to do with out-of-state abortion. I might be wrong. Oh, it had to do with in-state. You know, Europe handles this all kind of well. It's one of the things they do. They just have like whatever their rule is, and everyone's okay with it. It's just the thing is they have a restriction as well. They do. We're talking about France, I'm going to Europe, where women's rights, but they have restrictions. No, but it makes sense that everyone cares. Yes, it's like there's a certain time where you can't do it anymore. It's viable outside the womb. It's not over bit. Yeah. You know, I think women have right to choose, and then you kill the baby. Like both those things are true. Yeah, it's just these issues. The problem with some of these issues that can be solved. Like when Fetterman said that thing about immigration, he goes, yeah, nobody wants to solve it, it's good for everybody. There is something we need that's about all of these issues. They seem weirdly like people are against any type of rational common ground. I think you're right. Solution. I think there's definitely some truth to that. I think some people do want things solved. Some people don't want late term. These things are these political beach balls that get tossed around the concert. Yeah. And one of the ones that people were terrified of if they got rid of Roe v. Wade, the next one was gay marriage. No. Because they were like, no, a marriage between a man and a woman. And that was what people were worried that all this stuff is coming out of religion. Well, I think a lot of it's going to go to states' rights. So I think where you live will determine a lot of your freedom. And that I think they've said they don't care about gay marriage. I imagine that would come up, and I imagine that Graham's not want to give up half his stuff. Right. Yeah. No, neither do I. Marriage itself is good for him. I'm more with him on that. But no, I think that of course these things will probably go to popular votes, and it's because people are uncomfortable with the courts and telling them that they have to believe a certain way or think a certain thing. And that's the whole thing. It's like you can vote with your wallet, you can vote with your feet, you can leave a state. Obviously, I am for a woman's right to choose. I am not an elected official in Missouri. I have no power there. I do not live there. I have no influence at all over a woman's body in Missouri, positively or negatively. It's like there are things. This is this crazy big country where yes, I would agree that a lot of things, but I didn't agree with a lot of things. Wouldn't you, if you wanted to? This is an interesting one. Like if you wanted to get rid of the Republicans, and you're a rhino, you're like a sneaky fake Republican. Yeah. Wouldn't you like push to get rid of Roe v. Wade? There's one thing that Roe v. Wade's going to do. Here's one thing that Roe v. Wade's going to do. Roe v. Wade's going to charge up a bunch of women who don't want men telling them what to do. Yes. Right? So they're going to want to vote Democrat, right? And they're going to go out in large numbers. And if you do that at the same time, you're shipping all these immigrants into all these swing states, right? And then you have those folks join the Democratic Party too. So they're all voting Democrat too. Yeah. Now you have a reason why you should want to take over this red area and turn it blue, because these fucking men are trying to tell these women what they can and can't do. It's like one more layer on the cake that you're allowed, that you, for sure, like the percentage support, you get more percentage support. It's like a good idea if you were like a creepy puppet master that's controlling the strings of civil unrest in the country.
If the Democrats had said, listen, we're not allowing any gender experimentation on kids until they're adults, and we're going to enforce the border law, and Biden had said, I'm serving one term, they had a primary, Trump probably wouldn't be back. He's back because they opened the fucking door. His main issue was immigration. They literally exacerbated it. 10 million illegals came over the border, and then people are incredibly uncomfortable with their children being indoctrinated in schools with this crap. So
I think he would have been back anyway.
He might have been back.
I think they thought he ripped them off. They ripped them off.
I think the reality is they've given him on a silver platter his biggest issue, which is that people want a country.
Well, what do you think they would do to beat him? So if he's back, if Biden does say that, he steps down, who is running? You know,
Fetterman's obviously not mentally there to run, but a guy that has that, you need a working class guy who goes, we need a country, we need to have a distinction between citizen and non-citizen. The social contract has to be, otherwise we have a social contract with it's invalidated completely when you're bringing people in from all over the world, and the government is promising them things, and they're getting votes, and they're replacing Americans in certain manufacturing jobs or whatever. You don't have any sense of a country, and you need a country, and you need a working class person who's not condescending, and somebody who goes, look at the Tavistock clinic in the UK that just closed. Why? Because experimental transgender therapies for children is a science that is not only not settled, but it is doing damage to people. This is why that clinic's full of progressives that said, we're shutting this down because we're making a lot of fucking mistakes that are irreversible, and these are human beings. If you take away those issues, then the Republicans have to run on, you know, an economic platform that may or may not be that popular. But the Democrats chose instead to elevate DEI, to talk about the most important thing in America's diversity, equity, and inclusion. They chose to convince everyone, all the social capital that they spent, convincing people how important it was to support the Ukraine with no plan and no end game and open-ended and ditto, you know, whatever Israel wants to do, maybe we'll have to go into Iran. And like, to get all of that, to explain that to people, they didn't even explain it that well, but they kept telling people how important it was. They could have easily crafted a message that was rational and sane. All they had to be was, because Trump is a lot. And I think there's a lot of people in America that would say, hey man, we should just move on. It's chaos. It's all.
Here's the question. Here's the spokesperson. So if you have a primary, who would it be? Gavin Newsom's not trusted.
No, it's got to be someone who barely.
Kamala Harris is already vice president, so you have to try to choose her. So well, it's like, because if you're going to go with all that DEI stuff, you're go all with. But here's the thing: if you're going to go all in with like this idea that we need a woman of color who's the president, which is one of the things that they were saying all along, he was going to do that, and I was like, why not just have the best person? No, you have to have one. So okay, you've already accepted that. You have her. She's the vice president. She's been there for 4 years. She knows how she runs. It's automatic.
It's automatic unless you change course in your lives. You have a primary. You have a fine. I don't know that person. I don't know every Democrat in the country. I don't know every congressman, governor, senator.
One person that stands out. Like any person that colors outside the lines, like Tulsi Gabbard, they get fucking ostracized.
Well, the lines have to change. That's the problem. The problem is the lines have to change. You cannot be beholden to extremists. And then on one side you have the extremists. On the other side you have these like corporate oligarchs that are demanding fealty to foreign wars, endless trade agreements that don't benefit workers, you know, hollowing out the This was all stuff the Republicans were all about in the 80s, and the Democrats were about in the 90s under NAFTA and stuff like that. So if you transform the Democratic Party again into a workers' party with common sense, reasonable considerations, and it's not based on religious fundamentalism, and it's not based on woke fundamentalism, on the other side,
how do you get people out of that are in that, where it's like part of their tribal identity? Like how do you get people to relinquish?
You need a figure that rejects it. Like I think you need somebody to reject it publicly. When Bill Clinton had that Sister Soldier moment, right? When Bill Clinton, that moment? The Sister Soldier moment where she was a rapper or something, she said something in American, he corrected her. I forget exactly what it was, but it's a moment where Bill Clinton was running for president and he went against and you know, establishes bona fides as a here we go. Yeah.
I kind of remember this. Sure, let's play the video.
Let's stand up for what's always been best about the Rainbow Coalition, which is people coming together across racial lines. Talked about Mr. Fields, Louisiana, that you had here last night, a great role model. We don't have a lot of time to do this. We don't have a lot of time. You had a rap singer here last night named Sister Social. I defend her right to express herself through music. But her comments before and after Los Angeles were filled with the kind of hatred that we do not honor today and tonight. Just listen to this. What she said. She told the Washington Post about a month ago, white people. How do we kill white people? So you're a gang member and you normally kill somebody? I kill a white person. Last year she said you can't call me or any white person anywhere in the world racist. We don't have the power to do to white people what white people have done to us. Even if we did, we don't have that low-down dirty nation. If there are any good white people I haven't met, where are they? Right here in this room. That's where they are. I know she is a young person, but she has a big influence on a lot of people. And when people say that, if you took the words white flag and you reversed them, you might think David Duke was giving that speech. Let me tell you, we all make mistakes, and sometimes we're not as sensitive as we ought to be. And we have an obligation, all of us, to call attention to prejudice wherever we see it. A few months ago, I made a mistake. I joined a friend of mine and I played golf in a country club that didn't have any African American members. I was criticized for doing it. You know what? I was rightly criticized for doing it. I made a mistake. And I said I would never do that again. And I think all of us have got to be sensitive to that. We can't get anywhere in this country pointing the finger at one another across racial lines. If we do that, we're dead, and they don't beat us. Even in Reverend Jackson's new math of this election, it's hard to get to a 34% solution or a 40% solution if the American people can be divided by race.
That's if he ran on that today, he beats everybody.
This is what I mean, a landslide.
That's what I mean. Like, sensible. That's what a Democrat used to be.
That's what I mean.
How good was that guy, by the way?
The best.
The best speaker.
And the best person. But what I mean is that had Kamala Harris repudiated a lot of what happened in the madness of 2020, 2021, all that stuff, and said America is not a white supremacist country that is only set up to terrorize people of color and minorities, and that, you know, yes, we've had a past that's been terrible, but we've made tons of progress, and people should be rewarded in this country on the basis of their hard work, their ability, their willingness to take risk, to, and we cannot have a society that is arranged by people's tribal identity. She's come out and gave some more eloquent version, I'm off the top of my head, of that speech. It would have been her sister soldier moment, and she could have said, my party went in the wrong direction. And by the way, it would have been very compelling to a lot of people.
Yeah, but you would have to formulate that. Someone would have to help with someone. What I'm saying is you should run for president. You should become a Democrat and run on that.
Maybe I am.
Well, you probably couldn't become a Democrat. They probably never let you in, but I bet you they let you in.
Not only will they never let me in, depending on the next 8 hours, I'm going to be in jail. There's going to be... No, but I think that was the thing. I think Trump ran against the Republican Party in 2016.
Yeah.
He ran against the Bushes. He ran against foreign war. He ran against big business. He ran against every single Republican donor base, every plutocratic concern. Trump ran against it. He ran against the Chamber of Commerce. He ran against all the people, the Koch people, all the people who were open borders. He ran against all of those people. And, he ran against major power factions within that party. He steamrolled them. And Kamala Harris has refused to do that. She didn't repudiate Biden.
Well, how could she, though? Because he's still president. She's still vice president.
She has to throw him right under the bus.
But she almost need a fresh start. Like, get out of this cycle and come back again in 2028.
He's an old fool. That's what I was saying. Somebody asked me about him. I was like, he's an old fool.
But then you'd have to say, well, what is Biden? Oh, he's sharp as a tack.
No, here's the deal. The vice president, we all know, kind of doesn't do anything. She should just say that. She should go, listen, the vice president didn't do anything.
Maybe she should say that.
She should say that. She should go, let's be very honest. Legislation originates in the House of Representatives. The president has an agenda. I'm sitting around. He's an idiot. We let way too many immigrants in. The training stuff's gone nuts. And we got to put some people in jail. If they break in your car, they steal your phone.
Yeah.
She should, if a Venezuelan steals your phone, they go right to jail. I would be phone banking for her. She hasn't acknowledged his appeal. They never give him his due. They never give Trump his due. Had she said in the debate, listen, Trump, you brought a lot of people into politics, you've ignited their passions, I respect that, and you've brought up issues that are important that have been ignored for a long time by both parties. But I just think we need to move forward in this election. And you're very entertaining. It was a time Bill Clinton said to George H.W. Bush, in the middle of the debate, listen, we all respect the military service, and we respect the sacrifice you made for the country, but I think we have to go in another direction. And it was just, and then you could see like H.W. the older one, like, oh, he was seething, because Clinton had kind of complimented him and said, we like what you did, but we got to go in this new direction.
That would be a brilliant move to use against Trump.
It would have been a brilliant move to use against Trump, but you're right, she can't do it. She's owned by donors. She's owned by these people. And it's unfortunate because had she run against them, there might have been a contingent of people that said they would give her a shot. But
I think
she hasn't done it.
Is a skill.
She doesn't have it.
No, it's a very particular type of skill. So she has one skill, and that was in that one speech where she said, "Come say it to my face." Remember that? You got something to say about me? Say it to my face. Every cheers, like, oh my God, she's gonna win. Like there was a moment, but that was a really well rehearsed thing that she did, and she had excellent timing. And so then all the pressure comes out, and then the bumbles, and then the interviews and the stumbles, and the inability to answer certain questions, and then all that stuff. So her ability to do that kind of thing is dependent upon a teleprompter and a well rehearsed speech.
She doesn't believe in anything outside of her own ambition.
Bill Clinton did his whole State of the Union speech once when the teleprompter went down. He did it all off the top of his fucking head. He was a different thing. So a guy like him, you don't find those now because they're all pussy hounds and they're hiding. Right. They want that fucking job. Bill Clinton was around before the internet. It was great.
Maybe that's when you go back. Yeah, I mean, it's like, but because she, it's that again, it's that corporate hollow speak that inspires nobody really.
Yeah, well, the thing that inspires people is she laughs a lot, and you go girl, what do you call her, all that good stuff. She was already a attorney general, she already had vice president. She's in, very qualified in that regard. But what Bill Clinton just did, that's what we want.
That's what we need.
We need an actual leader that that's an exceptional human being. The way he talks, better than I can talk. But the way he do it in front of everybody, it's very, very.
Because at that moment, he was the left flank of his party. I'm sure he didn't love that, and I'm sure that there were people that criticized him for that. But he basically came out and said, "Listen, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to take a stance. It's going to anger people, but I'm going to reach across the aisle and say, you're right. This is not moving us in the right direction." There were moments that she could have done that. She chose not to.
Right.
And I think that's, again, we don't know anything, so I don't know if I'm going to post-mortem on our campaign or not. But
what do you think of that right now?
I think it's him now. I think if he gets Michigan or Pennsylvania, it's over, and I think he's getting one of them. I don't think she gets both of them, but I could be totally wrong.
What do you think?
Jamie, make up the results.
Because there's been these all these ups and downs and stumbles and recoveries and different interviews.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking.
There was a time I thought it was definitely her, and then there was a time that I thought it was definitely him, and then there was a time that it was definitely her, and now I think it's him.
God, I wish I got a chance to interview her. That one would be interesting. What if she changed her mind? What if she, in actual conversation? It's cool. She just be
well, here's the thing. She would have had to do what Clinton did, and she can't do it because they are being held hostage by an ideology that is crippling to thought.
Right, but so wouldn't you want to, so a person like that, really, I want to talk to them about stuff outside of being president. Because I think that's when you can find out a lot of shit about people.
Yeah, I think the Waltz thing was a mistake.
Oh, yeah, she even said that she chose him when she was sleep deprived.
Of course. He's a buffoon.
By the way, that's a hilarious thing to say.
Of course.
You can't kick him out either, right?
No.
You can't say, I changed my mind, you're fired.
She should have wrote Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania. Republicans would have been panicked.
But do you think that the Free Palestine people would have got upset because Josh Shapiro was Jewish?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he would have won more Jews back. He's a better debater. Right. And I think he would have been instrumental in PA. I think PA is the bowl game.
Right.
So I think, yes, people would not have been happy with it. But by the way, Waltz is saying the same stuff. So Shapiro's going, Israel's got a right to defend itself, and it's our big friend, and whatever. Waltz is saying the same thing Shapiro would have said, except he's a goofy guy who should be like a state fair eating hot dogs. He shouldn't be the vice president. Right. So if you're going to have that party line, because it's the party line, no matter what you ask them, that's just their party line. They go, Israel has a right to defend. If that's going to be the party line, have a competent, shrewd operator say it, and not this buffoon.
Not only that, who's been caught lying multiple times.
He's a pathological liar.
And he lies about stuff that's not important.
That's right.
That no one cares about. You don't have to lie about that. Yeah. You don't have to. You're lying because your version of the truth is not what you're giving people is not the truth. You're changing the truth and always to make you look better. You're a head coach instead of an assistant coach. Your military rank is better than this. You pretend kind of that you served in war.
It's a total, it's patronizing to the American people to just put this guy out there and say he's just like you. And he's one of those radical people. I mean, it's just not a mainstream guy. Shapiro's much more of a mainstream guy who just happened to be Jewish. Right. And this guy who comes from Minnesota is a very far left radical guy who, again, he's not Karl Marx, but he's nowhere near the mainstream of American politics. And they pick him out, they go, but he talk, he's folksy, he's got a charm, he's a fun guy, but he happens to be a liar and full of shit. And, you know, his wife, when the DLM riots were happening, said, we just opened the windows and smelled the burning tires and we took it in the moment. That's a quote from his psychotic life. So the psychopaths, they're psychopaths. Joker shit, and we smelled the burning tires and we just took it in the moment. That's a quote from my mom. So at the end of the day, it's like they're not representative of the American people just because you might bump into them in the state fair. They're just broke, those two. They don't have a dollar. So that was exciting. They're like, oh, we had this guy who's broke and he was like a coach and he has no money, but he turns out he's a liar and he's, you know, people don't when riots going on, people are taking the moment and sniffing the burnt tires. This is, you know, why is this a psychopath? This is a psychopath.
Say, those first days, you know, there were riots, I could smell the burning tires. And that was a very real thing. And I kept the windows open for as long as I could because I felt like that was such a touchstone of what was happening.
She's mentally ill.
I kept the windows open so I got as much burning tire smoke in my house.
So that you can't, can we, what? She's a psychopath. And they Democrats bring her out because they're teachers and they're broke. They're like you. And you gotta know about that.
Let anybody talk off script. If they're going to be smart about this in the future, put everybody on script. Unless you find yourself another Bill Clinton, put everybody on
God, he was good. I mean, listen, pedophile perhaps, Epstein friend perhaps, human trafficker perhaps, but God, did he talk?
Such a good talker.
God, did he talk?
And then I think it goes back to what we're talking about like secret societies. Like, there's always been these people that were in the White House or wherever these fucking places. These people they go crazy behind closed doors. And you're just assuming that they're the person they portray themselves on television. This button-down person with a suit and tie. He's talking to you about the future.
Right.
And
that is not what's happening.
That's not what's happening. They're human beings. They have vices. They like wild shit like that. They like power, for sure, otherwise they wouldn't be president. They like power and they probably are into some kinky shit that they know they're not supposed to be doing. It's fun.
For sure.
That's probably what's fun about it.
For sure.
President do something just crazy.
In the Oval Office. Think about that. Yeah, that's a good point.
So much fun. That's probably why Kennedy did it. They were out of control. And then all of a sudden they can't be. So it's like, what? Yeah. It's like when they said Catholic priests couldn't get married. What? Yeah. Like Catholic priests, they used to fuck. They used to be rock stars, but they're fucking doing people.
Yeah, but thank God after they banned marriage in the Catholic Church, nothing bad happened.
Definitely.
Like, nothing bad happened. What, you think it's him, for sure? Jamie, who won?
You know who had a really good post about this? Max Lugabear. He had a really good post because I'm not voting for Trump, because I'm voting against all these things. He just listed like a very clear and concise list of all the different things that were fucked up about this ideology being pushed today.
For sure.
The fucking censorship of it all. I think this is the most spooky because it's the only thing that's going to keep us from working our way out of this.
That and the war.
Yeah, those two.
That and the ratcheting of tensions all over the globe. Yeah. Is a problem.
Yeah. Well, you know? He's the one who's saying he's going to try to stop all this shit.
Let's hope.
And if that's a reason to vote for someone, that should be like the biggest reason to vote for someone. Like, get someone who wants to stop people killing people. Number one, get us out of these fucking international conflicts. Number two, right? Make it so that we have our own oil. We have power here. We don't have to import foreign oil and prop up dictators. That all would be good. All that sounds good. Right. You know, it's like I don't hear the things that people keep saying he's saying. Like, if this will be the last time you get to vote. No. They're going to put you in camp. They're going to separate your racial
against him was what I said. It's not saying he's Hitler. It's saying here's where he's right and here's where we can do it better. Yes. That's the way we're going to do it. They chose him. Well, you better think so. I'm coming for money, so you better. Thank you.
I think you're more of a like collar open.
Collar open, and just kind of like, yeah, gay Republican. I should be the governor of California for sure. That's good. It's an actual. That's a great point. Most women like that. They don't trust me anymore. They're calling this fucking mask off. French Laundry. I will either save the state or destroy it in 5 days. Oh, fix it. But it's either or, and I think either one is fine. You could be a national. Yeah, why don't you scream if you'd be president? That's well, let's pray. You'd be the first Republican president since Horny. Makes sense. You're in. You are the first Republican governor in California. So that'd be huge. That's a good plan. So I can go from there and right to the White House. And you're socially liberal, so the liberals won't feel bad voting for you. Right. To an extent, I'm socially liberal. Pretty fucking wide extent. Yeah, to a wide extent. Yeah. I do believe women should have to leave the house. Like I do have that. That's why I have that Islam thing. I do believe that. Permission's important. Sharia law thing's craziest. Well, let's hope everybody's peaceful and happy. Yeah. Let's hope it's not all Handmaid's Tale in the future. Yeah. Thanks for being here, man. Thank you. Always. Thank you.
You had some brilliant rants tonight.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Where are you at? Where can people come see you?
Tim Dillon Show on YouTube, TimDillonComedy.com, and the Mothership sold out. But I'll be there next week.
Oh, the next week. You traveling around?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few. We just did a tour, and we're kind of the end of it. But we got some dates in Canada. We're kind of the end of the tour.
Coming up tonight?
Are you there? Yeah, come on.
We're doing my watch. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, thank you. Bye, buddy. So many prescriptions. I'm like, we Googled it like 1 year. There's like 39 million prescriptions for Adderall in this country.
Oh yeah, like once I was like, I don't shortage, like, there's like much panic, you know.
And it's the same thing as like when they try to like limit the amount of OxyContin, people go to street heroin. And if you're addicted to Adderall and your dealer, the guy sells you weed, it's like, you know, I give you like low grade meth, like stuff the Nazis do.
Well, that I agree. Like, say pharmaceutical grade was bad. It was like made by like pharmaceutical grade meth is going to be we're like this is online there's like many different approaches, like not all the same, and they have different methods. So, but like pharmaceutical grade pure meth, you're going to be super rough for a period of time, and you're going to sleep for a while, and then you'll have some economic issues. So like they did actually roll back how much meth they were using because they had life incidents of the soldiers killing their officers because they don't too much meth. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so they really obviously got tracked by the between there was not too much meth. They're not by the time. Like just when someone's a lot of meth, they're very angry.
Did you ever pay attention to when John McAfee was cooking meth in a lab in his backyard?
McAfee's quite a character.
He was a character. We had him on the podcast when he was on the run. So he called in from an undisclosed location when he was running from, where was he, Costa Rica? Is that where he was? Belize, right. So when he was running from the authorities, he called in. We had him on the podcast on the run. And I was asking him about these posts. Like, because there was an online account that was linked to him where he had this very detailed laboratory, like super sophisticated, the best meth, like a super genius cooking meth.
I mean, I think he was making like a wide range of things. And there's like, I talked to actually like a reporter who went down and like
interview English, and unfortunately that's one of the serious things. He was quite terrified. So like one of the things that McCaffrey had, I guess, this trick where he would watching the head with himself. So he put a bullet in a revolver and they spin the chamber. Clearly he had like some trick to know that it was not. There's some way that he knows it's not the right bullet. But I do wonder, if McCaffrey's high, he's not always going to get a trick like that.
You sure he had a trick?
Yes. So according to the reporter, when he went to visit McCaffrey police, McCaffrey took the revolver, put a bullet in the revolver, spun the chamber, and then pointed at his head and went to click. And the reporter's like, please don't do this. Like this is insane. Click, click, click. And then pointed the gun to the ground, and next went click bang, and shot a bullet to the ground.
Jeez.
So it's all a funny trick. That's the next level funny.
That's the guy I've seen in Deer Hunter too many times.
Yes.
Remember that scene? When they were scene?
Yes.
Yeah. Woo, that's a heavy scene.
That's a heavy scene.
De Niro and Christopher Walken. That's one of the greatest scenes in any movie ever. I remember watching that scene just like clawing at my hands.
Yeah.
Whew. McAfee was a wild boy.
Wow.
And he created brilliant antivirus software.
Yeah. He may have made some of the viruses too.
You think so? Well, didn't he like give laptops to a bunch of government organizations?
With viruses on them,
yeah. So he could like research what they were doing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody whacked that guy. I don't know what happened to him, but he would be a guy that would be like, this guy is a little bit too loose.
He probably had sensitive information. I don't know.
For sure he did.
I mean, I found him pretty interesting guy. I mean, like I generally like feel like if somebody's not harming someone else, they should be okay. Now there is some suggestion that McCaffrey like killed his neighbor in police. So
probably did.
I think he probably did.
Seems like he probably did. Seems like the neighbor killed his dog.
Yes.
Right? And then it seems like he killed the neighbor.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
I mean,
it seems like
it's not a zero possibility.
It's not definitely zero.
He's
more likely than not.
It's a messed up wild man playing Russian roulette. Maybe you killed your fucking neighbor.
Yes.
I mean, if somebody killed your dog, you'd be really inclined to kill them too.
Yeah.
Somebody killed your squirrel.
Yeah. John Conway.
Yeah. The fucking squirrel thing is bananas.
Yeah.
That squirrel thing is
the thing about the whole squirrel thing is that how can we ever live in America supposed to land free and the government barge into your home with guns and so if you resist you're gonna get shot and then take your pets and execute them. If they can do that to your pets, what are they gonna do to you?
No, that's not an exaggeration.
Absolutely.
It sounds like you're oh, that's so crazy. How can you make that connection? But why would you kill that cute little squirrel that was obviously a pet and trained from the time it was a baby?
Yeah.
If you see the interaction that guy has with that squirrel, it was wonderful. It was really cute.
Yes, absolutely. It was just obviously there was a love for that squirrel and we're coming through and doing no harm and the government comes in, barges into the guy's house, takes his pets and kills them. And I think this should really get people out there mobilized, frankly, because everything you see like the John Wick movie, where John Wick's like, he just wants peace, like in John Wick, he just wants to retire. They offer him like tons of money, like because they want to be an assassin, to keep being an assassin. Like they offer him tons of money. They threaten him, he's like, listen, I'm not going to be, I'm out. And they kill his dog. That was bad. That was a really
cute little puppy, and the puppy was his ex-wife's gift to him when she died of cancer.
Yeah.
Great movie. Best revenge movie of all time. Because it's so ridiculous. He kills everyone.
He kills everyone.
You're rooting for him.
Yeah. They shouldn't have killed his dog.
Yeah, they fucked up, and they should have killed that squirrel.
They should have killed that squirrel. I mean, it's like how many cases have we not heard about?
Oh, the little guy. That squirrel clearly had a love relationship with that guy. He would hop all over him and climb on him. I mean, that was his pet. That squirrel thought of that man as his protector, as his companion.
Yes.
There was nothing wrong with that. And in Texas, it's totally legal. You can have a fucking zebra out here. You can have whatever you want. And that's the argument for freedom. And the flip side is you get a bunch of people with tigers in their backyard, which is not great.
It's just a fucking squirrel. It's not an anaconda or a crocodile or something.
Or a chimpanzee. Did you see Chimp Crazy?
Oh man, chimps will eat your face.
They will fuck you up. The things they don't even kill you. They just cripple you. Chimps don't even kill people, which is really weird. They just bite your hands off and bite your dick off and tear your face apart.
Yes.
They want to leave you. They can kill you easily, but you want to just punch you in the head until you're dead. It wouldn't take long, but they don't kill you. They just rip you apart.
Yeah.
And you can have a chimp. And so, well, you used to be able to have a chimp in a lot of states, and then Chimp Crazy kind of exposed a lot of that, and PETA did a great job of stopping people from keeping chimps as pets. Because once they hit like 5, you can't control them anymore.
Well, somebody's totally understandable if somebody's got a creature that is dangerous to others.
Right.
Obviously, it's a squirrel or raccoon or not.
Well, squirrels are fucking everywhere. That's what's so crazy.
Yeah,
Why can't you have it in the house? What kind of rules are we dealing with? You have rats everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of criminals go free, and like violent criminals go free, but they're like spending your tax dollars to come and execute fucking pets.
Exactly.
And it's like,
but it's overreach.
It's become overreach, and this just keeps getting worse every year. And that's why we've got to fight back against this. It's people say, well, it's just a squirrel. It's just, in John Wick's case, it's just a dog.
Right. Yeah. Well, remember the Russian guy said, it's a fucking dog. It's just a fucking dog.
Just a squirrel.
Yeah. What's the funniest thing is when I just don't understand how anybody can justify it. I don't understand how anybody, like, it seems to me that in a logical world, all like I would have to do is say, well, just see me with the squirrel. The squirrel's a pet.
Yeah.
Like, look, he hops on me, he eats, he sleeps. I can keep a gerbil, but I can't keep a squirrel. I can have a guinea pig, I can have a squirrel. I can have a chinchilla. My daughter has a chinchilla. It's adorable. Adorable. It climbs all over. Can't have a squirrel.
Even if they take a squirrel, can they release it into the woods?
Well, the idea is you have to euthanize it because it's used to being fed. It doesn't know how to forage. It won't be able to find a home.
Well,
Squirrels are brutal. Squirrels are absolutely brutal to each other. They throw each other out of trees, which is one of the reasons why squirrels can fall from like 30 feet and just kind of bounce off the ground and live. It's like it's a natural adaptation because squirrels during mating they bite each other. There used to be like a rumor. There was a myth that squirrels bite each other's nuts off, and that seems to be a myth, but it came out of the fact
Burger King. Yeah. Burger King.
Very fine people hoax. There's no one's going to be a perfect person, but the thing that they didn't understand about Trump is he's so crazy that if you tell him, like, he can't be president, like, remember Obama did that during that White House press correspondence? There's no thing that you'll never be president of the United States. He's coming out going, okay, motherfucker.
You know, the funny thing is, I was actually at that White House correspondence dinner, where, you know, it's supposed to be a roast of the president.
Right.
Trump's there. He's actually supporting, you know, it's basically, if you go to the White House correspondence dinner, you're there in support, actually, of the president, in support of the press.
Right.
And it's actually you're roasting the president. Like, Trump's just there. He's like, actually, you know, he's like there as part of the support. And then they turned it around and just started roasting Trump. And he's just sitting there like, he's like, yo, I just came to the dinner. I'm just here to support.
We know what it was because of, right? The birther stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's what it all was. It was all, Trump was at the head of a lot of these people spreading this rumor online that Obama's birth certificate was forged and he's actually from Kenya. What's weird is, if you go back to Obama's early days, there are some things that say he's from Kenya. Like, I think it is something from college that he was from Kenya. But, you know, that could just be, you know, people print things wrong all the time. Doesn't mean he's actually from Kenya. But Trump was one of those guys that was like spreading that supposedly false rumor.
Was he pushing it hard?
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing where I want to just go look and say, what did he actually say?
No, he definitely was.
Okay.
He was definitely saying, you know, look, I don't think he has the time to go into things like very deeply.
Yeah.
And so I think he could probably be influenced by a bunch of people, like these Marjorie Taylor Greene type people come to him with some wild ass theory.
Sure.
He might be, and I think there's a lot of that stuff that gets fed to people on purpose so that they'll say incorrect things so that they're easy to dismiss.
Sure.
And I think there's also a lot of people that just make shit up and, you know, they tell you the earth is flat and a bunch of people watch a YouTube video and they believe it.
Yeah, well, but on the White House correspondence, I was there, and the degree to which they attacked Trump in that at the White House correspondence was really it was over the top. It was like making everyone uncomfortable.
Really?
It was really over the top. You know, I mean, I think like sort of a passing joke of like, you know, a few passing jokes are fine, but they twisted the knife really on Trump. And you can see Trump just getting like angrier and angrier and more and more upset.
I wonder if that's
and it's like, man, this is not good karma. You know, that's what I was thinking at the time. Like, I was two tails away from Trump, and I'm looking like, man, this is too much. You know,
well, it's kind of crazy what they made out of that, because that's the kind of guy that if you tell him he can't do something, he's going to just keep trying. Like,
it was a big mistake to rag on him so much at that White House correspondence.
Well, just look at the way they've attacked him with just using the legal system, like this thing in New York where the 34 different felony counts were essentially misdemeanors. That they're bookkeeping errors that they decided, even though it passed the statute of limitations, they started to try him for these. They didn't identify a felony.
Abuse of the law is what's going on.
But most people would have quit. Most people, after the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit, this lawsuit, and all the other ones that are the insurrection thing, the Georgia thing, all these different things, they get kicked off of Twitter. Most people are just like, this is too much, I can't take this. But he's so fucking crazy. He's like, all right, come on, we're going to war. And he just digs his fucking heels in and keeps going.
Yeah.
It's the wrong guy to do that to. Just like attacking him at the White House correspondence dinner, most people have been humiliated. He got angry. He's like, yeah, all right, say I can be president. I was thinking about running for about 15 fucking years. Finally, I'm alive. Yeah.
That was a real bad move. But yeah, I mean, I can still understand like making some jokes about like, you know, a few sort of passing jokes on Trump, but man, I was there at that dinner and they ragged on Trump so much it was insane.
The reason why I would push back on that, because I would say there's a bunch of different speakers, right? And Trump would obviously be a target. And if they all attacked him, it's because he's like, if you're gonna make fun of people in the audience, and especially in the zeitgeist, that whole birther thing was big, and most people were dismissing it as being a ridiculous conspiracy theory. So who the fuck is this guy saying this? And so you have 8 to 10 individual speakers that are writing monologues. Of course, they're all gonna hit Trump.
Yeah, well, anyway, obviously it was a mistake. They shouldn't have done that. But like, I've heard people to watch the original source material, and I think a few jokes are fine. You know, it's like, but it's like he shouldn't be like it felt like he was the primary object of the roast.
Yeah.
Which is that's not the whole point of the thing is it's the roast of the president, not the roast of the audience.
The thing about it is like he's easy to roast, and then on top of that, Obama was like loved and cherished by the left, and most of those people are on the left. Like, there's only so far you can push. You know, you can't ask him about a chef. You know, it's like what happened with the chef, bro? You can't. It's like certain things you can't bring up.
What's your favorite sport? Paddleboarding?
Yeah. Was that guy a really good swimmer?
Yeah.
Tell me what happened.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
You can't bring that up. Like if you're gonna roast Hillary, you can't bring up the death count.
Like Hillary, what's the best way to stay in touch? Email.
Yeah. If you're doing one of those
things, sodas and poured like bleach on the sodas, like the computers.
They poured bleach on them?
Yeah, that's what bleach. Like, it wasn't just like they took a hammer to it. They like destroyed. Like there was no possible way to actually get forensics on the thing.
What was in there?
That's what I mean.
What was in there? What was in there?
Why would they care so much?
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
There was no legal action against that, which is clear destruction of evidence.
Well, it's also there's this other narrative that always drives me crazy is that he's going to destroy democracy. So in order to destroy democracy, we have to install a president without a primary. We have to have a candidate that is the least liked vice president of all time, the least popular vice president of all time, and then use gaslighting and the full force of the media machine to turn her into the future and hope. And then she's going to be changed, even though she's a sitting vice president. And then on top of that, this idea of change when the Democrats have been in control for what 12 or 16 years, which is crazy. Like this is the change.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I view this election as a turning point, like a fork in the road of destiny that is incredibly important. Now, I've not been politically active until this election. And the reason I've been politically active this election is because I think if we don't like Trump, I think we'll lose we'll lose democracy in this country. We'll lose the two-party system. And let me explain why. So there's only like six or seven swing states. The margin of victory in those states is small, often like 10 or 20,000 votes. What the Democratic administration has been doing is importing vast numbers of illegals into swing states. You look at the numbers on the actual government website. You don't take my word for it. You can just look at the numbers as reported by the government, which is controlled by Democrats. And what we're seeing is triple-digit increases in the number of illegals in every swing state. In some cases, 700% increases. These are gigantic numbers. So if a state that has a 10 or 20,000 vote margin, you put 200,000 illegals in that state. You 10x the swing swamp. It's not a swing state anymore. It's going to vote blue. And once the swing states vote blue, there is no election anymore. There's only a Democrat primary.
Which is so crazy. And it's so crazy people are fine with that.
Well, I guess people on the left will be fine with that because they think that's a good idea.
They just want to win. They just want to win.
Right. Like, the thing is, one does not need actually any kind of conspiracy theory for this. You just have to look at the simple matter of incentives. If the Democratic Party wants to win, like basically achieve permanent victory, all they need to do is turn the swing states. Turn the swing states blue, they have permanent victory. And then we're a one-party state, and then they will keep doing that. Obviously, they'll keep stacking the deck by bringing in vast numbers of illegals into the swing states. Keep stacking. So the next election, each successive election, will be worse than the last one. And that's what's happening. And if you want to see, like, well, is this actually happening? Look at California. California is supermajority down, 70% down. A month ago, they passed a law making it illegal to show ID in any election in California. So a friend of mine went to vote in Palo Alto. Because he was like, is this for real? He tried to show his ID, and they reacted like if you show a cross to a vampire. They're like, no, we can't even look at that ID. It is illegal for them to even look at your ID if you want to present it in California.
Why?
For any election at all, even like city council.
What logical reason other than to cheat would you ever have that law?
The reason is to cheat.
But the only is only like you can never make an argument any other way. And I think 84% of people polled believe that you should show ID to vote. So it's against the will of the people.
Yes, and we're extremely rare. We're an outlier for not requiring ID. Basically, almost every country requires ID to vote. So as soon as you ban ID for voting, it makes fraud impossible to prove. Because how do you trace the fraud?
Right. Yeah, it's insane.
It's insane.
It's insane.
What I'm saying is that,
how's it legal?
what I'm saying is like this election is the last chance to preserve democracy in America. Mark my words. Everything they accuse Trump of, they are guilty of. And if Trump doesn't win, this will be the last real election in America. And we will, if the big Kamala puppet machine wins, they will legalize the illegals in swing states. There will be no swing states. Every election going forward will be a guaranteed Democrat win. And it'll actually be worse than California. The reason it'll be worse than California is because the one thing that keeps California from being super crazy is that you move out of California. Like you and I did. You and I used to be in California, but we moved to Texas. We're still in America. But if the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That's what I'm saying.
This is the final. This is it. This is the last chance.
Hasn't anybody tried to push back?
Like, go out and vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Vote like your future depends on it, because it does. This is the last chance, man.
Is there any argument against this? Has anybody tried to debate this? Has anybody tried to say this is nonsense? This is a conspiracy? Has anybody made any sort of a rational argument?
The left actually, interestingly, does not want to pick up much of this argument because the more attention, the more you look at it, the more obviously it is true. Because you just say like, well, are the numbers correct? Have there really this many illegals that have been imported into swing states? Yes. They haven't just walked across the border. They've been flown in airplanes.
Yeah, using a shipping app.
Yes.
Yeah.
They made an app.
Well, the app always existed, but it used to be for people coming over here like shipping with goods, so they could track you while you're in America, so you could legally be here, they know where you are. And then they changed it to allow that app to schedule illegal aliens to come across the border.
Yes.
We've got a scenario where biological men decided to take a walk on the feminine side or splashing in women's swimming competitions. It's like if you show up on a chili cook-off with a bowl of soup and insist it's chili because you added some red food coloring. Sure, it's red, but it ain't chili, and your soup won't win any awards for heat. Huh.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's not good. Yeah, it's very, it's dancing around it.
Yeah, it is. Needs some work.
Yeah, needs a little work. Well, humor's a weird one, right? It's like, I think some humor, especially like some of the best humor, is kind of spontaneous. Like in the moment humor, it's gonna have a hard time deciding what people are gonna think is funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the
over time though.
Yeah, the rule with rock is supposed to be that like if you ask for something, provided what you're asking for is legal, it should do it.
Have you ever seen the video where they asked AI to create an enlightened bunny, and they keep going to make it more enlightened? Essentially, the bunny becomes God. Because the bunny becomes a DMT trip.
Yeah, totally. That's funny. That's kind of what I was kind of hoping would happen here.
Yeah, I have a video of that. I also want to check because that to me is pretty bizarre because it's like get more.
I might have got to do it. Maybe. I just
don't hold back. Oh, you said don't hold back. Critics out here act like it's the end of civilization as we know it, but it's not fair they cry as if life ever was. Newsflash. It's like a marathon. We're like, no. Some people start with rollerblades on. Others, well, they're just happy to have shoes. Well, now we're arguing over who gets to wear the skates.
Okay, so it's not bad. Imagine if we applied this logical. So I identify as an airplane. Can I fly with the birds in the sky?
Yeah.
It's true. I just don't complain when gravity decides you're not quite aerodynamic enough.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, the argument is kind of stupid though.
Yeah.
The thing with the argument is they're not taking into account perverts.
Yeah,
right?
totally. Yeah. Yes, exactly. So the thing is that if you provide like a moral get out of jail free card, like if you say like if you adopt this label, you cannot be attacked in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
You're basically morally invulnerable, and obviously bad people will take advantage of that.
Yeah.
You're like let's say here's an invulnerability card, moral invulnerability card. Good people will take it, but also the bad people will take it.
Yeah.
The bad people will be the fastest to take the sort of the moral cloak.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And then there's a real psychological condition called autogynephilia, where people get aroused, heterosexual men get aroused by the idea of dressing up like women and being around women. It's like a known psychological condition that exists forever. And then you're allowing those people to say, oh, I'm trans, and go into the women's locker room and get their kicks. And then there's real trans people. So there's like a lot of variability. Like I talked about it in my act, in my Netflix special. It's like I believe in freedom, I believe in transgender people, but I also believe in crazy people. And if you're trying to pretend that people aren't crazy all of a sudden, it's like
it's just like if someone's a sort of consenting adult, whatever they want to do to their body, as long as it's not harming someone else, I'm like that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, like I believe like individual freedom. And like my mom's best friend growing up as a kid was a transgender woman in South Africa. This was like where she get beaten up a lot because it was like back then you get beaten up. So her name was Diana, and for a nice, kind human being, and helped my mom a lot. And I think that's okay. That's fine. If somebody wants to make that choice as an adult, that's cool.
There's a big difference between that and an intact male who wants to identify as a woman, who wants to walk around the locker room with his dick out.
Yes, exactly.
There's people that do that just because they get off on it.
Exactly. So you just can't have something which is like some sort of moral invulnerability, or like where you know, like even questioning them is you get attacked.
Yeah.
Because obviously bad people will abuse that.
Well, that's when I got thrown into this whole thing because there was a fighter who was a biological man who became transgender and was competing against women without telling them that they were a biological man. So they didn't have to tell people because it was a medical condition. No, that's not what it is. Right. It's not what it is. Like you can't say that. And of all sports, like if someone scores more points in basketball, well, that's unfair. But if someone beats the fuck out of someone because they're lying about being a biological male, that's crazy. You're literally allowing someone to get brain damage because you want to appeal to the woke fucking crazy people who think it's all right. Yeah. It's so strange. That's sort of the thing that red pilled me. Yeah. When I got attacked for that, I'm like, this is so nuts. I can't believe we're at this stage where I'm saying, hey, I don't think it's cool if you pretend you're a woman and beat the fuck out of women. And people you're out of line. Like,
totally.
We're in Fantasyland now,
yes,
and we're pretending because it helps you. It helps you feel better. Yeah. Totally. It's just such a strange time, and if it wasn't for something like Twitter, where this could be discussed, what's more now? It's more major. If it wasn't for Twitter, at the early Twitters, you would be kicked off forever if you just dead name someone. So like,
it's insane.
Insane.
Yeah.
Insane. I mean, especially if you think about all the things that like the Harris campaign and what the lies they've told about Trump that we discussed earlier. You don't get kicked off for that, but you get kicked off for calling Caitlyn Jenner Bruce forever for life.
Yeah. It's totally insane.
Yeah. But if it wasn't for you buying that and changing Twitter, I don't think we would be where we're at right now. I think it was a pivotal moment. I think historically, when people look back on it, it's going to be a pivotal moment in this very bizarre fight for the freedom of information.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the time I said, I think this is existential to the United States. It's existential to democracy. Because if you don't have freedom of speech, you don't have democracy. Okay? Because if you don't have freedom of speech, people cannot make an informed vote. If they're just making propaganda, and there's no freedom of speech, democracy is an illusion. So freedom of speech is the bedrock of democracy. That's why freedom of speech is the First Amendment. Once you lose freedom of speech, you lose democracy. Game over. That's why I vote for it.
And it seems so simple.
Yes.
It seems so clear that everyone should agree with that, on the left or on the right. You shouldn't be giving the government. If you imagine the Bush administration during the Iraq War, imagine if they had complete total control of propaganda and of dissent online. You don't want that. No one wants that. No one from the left would want that. We shouldn't want it from the left either.
Absolutely, and there's also like the media, like the legacy, the mainstream media, what I call legacy media at this point. It used to be much more balanced. Like you look at sort of political donations over time, Republican versus Democrat. There used to be the media was they always had like a left bias, but there was like I don't know, it was like 2/3 Democrat, 1/3 Republican type of thing in terms of journalists making political donations. Now it's like 95% or something Democrat. So the legacy media, the mainstream media is not balanced at all. They're just a mouthpiece for the Democratic Party, and you can see that in how consistent their headlines are. Like they don't behave like they're different organizations. They behave like they're all one hive mind. Right. So like a week before the Biden-Trump debate. Every media organization was saying, Biden is sharp as attack. I mean, it's like guys, sharp as attack is not a commentary phrase. And literally every TV station, every newspaper was like sharp. Like I studied a compilation of all the the news anchors going, Biden sharp as attack, sharp as attack, sharp as attack, sharp as attack. It was absurd. And there's obviously a huge lie. He is in fact not sharp as attack, as the public learned 1 week later.
My favorite was Joe Scarborough.
Yeah.
That was wild.
Yeah.
Listen to me. This is the best version of Biden ever. The sharpest. Like, what the fuck are you saying? And then after the debate, he's like, what do we gotta get rid of him?
Yeah.
Like, this is crazy. Like, what did you just say? Like, a couple of weeks ago.
Literally, yes, exactly.
Well, the other thing was
just flat out lying.
when they decided J.D. Vance was weird.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
And then there's weird.
Weird. Oh, you don't want a weird guy. You know, you have fucking Tim Walz. Is your VP? You don't think that guy's weird?
Super weird.
He's weird in every way. The way he walks, the way he waves his hands.
Yeah, he reminds me of Tom Roger.
He's a bizarre guy.
He's a strange dude.
I just don't understand why they made that choice.
Yeah, he's a geek.
I just don't understand why they made that choice. There's a lot of other people that are qualified. I don't know why. I read that Kamala Harris made that decision when she was sleep deprived, which is kind of hilarious that she said that. So she's kind of admitting she kind of fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously she would pick Josh Shapiro. I mean, governor, like that would have been no brainer.
Yeah.
Like, this makes Lincoln State.
Do you think it's because he's Jewish, because of Shapiro, that like the anti-Palestine people would probably, or the anti-Palestinian invasion?
I think it was anti-Semitic.
Yeah. It could be that they thought that was a liability because there's all these pro-Palestine people right now because of the situation in Israel. That completely makes sense that they thought that would be a liability. But
I don't know the reason. I'm just guessing at it, but it seems like a crazy thing to do. It's given that Pennsylvania's Lynchman State. It's like the heat of the election. Why would you not pick the popular governor of Pennsylvania?
Right. Obviously. Yeah. And other than that, there's a bunch of other ones too. Even Newsom. There's a bunch of other people you could have chosen. Like Newsom would have been a fine example of somebody. I mean, I don't agree with the guy. He's a polished politician. Like he lies about as much as Wall does, but he doesn't lie about. He doesn't say he's fucking head coach when he's assistant coach. Doesn't say he was in Tiananmen Square. I mean, that's a liability. All those different things. Lying about his military rank.
Well, and also like cutting around when he was actually called to duty.
Well, he knew they were going to be deployed months in advance, so he resigned. And he also took. So this is where he was dishonest about his rank.
Yeah, because he was like a sergeant major or something like that.
Because that was like what he was going to get if he stayed.
Something.
But then he resigned.
Yeah.
Because he knew that he was going to get deployed, allegedly.
I mean, that seems like a cowardly action.
Well, whatever it is, it's dishonest.
Yeah.
I mean, just saying that you were a head coach when you were an assistant coach is fucking crazy. That's a lie. Don't do that. You should never do that.
Yeah, saying he was in 2 months ago or whatever.
Yeah.
When Hong Kong, like that's one of the biggest moments in history. Like it's not like you forgot we had lunch last week.
Right. And not only that, but you don't think people are going to research that?
Yeah, totally.
I mean, and the response during the debate was, but
he said,
I'm a knucklehead.
Well, we don't want a knucklehead for a VP, okay?
Yeah, this is like sometimes I'm a knucklehead. Like, what are you saying? Are you saying you lied? Like, what did you? I mean, this is where you get a podcast and not a debate.
Exactly.
Where you go, okay. When did you first say that you were in Tiananmen Square? Like, did someone say it and you didn't refute it and you got stuck with it? Like, what was? Because this is the thing about like carrying weapons of war. Like what I carried when you didn't deploy in war.
Yeah.
Like you can't say that, but you kind of let people say that you deployed, and then you kind of did. That you were deployed in war. So did you lie or did someone else lie? You didn't correct them? Like this is the kind of conversation that you would want to have with a guy in a podcast.
Yes.
And the debates were so fucking skewed where they were correcting, like particularly the Biden one, where they're correcting Trump over and over again, and then correcting Trump with Kamala.
Yes.
Where Kamala was saying things that were patently not true.
I mean, Kamala literally repeated flying people hoax and it was not fact checked.
Well, not only that, she also said that no troops were being deployed in a war zone.
Which is, I mean, I know troops in war zones. I'm like, that's as vice president, you're privy. You know the official troops and the unofficial troops.
Right.
So what she said was like flat out bold-faced lie.
Wow.
Next level bold-faced lie.
Have you seen the video
absurd lie
of the troops that were watching it take place? What the fuck are we? They're watching it in real time.
Why
video.
we're getting shot at?
So crazy. But it just shows you the level of propaganda that we're being subject to, which is why people think Donald Trump is the devil. Because the machine has gone all out as far as it can go with lawfare, with propaganda, with lies, with just pushing as much in this direction as humanly possible. You're connecting it to the Nazi rally like every step of the way. No wonder why boomers are like rabid. Like, you gotta keep this Nazi out of office. He's a fascist.
Exactly. If all you get is like if your entire exposure is like the mainstream media, so like all your information sources are that Trump is basically Hitler, then and you have no and your friend group has that same information. You have no countervailing opinion.
Right.
So then they actually just think like Trump is Hitler, even though it's like a little strange he didn't do Hitler things the last 4 years.
Yeah.
I'm like, if he's Hitler, why didn't he do Hitler things when he was president for 4 years?
Right.
Like the reason we hate Hitler is because of he started wars and did genocide, not because he was a snappy aggressor. Tell me about the wars and genocide that Trump did. I don't remember that, and he was president for 4 years. Right. So. It's insane. It makes no sense.
Well, and also he's campaigning on stopping all wars.
Yes.
That's like his primary concern.
Exactly. The warmongers like Liz Cheney hate him because they love war.
Well, they profit.
They profit off of war.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is insane.
Insane.
And this is happening right in front of everybody's face.
Yeah. The war profiteers hate Trump.
Yeah.
Fuck up. I mean, it's like we should let's vote for the guy the war profiteers hate. That sounds like a great idea.
It was the wildest thing when Dick Cheney endorsed Kamala and the left went crazy. Like, yeah, Dick Cheney's on our side. Like,
yeah, I'm like, can we play all the videos where he said Dick Cheney was the devil?
It's the craziest turn, the craziest like 180 I've ever seen in my life because there's no reason for it.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. There's no logic to it at all. Just all of a sudden he's the devil.
Yeah.
Or he's not the devil. He's good. He's good. He's for Kamala. Even Dick Cheney.
I mean, more movies want the Donald Puppet regime just because they'll get more.
It's so strange watching all these Hollywood celebrities like step up, like, and they think it's gonna get them more movies or something. Like that's what it is. If you know those people, so many of them are just like narcissists.
Well, how it actually looks like is what happens is, these celebrities, they get a call. They get a call for someone powerful in Hollywood. And that person says, really, really great if you're endorsed Kamala. You don't have to. It's up to you. But if you don't, they don't say it. They don't say it. But if you don't, you're just never going to get a call again. No more movies, no more concerts. But they'll ask it. They'll ask in a really nice way. It'd be really nice if you endorse Kamala support.
And so they don't say that if you don't.
They don't make the threat. They don't need to. But everyone knows what'll happen if you don't.
Well, I think there's also, even if they don't think that something's going to happen to them, if they don't, there's this compelling feeling to support this cause that you think is going to get you a bunch of positive attention. And you're going to be on the right side of history, and all these narratives that you see, especially from the left in Hollywood, like they're all in on whoever the fuck is the Democrat. Always, 100%. There's never a call from the Hollywood machine to support any Republicans. Never seen it once.
Yeah, never.
So it's like you realize that, and that whole business is based on getting picked. The whole business is not necessarily merit-based. There's a lot of brilliant actors you don't hear from. There's a lot of people who do that, but they don't get chosen for roles, and everybody knows this. You have to sort of socialize.
It's online or you don't get chosen for roles. There's a lot of competition for roles. That's why I said, when someone powerful in Hollywood who's able to make you choose these roles, calls one of these levels, they know the game.
Yeah.
There's no threat is necessary.
Well, you can see it in real time, like with Dennis Quaid when he made that radio movie, and he wouldn't let him advertise on social media platforms.
Yeah.
They were banning ads for it.
Yeah.
For what? Because it was an election year. What are you talking about? It's about the guy's dead.
Yes.
The guy who was president a long ass time ago. How's this have anything to do with the election year?
Yeah.
But it's the punishment. It's like you stepped outside the line. You supported the other guy.
Yeah. The problems are just never get called again for a review or concert or this.
Yeah, which is
That's
crazy.
the issue.
I mean, we used to allow people to be a Republican and still be a movie star, like Clint Eastwood. Right? Yeah, but Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
Like during the Obama administration, Clint Eastwood was like an outspoken Republican and yet was, a giant movie star. And people's like, it's Clint. It was allowed. You were allowed to have, there was a variety of different, Charlton Heston, there was a variety of different opinions you were allowed to have. But now you're not. Now it's just like, and once Trump got into office, he became this focal point where all logic was thrown out the window. And it's just Trump is bad, you have to attack Trump, Trump is right wing's bad, everyone right wing is bad, Christian's bad.
Yeah.
It's just strange.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, I'll say it again, man. I think this is the last election. If Trump doesn't win, this is the last election.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think people, and a lot of people are waking up and realize that have been lifelong Democrats. Guys like Bill Ackman, guys like Chamath,
exactly.
Tulsi Gabbard switched over to the Republicans. Like there's a lot of people who their whole life they've been left wing. They realize like I can't do this anymore.
You're nice to Democrats.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
It's nuts, man. And I think the things we want are just pretty basic. It's like we want individual liberties. We want opportunity. We want America to remain a land of freedom and opportunity. So we maximize people's personal freedom. The government can't watch it. The House is very fucking bad. That's fucked up. And that you succeed as a function of your hard work and talent, not anything else, not race, religion, sex, doesn't matter.
Yes.
The basic stuff. And then
what did you change the acronym DEI? What did you change it to?
DIE.
What is it?
I mean, because diversity, inclusion, and equity is DIE.
Did you change it to dedication, excellence, and
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we want America being a land of opportunity means that we have an environment where you succeed as a function of your hard work and skill.
Yes.
And that's
radical. Radical.
Like,
the best person to
lead. Makes you right wing now.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, great, I don't care. So you're not a real country unless you have secure borders. You're just a fake country. So we need, and our cities are unsafe and dirty. My mom was telling me, my mom's like pretty red pill at this point. But you know what's going to red pill you really, really fast is having your friends get assaulted on the streets of New York.
Yeah.
And that happened to 3 of our friends this year. They were assaulted on the streets of New York, just walking around.
Yeah.
Nobody got arrested. Nothing happened.
Well, the morale of police is like depleted.
Yeah,
substantially.
For sure, the morale is depleted, and also like if someone like you're a police officer and you're arresting someone who's violent, you're putting life at risk. Obviously, because sometimes they'll try to kill you. And then if you know arresting that violent person, they will be immediately released by the DA, which happens in New York. Right isn't custody. Then why should a police officer be the last person to arrest them and they will not be able to steal out of you?
Yeah.
Pointless.
Yeah.
It's like the freaking Joker is in charge.
Yeah.
Like the criminals run free and the citizens are arrested. But like. This is why, like, getting back to this, still pretty sure about the things. Like, sort of at gunpoint, forced the guy to, like, stay outside his house while they got his pets and killed him. Meanwhile, violence are running free, and New York State are running free. It's just a joke.
Yeah, it's not.
The law-abiding citizens are arrested, and the criminals are running free. It's just fucked up, guys.
Just the fact that they have the resources to do that when they have all the crime they have. You have the resources, the government resources to go kill someone's squirrel.
Yeah.
What this whole idea of this government efficiency agency?
Yeah. I mean, call it what
do you want to call it? What do you call it?
I mean, I think the funniest name is DOG, the DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. Yeah, I mean, the idea is pretty simple. Is that like we've got this suffocating massive federal bureaucracy, and we need to. That is, and government spending is like bankrupting the country. Our interest payments on national debt now exceed the Defense Department budget, which is the Defense Department budget is $1 trillion a year. Interest payments on national debt are now higher than the Defense Department budget, and growing every month. So it's not like basically we're on path to bankruptcy. America's on path to bankruptcy. So we have to cut down spending, or we're just going to bankrupt, just like most of that overspends. And then it's even worse than that. Like we're spending money on all these these government agencies, and I have to ask AI how many government agencies are there, and the government isn't even sure how many government agencies there are. So it's like somewhere around 450, depending on what you call an agency. So they're at federal. So that's almost twice as many agencies as years that America has existed. So we're creating agencies, roughly 2 agencies a year. Wow. Yes. So this is insane. I think it's like I don't think there's even one person who can name over 450 agencies at federal. There might be no one. There's a hobby anymore, just saying. I think most people can name like 100. So this is crazy. So we get the suffocating, suffocating bureaucracy that just gets bigger every year, and it eventually gets more where everything's legal. Can't get anything done. So
what can be done, like with obviously the president has a lot of power, but how much power, and what can be done in terms of like eliminating agencies, eliminating waste, eliminating.
Yeah, well, I mean, so like if Congress has created an agency, then and often if you look at the law is like pretty simple. Like the agency has like a very simple task. Then that agency over time vastly increases its authority and starts doing things that were never authorized by Congress. This happens pretty much every year.
Yeah, DoorDash for Liana.
Match the law.
Mia.
Curtail agencies to be much smaller and say you got to stick to what Congress authorized instead of all this other stuff. Which I think makes sense.
And so is the other stuff they're doing just essentially bureaucracy run amok, where they just create jobs and create things to do and create a meaning for their existence?
Yeah. It's like a tumor, just gonna keep growing. And it's, so, I mean, as SpaceX Starship was sitting on the pad, the rocket, this giant rocket, we could build the rocket faster than the process the paperwork to approve the launch. So we're sitting there for 2 months.
But do you think that they're doing that on purpose to fuck with you?
I mean, maybe a little bit. I mean, that was also
awesome. Thank you.
Another thing is like the amount of paperwork is going to go roughly with the square of the number of agencies involved. So because they like to meet with each other. So like let's say in the best case situation, if you've got like if there's like if you're dealing with one agency, that's one thing. But if you've got to deal with 5 agencies and the agencies will have to meet with each other, now you've got like 25 different meeting configurations that you have to take place. And it's just everything just you get just hardening the arteries. You just can't make progress. That's why we can't follow high speed rail in America. It's basically legal.
Right. So this is the argument has always been that we need regulation because we need to protect the environment, we need to protect people, we need to make sure the rule of law is followed. So we need a certain amount of regulation. But over-regulation is a giant problem. It's a big issue in California. It's a huge issue anywhere where bureaucracy has run amok. They make it very difficult to get anything done.
Yes. I mean, what happens is every year there are more rules and regulations created. And in the past, what has served as a cleansing function for rules and regulations is war. It's like well, we're going to lose if we don't kind of clear the decks. But we haven't really had an existential threat of war in the U.S. We've had prosperity for a long time, which has resulted in a massive buildup of rules and regulations every year. And to the point where, like I say, like everything's illegal. You know, it's not like any one regulation is the problem. It's like Belleville being tied down by a million little strings. It's not like any one string is the problem, but you're a million. So we're going to clear the decks here. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have regulators. I'm just saying we've gone way too far. Once you think of regulators like referees on the field, sports field, you don't have no refs. You want to have some number of refs. But you don't have way more refs than players. Right. You don't be like, well, the running back couldn't complete the pass because there were too many regulators in the way because the football field's full of regulators. Yeah. Like you can't even play the game. Right. That's the issue right now.
That's a great analogy. You can imagine a football field that's filled with regulators.
It's just like the football field's full of refs. Yeah.
That I've seen criticism of this idea of you coming up with this department of like firing a bunch of people and what would happen, how would that work. But the criticism doesn't make any sense to me because if you can prove that there's a lot of wasted time and resources, which I think is pretty easy to do. And if you could say that this is not the most efficient, like the most efficient businesses are generally private businesses or a company because they kind of have to be in order to stay profitable. Yeah. The government doesn't have to be profitable. Right? They don't have to be efficient. They don't have competition. Yep. So if you're making cars, your cars break down, they suck. If someone makes cars, the cars are better. They're going to succeed. So this is the free market. The government doesn't have this problem. They're in charge of certain things that could probably be better served by the private sector.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, I just think we've got far too many government agencies. The federal bureaucracy's gotten out of hand, and we just need to pare it down to a sensible level. And it turns out that like there's some regulation or agency that was doing something useful, we put it right back. No problem. Like it's like, oh, that regulation was important. No problem. Put it right back.
Right. So actually no. Right. But to be able to look at it logically and objectively. Yeah. And you were also floating around the idea of offering a large severance to the people that you're going to have removed. Yeah. Like a couple years or something like that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, these are again just ideas, but I mean, the point is not that people suffer economic hardship. The point is just that there are more productive things they can do in the economy, and it would be better if they did these other more productive things, and we didn't have this vast federal bureaucracy. So I was like, maybe like a couple years of pay would be good, and then they could take vacation, they could take another job and get double pay. I mean, it's not going to create an economic crisis. I think it's actually going to be really good. I think because people can move to where they're making products and services that are more useful to their fellow human beings.
The problem is if someone has like a 25, 30-year career of being institutionalized, you're essentially like a part of the government system. You've sort of programmed your life and your career to be a part of this bureaucratic system, and then you're like, no, you have to go out and compete in the free market. You're like, oh, that's scary, people. But you have to be valuable. You have to be valuable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at like the government pension stuff. They're not going to be I think they'll be good financial shape.
How are you going to have the time to oversee all this shit?
Well, I'm pretty good at improving efficiency. I mean,
I'll say so.
Yeah.
But still, this seems like a giant undertaking.
Yeah, I'll probably need to be more security.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
But like I don't see an experience that I think economic hardship that's they'll be fine. They'll people do find out the rules. I mean, you can look at sort of like when East Germany and West Germany got back together. Everyone was basically the government in East Germany, and it was really inefficient. And that like their economic output was like in East Germany was like a quarter of what it was in West Germany because everyone was working for the government. Right. That was like fundamentally inefficient. So
the best example is probably North and South Korea, right?
Yeah, the people starving North Korea and South Korea are prosperous.
Yeah.
So and it's the same people just different operating systems. Right. So just like you just want to move people from less productive things to more productive things. Where they're making it. Because you also say like in the limit, like let's just say let's consider the other direction where we moved a whole bunch of people that were in the private sector doing making goods and services and moved them into the government sector. Now they stop making those goods and services. So the stuff they were making is no longer available. Now they're just being regulated. But is that a good thing? That's not a good thing.
Doesn't sound good.
No, it's not good.
Doesn't sound like there's a real market for it, but you're creating jobs that don't necessarily need to be there.
They're always fake jobs, basically. Yeah. That doesn't make sense. So we got to do this because we're not bankrupt. Like we don't take action. We're dollars are worth nothing, and the interest payments, which are already 23% of 20% of all government income taxes, tax, everything, is just going to pay interest. Right? And that number's continually rising. So if we're going to do something, the entire government budget will be paying interest. They want money for it. No, they want money for Social Security, they want money for it. They're nothing. That's where we're headed. That's what bankruptcy means.
Yeah, that's such an insane concept.
Yes. It's like, hello, wake up. Wake up. And somebody can show me like pencil out the math, show me how this works. I'd love to hear it. But I'm just like, listen, I'm looking at the numbers here, and I'm like, we're going to do something. America's tell us.
One thing
money for anything.
Trump likes to talk about a lot is tariffs. Yeah. What are your thoughts on tariffs? I know it's very controversial to even people, economists. They disagree. Some agree. Some think it's a good idea. Some think it's a terrible idea. What do you think?
I think you need to be careful with tariffs. I do a lot with like supply chain issues. You know, like the global automotive supply chain for Tesla, for example, is incredibly complex. So when there are sudden changes in tariffs, then you're like, well, we've got a factory that's somewhere else that's making a part that goes into the car. Now suddenly, if that part's suddenly twice as expensive, it like messes everything up. You know? So you want to be have tariffs be predictable, so that companies can adjust their supply chain. I think companies are more happy to increase manufacturing in America. It's just that you can't do it instantly. So if you put up giant tariffs immediately and don't give companies a chance to build factories in America, because you got to move atoms. Like you've got to build a building, you've got to install equipment, you've got to train people. Like so that doesn't happen instantly. So you just have to, you want to have for tariffs. You want to have a ramp so that companies can adjust and build the factories and train the people and get the equipment in place. Otherwise, you basically shock the system and it breaks. So bad things happen. So I'm against like sudden giant tariffs because it's an impossible response if you've got to move 1,000 tons of equipment. This is collectively millions of tons of equipment. You just can't do that overnight. It's literally impossible. So I think we want to be thoughtful about tariffs and give companies a ramp. I mean, I do generally agree that America should be more manufacturing. I'm a big manufacturing guy. I love manufacturing.
We've talked openly about the difficulties of manufacturing, how complicated it is, and how most people aren't really aware of something that's as complex as, like, say, building a Tesla.
Yeah,
manufacturing
is super hard and complicated. So, like a lot of people, if they've never been in a factory, they don't know how difficult it is to make things. And if a lot of people just step up to the store, like for a lot of people who've been in academia or for like some socialist communist types, like they've never actually made anything. So they operate on the premise that there's this magical horn of plenty that just outputs goods and services. And if someone's got more goods and services than someone else because they took more from this magical horn of plenty, I'm like, guys, there's no magical horn of plenty. There's no cornucopia. It's actually goods and services come from people working collectively, doing a lot of hard work to produce the goods and services that you need. So
we become very accustomed to these things happening overseas.
I mean, America's still the second biggest manufacturing world, so it's not really a lot of stuff, but we could make more. Plus, we make more. We should probably manufacture more.
Well, it'd be very nice if we were completely self-sufficient. Like NASA and like as much different things that manufacture overseas was a huge problem during COVID because all the shipping was shut down.
Yeah, I mean, you want to say like so. There's a lot of merit to economics of comparative advantage. Like, so if you're completely self-sufficient, what that means is that you make all the stuff yourself, and even if some other country is really good at making something, you still make it yourself, and which means you're having very low cost of product domestically.
Right. Like Soviet Russia.
Yeah. Look, trade improves prosperity. This is important. So you don't actually want to make everything yourself. And you can run this like I think it was an experiment on a micro scale or small scale, and then expand that and say, at what point does the experiment prove to be valid? Now, let's so the case here is individual. Imagine you have to do everything yourself. You have to farm, you have to grow chickens, you have to do your own eggs, you got to build your own house, you got to do your own electrical repair, your own plumbing, everything yourself, everything. Now that would be impossible. Okay, now let's expand it to with this 10 people. Now you can have some specialization of tasks. Okay, only one person can be good at construction, another person can be good at farming. It's like there's still 10 people's not enough. So like, let's get 100 people. Now let's get 100 million. Now let's get 1 billion. And you still get
it's DoorDash for Ethan R.
Specialization, like
Ethan R.
For people who become expert at particular things still matters at 1 billion people or 8 billion people. So you still want you do want specialization. Like you do want countries to be good at a particular thing and make that there.
Also encourages innovation if you have competition. If the Germans are making better cars, we have to make better cars. We have to compete with them, which is like one of the things that happened during like the 80s and 90s. America was making crap cars, and Germany was making much better ones.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Japanese car. I mean, basically, American car industry got really lazy in the 70s and 80s, and then the Japanese German car companies came in and just like cleaned a lot, there's like an old joke from that is kind of telling. It's a very old joke. Where it's like, well, the Japanese car companies beat the American car companies. Well, it's like, well, in the Japanese car company, you had 8 people rowing and 1 person steering, and in the American car company, you had 8 people steering and 1 person rowing. Guess what's the boat? So measure the boat race. Yeah, boat race. Japanese boat, you got 8 people rowing, 1 person steering. In the American boat, you got 1 person rowing and 8 people steering. And when the American car company loses the race, they fire the rower. And it's like, okay, that was actually kind of true. Yeah, like everyone wants to be the boss, and everyone wants to do the work. Type of thing.
Yeah. One thing that a lot of people are concerned about is the potential disruption that's going to come about with automation and AI. That a lot of these jobs, manufacturing jobs, Teamsters, all that stuff, is going to be eliminated. What do you, I mean, you're at the forefront of this. So how do you see this playing out, and what do you think that can be done to mitigate a lot of the loss of purpose that a lot of people are going to feel, loss of income? Obviously, universal basic income is being floated about, but that seems to me to only be part of the problem. The other big part of the problem is people losing a sense of purpose.
Yeah, we're talking about something which is still pretty far in the future. You know, like
how far do you think it is?
Well, I mean, it's probably 15, 20 years. So we've got like immediate issues. We've got short-term issues that are 1 to 3 years. Medium-term issues like 5 to 10 years. Long-term issues for 20 years. Long term, I think there's this question of AI robotics. How do you find it's like years ago in robotics? But we're still a long way to go for that.
Okay, thank you.
And I do think it's like 80% likely to be for that. So
okay,
I don't want to have their own personal robot. And I think at some point we want to have your own personal C3PO company.
So it's going to be essentially just like everyone has their own phone.
Yeah, everyone will have their own robot buddy.
Well, it would be great if it protected you. Like if you walk down the street of New York City and have a Terminator with you.
I don't know. We don't want this to be the fun of James Cameron. You know, more Gene Roddenberry than James Cameron movie situation.
But it would be fascinating to watch some rich person walk down the street of New York City flanked by 2 giant Tesla robots, Jack Tesla robots, that protect you. Yeah, somebody fully robot to protect you from a bad neighborhood. Yeah. That would be very interesting. I mean, you can potentially see that.
Yeah.
Restaurants probably have no robot rules. Can't bring a robot.
Yeah, leave a robot.
Yeah, leave the robot outside. The robot standing by the table.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild.
It's gonna be wild. Yeah, it's gonna be really unpredictable. Like I don't think. I mean, you probably have a pretty good sense of it, but I think most people don't understand the wave that's coming. Yeah. And it's gonna kind of completely drown society and change it forever.
Yeah. And we have, like I said, it's not like it's not gonna happen like overnight. But it's 20 years from now. Like, it's like 20 years from now. Because more human robots than weapons.
Yeah. More humanized. Well, that's so crazy. Like, so it's like more guns. We have more guns than people in America. We have more robots than people in America as well. You have a bunch of old robots. Nobody wants any more.
Yes.
In a historical timeline, 20 years in the past is not a big deal. You know, I mean, it's a big deal. We go from like 1900, 1920, no, it's not a big deal. 1920, 1940, no, it's not a big deal. 1940, 1960, things are getting weird. 60 to 80, wow, that's a big difference. 80 to 2000, holy shit, now you have the internet. 2000 to 2020, whoa, this is nuts. You have propaganda, social media, YouTube, streaming. 20 years from now, like, what are we even talking about? It's gonna be that much of a shift. Like, it's all accelerating. And we're in the middle of it, so it's very difficult to sort of like feel it while it's happening. It kind of just feels like life. And you just get adapted to the changes.
Yeah. I mean, people's phones at this point are super cool. The fucking object and just feel good about it.
Yeah, it's normal. They get mad with what's the Lucy joke about using your phone while playing. Fucking piece of shit. You're in the sky. You're floating in the air.
No, Woolworth Stone.
What's that?
Woolworth Stone. It's a Stone.
Yes.
It's a Stone. Well,
Well, I was telling you, I used Starlink when I was in Utah. I was in the mountains in Utah. There was no cell phone service anywhere near. We had full YouTube. We had text messages, FaceTime, everything, phone calls. It was nuts. It is. It's crazy. It's so light when I brought it out there. Like, that's it. This is it. Just plug it in. And the guys I was in camp with were like, this is crazy. The whole camp was like sharing it. So like 10 people using the Wi-Fi signal. It's nuts. And then, you know, that's the beginning. I mean, what you're at right now is like the
Thank you.
Starlink Mini. Right? So this is like a very small version. How much smaller can you go out from that?
Well, there's sort of area that you need, like the bigger the area, the more you can, like as
higher bandwidth.
Yeah, because you're like trying to catch these like photons essentially. So you think of the area of the antenna is the more area you have, the more photons you can catch. So, but we have a direct to cell capability as well. We've been watching that. We'll turn on probably in a few months. That'll actually connect directly to the cell phone on Wi-Fi. But because the cell phone is a much worse antenna than dedicated antenna, will be about 100 times less bandwidth. It's still you build like 3,000 streams, pictures, videos,
one of the cool things about the new phone, the new iPhone 16, I got it out this last month, and I was text messaging satellites, iMessages, and receiving it, just text. Yeah, just text. Still pretty impressive to me. Yeah. I mean, when are we going to do reach out? I mean, when you reach out, yeah. What are the chances? We fuck this whole thing up. 50%?
It's hard to say. I mean, I guess I don't think civilization will be totally destroyed unless there's like some really massive global nuclear war. But I mean, Stephen Hawking, he would say that there's like at least 1% chance of total annihilation every century. That was his rough estimate. But there's a much bigger chance of civilization being less capable than it is today. So you say like, well, because you look at say, well, these great civilizations throughout history, the ancient Sumerians or the Egyptians, the Romans, like there's like a life cycle of civilization. They reach a peak and then they started subsiding. So I think the bigger question is like, well, will our technology level be better or worse than it is today in 100 years? I think it's probably going to be better. I think, but any estimates are going to be so. There's so many dependencies. Like an estimate, I think is the function doesn't gain meaning. Just like there's so many things that can happen in 100 years.
Well, the logical hope is always that people pay attention to history and they recognize the patterns and how civilizations have collapsed, and they recognize what's going wrong in the current society and say we have to do our best to mitigate this. And we've seen this happen before. Let's course correct and let's sort of manage what we've got here now and maintain what we've got here now because it's pretty extraordinary. This is what we're hoping for with this election. This is what we're hoping for with the future. Is that people can see we're on a bad path and something can be done right now. And it might be the only moment in history where this is possible. Because if they do, lock the country down and make it so that voting is kind of bullshit. You're only going for primaries, and the people that they put in the primaries, they're controlling that in the first place. You don't really have democracy anymore. You don't really have choice. You don't really have freedom.
That's right. Yeah, I think freedom is fundamentally at stake in the election tomorrow. You know, I think we'll know by the end of the day it's going to take something like days after election.
Are you optimistic?
I'm currently optimistic, but the biggest factor here is that men need to vote. That is the biggest issue. So I don't know what the reason is, but men just vote at a much lower rate than women.
It's like 9%, right? Someone just told me that today.
It's a big difference. I'm just like saying as a message to men out there: vote like your life depends on it, because I think it does. Vote tomorrow like your life depends on it. Nothing is more important.
I agree.
Yeah.
Listen, man, thank you for being here. I know you're busy as fuck, so I really appreciate your time. And again, I thank you so much for buying Twitter because I really do believe that you've changed the course of history. I really do think you've created a pathway where people can actually express themselves and actually exchange information that really didn't exist before. And I think it was dangerous.
It is dangerous. Hopefully I live long enough to see my kids grow up and people on Mars.
Well,
that's the one I'm asking for you.
I don't think that's too much now. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Physiological reasons for that, they believe. Our friend Dr. Mark Gordon, who's done a lot of work on traumatic brain injuries and depression amongst athletes and soldiers, he did a lot of research on that. And one of the things they found is that people that undergo like a long period of anesthesia and either heart surgery or any kind of major surgery, there's a disruption of your endocrine system afterwards that leads people to be just weary and broken down. And I can imagine that, along with the Senate race and all the other chaos and all the stress that's involved with that, it plays a significant factor.
Well, I'm sure it must have been a factor. I discovered that I had two friends, they're roughly my age, and they had young kids, and they took their lives. And they were both in the media, and both one worked for an incredibly elite organization, and the other one had a really strong position. One had a heart attack, and the other one had a stroke years earlier, and I found out. And I wish I could have talked to them, and I did talk to them, but it doesn't mean they were weak or that they gave up. It's just I got lucky, and I found my emergency brake. And if you have any kinds of study on people and self-harm, there was an individual, he jumped off the Golden Gate, and he survived. And immediately after he says, as he crossed over the rail, I want to live, what have I done? It's like I made a terrible mistake. And you hit the water going 75 miles an hour, and it's very against chance of surviving, but he did. And now he became obsessed with this idea, and he looked out for everyone that survived. And about 45 people out of 1,800 people that have jumped over, they survived. And it was unanimously, people immediately, oh my God, I want to live, I want to live, I want to live. And not one single person thought, oh, I wish I was more successful. So I try to put that forward. And I can't imagine how difficult, because they had children the same age mine, trying to explain to a 10-year-old son, like, well, why did daddy leave? And those are dark conversations. And so it's not about weakness, it's about trying to get away from that. People that are suffering, it's like your mind is on fire. And you just want to get away from it. Just away from it. And every now and then you have kind of like the eye of the hurricane, where you finally thought maybe things are going to get better, but it roars back in, and it's like you get back to that very dark place. And I just tell everybody, I'm begging you, stay in that game. I promise you it can get better. And the depression is lying to you. It is absolutely lying to you. And it's like, don't make the kind of choice that you can't come back from.
I have a friend who jumped off the bridge, died that way. Yeah, it's a terrible thing to find out, and you always feel like you could have talked to them, you could have helped. You always feel like, I didn't know you were suffering. And then I found out they died a few days later, and it's just like, it just leaves you feeling so lost. It's such a terrible way to jump through that bridge. God, how many people, would you say how many people jumped off that bridge, the Golden Gate?
I think that they referenced there were about over 1,800 people, and a small tiny survived. And really, being faced that idea that you're not going to come back, it's like spontaneously cured. Like, oh my God, I want to live, I want to live, I want to live. Like, it was unanimous about. And that's such an important kind of research that he did. And it's like, and again, like, that's my message. It has to be very simple. Stay in that game. It's like, you can't do this. You can't do this.
And you need support.
Yeah, you need support, whatever that is. And some people have different kinds of resources. I mean, I would want that for everybody, the resources that I have. And that's not fair. It's not fair. And I got lucky. It's not because I'm so strong or better. It's like, no, I just got lucky on that. And I promise you, you're not going to regret staying in the game. And you can get better. And that is probably, I think, in my opinion, that's about 75% of getting back better.
What have you done to help? What has helped you?
My family. That's really what every person needs to have, like that I call that like an emergency brake. It's like, you're out of control. You're having the darkest conversation you'll have with yourself, and you have to have something to stop that. Otherwise, you're going to go over the edge. And everyone needs to have that, whatever that is, whether it's your family, whether it's your wife or your husband, or whether it is, or this, that there has to be it has to get better. It's going to get better. That's why I say stay on the game. And I'm not an expert. I'm not trained in that. But when people reach out to me and say, well, I feel like this, and I'm like, hey, it's like, help works. I promise you it will get better. And I can't guarantee what your path will be. But what I can say is that stay in that game, and you are going to find your way on that path. And you're never going to regret. It's like, oh, the finality of that. Some things you can make a bad choice, and that might set you back in life. But that's the one choice you can't come back from. And you will leave people in your life that they'll never understand, or you wish you could reach back and you could let them know. Stay away from that kind of blackness, because I promise you would regret and if you can't come back.
So what has helped you? Counseling, medication? Like what are the things that got you back on track other than just your family?
The election and everything. I was convinced that I'd lost everything. It was difficult to fully speak, and my kids, they got pulled into the social media kinds of invective, and it's like I've destroyed my health. I've against odds, I won, and now am I going to be able to do this job? And would I have been better off if I didn't survive? And I got to that kind of a dark place, but. And then I just had this that spontaneous where it's like my kids. It's like no, I love you. It's like, oh my gosh. It's like when they were visiting, I didn't want them to visit me at Walter Reed. I was like, why would they want to be around this?
Right.
But they did, and it was like this kind of spontaneous kinds of love, and it just was like a shot. And it's just like I can come back. I thought it's like, well, why would they want this mess back? And then just working through a lot of those things and other kinds of techniques and things. It was like that was probably the single most transformative event where it's like I realized I can come back to my life. Otherwise, it's like I thought I lost everything. Would I be able to even do my job? And it's like, do I even have a career? I mean, I'm talking about, that was a significant national story whenever I signed myself in, and that pulled my kids in through that. I mean, this idea, and after we announced that we're signing in, and there were news trucks outside their house, and they had the trauma of thinking that Dad could have lost after the stroke, and now it's put them through so much. And that's why I was convinced that they probably don't want me around. And then I made the stupid mistake of, I went on social media and things, I read some of that shit. I mean, it's just millions and millions of views and videos, and it's just like, going after my family, and it's saying, hey, he's a vegetable, he's a retard, and sling blade, and all kinds of things. And it wasn't the individual kinds of insults, it was the volume and just how widespread it was. And I'm like, who jumps online to go after a stranger that's never really done anything to you personally?
I think it's not just individuals. I think it's targeted. I think there's a lot of that stuff, especially when there's something that is significant as a Senate seat. And I think there's...
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like if I have $100 million to convince you that you're a terrible person and you're the worst thing ever, and that inspires a lot of people, and hey, that's the mission. It's like he must be those things. And we're now there's no tap out. There is no tap out. It's like even after I won, in some sense, it actually accelerated.
Right. It's not that the war's not over. It's just begun.
No. The second you step into that kind of arena on the federal level for like a Senate seat, if it's like a purple state like Pennsylvania, I promise you there will be tens and tens of millions of dollars, and their mission is to turn you into the worst thing in the world, and whoever survives the one that's going to be in that seat. And I still will never understand why someone, independently wealthy kinds of people spend incredible amounts of money. And I try people, I'm like, there's no glamour here. like I'm in a 500 square foot apartment, and I'm like, here's my phone, I'm like, hey, Grubhub, what's it tonight? And then it's like, I'm like, I watch, TV on Netflix and things, and I ask my colleagues, I'm like, hey, is there kind of secret society, like, like crazy parties, or sitting around with cigars, and, well, no, I kind of have the same version of that.
That's the perception, though, right? The perception is
the perception is
divided into a club.
Yeah,
that you control the world.
Yeah, that we all have many kinds of dialogue on West Wing. Like talking like kinds of turn. And really, it's just like, and I describe that as a lot of it's just bad. It's just bad performance art. That's usually what it is. It's just bad performance art. And some people, like if you're in a safe state or safe seat, and especially if you have the resources and they're incredibly wealthy people, they buy a house and they move their life there. So you're able to kind of things. But like I don't have those resources, and I'm in a very very poorly eligible. And so I spend more than 50% of my time away, and I miss my kids. It's rough for that. I mean, I signed up for that, but I promise you, there's no glamour in that.
Well, there's certainly no glamour if you're honest. But I think there's a lot of people that look to certain members of the government that have jobs that pay $150,000, $170,000 a year, but somehow or another acquire hundreds of millions of dollars over the course of their career, usually through some kind of insider trading.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I don't own any of those stocks or anything indefinitely. Like, if you have any kinds of impact, or you know that there's something civic that's coming, it's like you
how is that legal?
We should have the kind of legislation to make sure that you're not, like, if you are on Congress, you shouldn't have any kinds of stocks because you are going to be passing kinds of laws, etc., etc. That you have to separate that. There really should be a part of that kinds of a thing. And I mean, I'm all out. I'm open. All of us, we have to have our wealth and all that. And if I'm not the poorest, I have probably the bottom five. And other people there are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. So we can't have that situation where if you're going to be involved on this kind of legislation, that you can't be enriched by those kinds of, and there has to be some kind of influence.
That seems simple. That seems like logical. Like most people would agree to that.
There's a lot of inertia. It's the same thing. I think if any one of us were being honest, money is destroying our democracy. And that's some people that might sound trite or it's a cliche, but it's 100% though.
I think most people who are objective would agree with you.
I promise you, it is absolute. It is a scourge of American democracy. And money is king. And what's that money for? That money is for tearing you apart, and that creates more and more kinds of instability and cruelty. And then now, when I was in graduate school for that stuff, I mean, there wasn't social media, and there wasn't podcasts, there wasn't all kinds of things. So that made it more difficult. But now there's all of those things, and social media is an accelerant, and just unlimited money. And that is what like I'm sure you're an athlete, and if you've heard that NFL players, it's like, wait, would you want your son to play? And sometimes say, well, I wouldn't want that for my son. And it's like I'm relieved that my oldest is like he has no interest in being in politics and that. So I can't imagine it's going to get better until we address this idea that unlimited money is unlimited attack, and it's unlimited cruelty and hyperbole and just all kinds of poisoning the well that half of us are going to hate your guts, and the other half, that's my team.
Yeah. Well, I strongly feel that the internet should remain the way it is in terms of people being able to post on social media anonymously if they so choose. But the problem with that is it can be captured by money, and it can be captured by these enormous groups that have bot farms, whether it's state actors, whether it's other countries, other nations that are doing that to try to attack our system and to try to promote certain narratives, or whether it's our own country itself doing it, because I think we do it too. And I think that PACs do it, and it's just
people hook themselves up. It's like you self-select your code.
Yes.
And like I'm a big fan of Apple News, and it's like $13 a month, but I read everything across the spectrum, very, very left and very, very right in between. And I think that's a responsibility, especially if you're like a leader, to be challenged, to challenge yourself on the ideas. And it's like clearly one side doesn't have all the answers, and the other side can't be 100% wrong. And it's just like being challenging and living or taking in other kinds of perspectives. I think that's a responsibility, because otherwise, if you only just cocoon yourself into, and it's just turns into a gigantic circle jerk. And that's why I just encourage people to just kind of dig in and just like, hey, the problem is them.
Yes. Well, it's a problem with human beings in general. So we tend to be very tribal, and we tend to commit to an ideology.
It's comfortable.
Yes, comfortable. Sure. Especially when you're in an echo chamber. Everyone's agreeing with you. You get social credit from saying the things that these people all agree with, and you feed off that. But it's when it's being captured by, it's not just these people exchanging ideas, it's also a bunch of people that are manipulating people's ideas. I don't know if you've ever paid attention to like Renee DeResta's work with the Internet Research Agency. What they uncovered, what they were doing was using, this was like during the 2016 election, using social media, and it was a lot of Russian troll farms and troll farms in the countries.
It's possible. But to be honest, that election wasn't turned on, I think, Russia. No. What happened in 2016 was Trump. He plugged into like kinds of an energy, or like he was just like kind of looking to make that kind of a connection there.
Well, he's a legitimate outsider. This is the appeal. The appeal is that people think the system is completely rigged, and it's captured by money and special interests and enormous corporations. And then here's a guy who's outside of the system completely. And the evidence of that is how the system turned against him. And how you got to see people on television every night talking about Russiagate, talking about how he's a puppet of Putin, talking about the Steele dossier, talking about all these different things that turned out to not be true. And it further cemented.
I never went into some of that kind of stuff, because if anyone had spent any time on the ground in one of those states, it's very clear that wasn't because of some small kinds of tweets and things like that, whatever. It's undeniable, and also remember, like he was the Republican Party was like, hey, this is a joke. I remember Jeb Bush, and he had like $100 to $200 million, and he just went by, he took them off, and even then people thought he was going to win, but he did. But remember though, overall though, that was 75,000 votes. That's a mathematical, like, if you think of that, 160 million votes, 75,000 spread across 3 large states, including my own, that transformed American politics and then the world as well. And it just came down to 75,000 voters in those 3 states, and that's where we're at.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary time in that regard, right?
Okay, well, I mean, uncharted territory. Well, I referenced the movie a few minutes ago, Bulworth. And it was he was a senator, and he kind of had like a breakdown, and he started saying provocative things. He used to get up in front of his audience and kind of like the gaffe of accidentally speaking, and it was kind of like it was absurd. And when I was in grad school, that was like put up as like, well, heck, I mean, all want to secretly go full bore. And but that's what really he championed there. He would say, well, it's kind of like he projects kind of like, well, fuck, and just say all this kinds of thing, and people have responded to those kinds of things. And that, you know, a lot of people think that's the bug, but you have to understand that for enough people, that's the feature, and that's kind of what they want. And whatever that is, it describes a brand. You know, it's not. I don't admire that, but you still have to kind of marvel at the level to say crazy kinds of things that you humble. Well, I guess maybe we're old enough to remember when George Bush, Al Gore, he's good, and that movement holds people are like he rolled his eyes at Bush, you know, like things and like it used to be much more staid, and now what's been said now, all this stuff. And I don't think people aren't paying attention to some of the whatever the latest outrage is.
Yeah, it's I think one of the core views is that you speak like a normal human being. You speak like a person that actually cares about these issues, and you seemingly speak from the heart. You don't seem polished, which is a good thing. And I think people.
I wish I was more handsome. I think it's good. No, it's I'm honest. Yeah, I'm honest. I think I'm in touch with, you know, what I'm limited. I wasn't blessed with a lot of looks, and
but it's not looks. It's the polish of speaking like a congressman, like a senator, like a presidential candidate. But it's this kind of bullshit way of communicating that's inauthentic. That even though it's effective, even though it's polished and smooth, people never get a sense of who that person is as a human being. Trump is not polished. He's not polished in that sense. But you get a sense of who he is as a human being. There doesn't seem to be a veil. There doesn't seem to be this disconnect between a human being and the thoughts. You might not agree with him. You might think he's crass or rude, but at least you know that he's the guy that's talking. These are his thoughts, and people trust that way more than they trust someone who's, you know, polished but full shit.
And no, it's that's our face. It's like, you know, we're involved.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna, you know, and that's you're losing politically if you're telling people to not believe what their eyes are seeing. Right. You know, like these kinds of issues, and it's like I'm not going to lie, or I'm not going to toe a line that if I don't believe in that. But in terms of the conversation, I think it's all I've got, and it's not because I don't care. It's actually I'm very committed and I really do care. But I think people are like, I think authenticity. That's one of the less meaningful currency in this shitty business.
So I was having a conversation this morning with a friend of mine. We were talking about voter ID, and he was shocked that you don't need voter ID in, I believe it's 15 states. 15 states require no ID. 20, I think it's 24 or 25 states require ID, but only, I think 11 of them require you to have photo ID. This is a weird one in this election that I've tried to look at as objectively as possible, and I can't see any reason why you would not need ID to vote unless you wanted people to vote that aren't qualified to vote.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, I'd like to remind everybody, and it's not like a talking point, it's in the fact that the voter fraud is incredibly rare. It's really hard to get away with that successfully. And in 2020,
at scale, you mean?
Yeah, it's not scalable. Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's like usually it's kind of local kinds of communities, and people, they either know that person or it's not. It's never going to be organized in the point where you can pack a box, or you can't determine that kind of thing. It's just that, you know, after election, it's just never been. You know, in 2020, out of over millions of votes in 2020 in Pennsylvania, there were 5 or 6 ones. And what happened is that they turned out to be Republicans, and they used their deceased, their dead moms, you know, to vote for Trump through that. And that was documented, and they were caught, they were charged, they were convicted, and all those votes, that would have been 6 votes out of all of it. So
do you think that that's the only voter fraud that exists?
Well, people also need to remind that, you know, the voter database, they're cross-checked against deaths, and, you know, who's moved or what's their status with the public. You know, all that's cross-checked back and forth. So it's a living kind of thing where it's continually updated, and all of those kinds of things, and it self-checks. And remember also, in 2020, you know, Trump, there was like, there's cheating, there's all these things are happening, and remember, there's probably 57, 58 red counties, and all of those commissioners that are in charge of that, they're like, hey, no, there was not. And even in Georgia, Governor Kemp, like, hey, you know, Georgia, you know, it was very close, but it was honest. There was no kinds of fraud in that. And that's Republican.
But other than making things a little bit easier to cheat, what would be the logic behind not having voter ID? I'll try to look at this as objectively as possible. I can't find any reason why you would not require someone to be able to prove that they're the person they say they are when they put in their ballot.
It's not a hill that I'm saying I have to die on that again.
But it's a vulnerability, clearly, right?
Well, it's also that some people may not believe that in a lot of these kinds of communities, you know, ones that I live in, for some people they don't have an ID necessarily, or they've lost it or whatever. And, you know,
but you need one to get a driver's license. You need one to get a
they don't have one. Yeah, they would have to get an ID, or it costs X amount of dollars, or those kinds of a thing. It's a barrier, and it usually tends to skew more towards people that are, you know, coming from those kinds of communities. And the Republicans understand that they're usually going to skew towards Democratic voters through that. So that's kind of the argument on that. And there's never been any evidence that there is widespread kinds of voter fraud, and that's.
Well, we really didn't have widespread mail-in ballots to the extent that it was done in 2020. We really didn't have
all those were. You know, those 5 or 6, you know, dead moms that were voting. Those were all. Well, actually, one guy went in, he voted, and then he went out to his car. And then it's like, he was trying to double vote.
Did you see the story about the Chinese national who was arrested? And then he tried to get his back, and that's how they caught him. Yeah, this thing just happened. And unfortunately, once he's voted, even though he was not eligible to vote, his votes won't count. Texas removed some. I mean, there's lawsuits about it, but Texas removed somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 million people that were ineligible to vote. That could have been voting.
Well, everybody knows who's voting.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by everybody knows?
And remember also sort of Dominion. You know, people on Trump's side, they all said that Dominion was corrupt, and that cost Fox $800 million. They had to pay $800 million about defamation for saying that it was rigged, or if it's not, and there was no evidence. They just acknowledged that this was the honest thing. So,
but Dominion is it's a computer program, right? It's a computer. Like that's what you do. You do electronic voting.
Yeah, that was a system that mostly, and often it was red states.
Do you remember? Well, that is true. Because do you remember the documentary Hacking Democracy? Did you ever see that?
again, there's always going to be people that are going to try to have an influence on.
Right. Did you see that documentary? It was about the Republicans doing it.
I haven't seen the
It was a
documentary.
documentary during the Bush administration, and one they showed that the Diebold machines, when Diebold was a significant contributor, I believe, to the Republican Party, they showed in the documentary that you could use a third-party input to change the results. And they actually proved it in the documentary, and people were pointing to this is, oh my God, the Republicans are cheating, and the Republicans have used this to try to rig the election for George Bush. It was an HBO documentary.
I'm not accusing. I've never accused the Republicans. Like, well, for example, in 2016.
No, what I'm trying to say is that this is not a thing that's only been leveled against the Democrats using it. This is not an accusation that only applies to Democrats in the past. The similar accusation was applied to Republicans.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we can all agree that we need to have just like our border, we need a secure border, and we need an absolutely secure voting system as well too. I mean, that should never be considered controversial.
Right.
And in 2016, a lot of Democrats were outraged that we lost. But I never claimed that there was, the Republicans cheated or do all these kinds of things. And it's like, the problem for accusing that there was voter fraud is that if you don't like the outcome,
right?
So, and I've never witnessed an election if they won that they claim, well, there might be, we might have cheated, and they were not cheating. So, so I think that's kind of, I think that's kind of the underlying truth about that. And of course, I think I was first Democrat saying, hey, look, we need a secure border. It's a significant issue. And if I thought there was any kinds of issues, and I've been very vigilant, Brad, I've been actively involved in those kinds of things, and I've never witnessed those kinds of things.
What do you mean by issues? Like, what kind of issues are you talking about? You're talking about people letting people in order to get votes?
Well, it's not. There's not that level kinds. I don't think there's that level kinds of organization.
But there is an organization that's moving these people to swing states. There's a significant number of these people that are illegal immigrants that have made their way to swing states. And then there's been calls for amnesty. There's been calls for allowing these people to have a pathway to citizenship and allow them to vote. The fear that a lot of people have is that this is a coordinated effort to take these people that you're allowing to come into the country, then you're providing them with all sorts of services like food stamps and housing and setting them up, and then providing a pathway to amnesty, and then you would have voters that would be significantly voting towards the Democrats because they're the people that enabled them to come into the country in the first place and provided them with those services. This is a big fear that people have, and that you're rigging the system, and that this will turn all these states into essentially locked blue like California is.
Well, it's like, immigration is always going to be a tough issue in our nation. I had as a professor in grad school, Alan Simpson, and he was a United States senator. He was in Wyoming, and he was actually approached a choice Republican. How rare that would be, doesn't exist now. And he said you are never going to have any meaningful immigration kinds of legislation. He's like, because both sides, that's useful for them, and it's going to be back and forth, back and forth. And he said that 25 years ago.
Useful meaning the debate, having it always some
it's useful for one side or the other. It's useful. And he said they were never going to be. And he said that in 1999. And I voted for the border deal, and that went down. And that's, he said that 25 years ago, and that was absolutely true now. That they had an opportunity to do a comprehensive border, bipartisan, and that went down because Trump he declared that that's a bad deal after it was negotiated with the other side.
But didn't that deal also involve amnesty? And didn't that deal also involve a significant number of illegal aliens being allowed into the country every year? I think it was 2 million people. So it's still the same sort of situation, and their fear is exactly what I talked about, that these people will be moved to swing states, and that will be used to essentially rig those states and turn them blue forever.
Well, I'm not really sure if that's what's in play. I think it's really it's important we have to have an honest conversation.
But doesn't that seem logical though? If you have a significant number of people that are being moved into swing states that have come across the border illegally, and then you provide them with all these services, you provide them with food stamps, EBT, you provide them with housing, you could, if you gave those people amnesty and allow those people to vote, and it was very organized, you're talking about 75,000 votes over a few counties that switched everything over to the Republicans. You could see how you import 10 million people over the course of 4 years illegally, and then move a significant number of them to swing states, and then provide them with all these services, and then give them a path to citizenship. You could essentially rig those states.
Undeniably, immigration is changing our nation. I mean, I haven't spent a lot of time in Texas, but it's very clear that immigration has remade Texas, and I think it's generally it's for a good thing. And like my wife's Brazilian, and her family was documented, and she was 7 years old when she was brought here. And I'm the big pro immigration guy that there was, but it also has to be true that we need a secure border, and we have to work this out because we are pretending that you have millions and millions of people living in the shadow, and they are here, and we have to work together and figure out a way to get forward because they're here. And it seems incredibly a difficult kind of logistics thing, and I think it's also un-American to round everybody up, and the vast majority of them are just living legal lives and doing a lot of the jobs that other people here would never do. I think we can agree on that.
J.D. Vance actually talked about that the other day when he was here. He was explaining how there are CEOs of large corporations that want these people to come across because they need cheap labor, and the way to get cheap labor is have people that are illegals working for less than what would be our minimum wage.
Well, I'm not aware. I mean, minimum wage really. I think it's most incredibly difficult and violent kind of jobs, and that's meat,
jobs that a lot of people don't want.
Those are kind of really rough.
Meat processing, construction,
very rough.
Right. This is the thing that's been said about Springfield, Ohio, that these Haitians that have moved to Springfield, Ohio, there's people complaining about, but the people that have employed these people are saying, listen, these people are taking jobs that other people that live in this community don't want. They work very hard, and they're very happy that they have this pathway to be in America now. I think most people that come here because they want a better life for their families. And America is essentially a country that was founded by immigration. I'm a grandchild of immigrants. I'm here because of immigration. This is an immigrant country essentially.
And it's like the Haitians, they're referencing in Ohio and Springfield. I mean, they're not eating dogs, they're not eating rats and those kinds of things. Now, it's reasonable. I mean, I said the same thing. We have to have a secure border, but it didn't even apply to that situation. That was all a legal situation. That was entity, and that's because Haiti was terrible. Terrible situation. And to me, they were doing those jobs, and Republicans, even the Republican governor was saying, like, these are good workers. And this is not the problem. They aren't eating geese. and it's just like you can be very pro border, like I am, or you can be very strict on immigration, but you don't have to demonize or try to turn a group of people in that they're eating your dog.
Well, they're eating ducks and eating. Look, I'm sure some people have done that. You know why I know that? Because some people do that in places that are just Americans. Ducks are edible, and some people want to eat a duck, and it's just like, you're not going to stop it. But that's not the major problem that people face. So this is the pro side of it, right? The pro side of it is you give a pathway to people that are from very unfortunate circumstances, and I think we would both agree that if we were living in those countries and there was a pathway to citizenship in the United States, all you had to do was make it across the border, we would both do it. It was better for our families, it was better for our future. If we were living in a place that had no hope and no future, and all you had to do was make it to America and you could work, we would all do it. I would do it, you would do it. I bet everybody listening to this would do it if they found themselves in that circumstance. That's the best aspect of it. The best aspect of it is good people that are ambitious, that want a better life, which is how this country was founded. The worst aspect of it is Venezuelan gangs that are taking over apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado, and San Antonio, Texas. That's the worst aspect of it, is that they're letting in gang members. Venezuela's emptied out their prisons, and essentially, according to the president,
aerial boat lift, yes, that's the whole.
Right, what happened in Cuba. Yeah, the same kind of deal. Emptying out their prisons and instructing these people to make it to America. This is a significant problem with the open border.
Yeah, and that's why we need a secure border. And there's also, and all of this is about a trick, is that America is a beacon to the world. Millions of people. The demand to become a citizen here, to participate in our amazing society, the demand outstrips the space. They're already very pro-immigration. We allow more kinds of a path, more than any other nations in the world on that. And people are willing to die, and they put themselves at risk just to come here to be here. So America isn't the problem. America is one of the great hopes in the world, and that's why so many people want to come be a part of that. And that's why it has to have an effective border. And it's like, if, we had a real issue here, and we wanted to address that. And that's why, my former professor said that you're never going to have that kind of a deal, because it is useful for both sides to weaponize that and to demonize one side and put the other thing in there, because it's a serious, important issue.
It's a political talking point that they're always going to use. That's what you're saying.
It's useful. I mean, it's weaponized. And that's why you have to have an honest conversation.
Right.
I was reaching out saying that was referred to HR1, and that was like kind of like the dream kind of immigration law coming out of the House. And I was like, hey, if that border deal goes down, then it's like, hey, we should continue to have a conversation.
Right.
It's like they're parts.
But what's contradictory is that, say if you're coming from Canada or Europe and you're a highly skilled, college-educated person who wants to live in America and become a United States citizen, the path to citizenship is incredibly difficult. It's hard. You have to go up for review. You have to show that you're doing something that Americans can't do. You have to be a person of significant talent or ability. There's something about you that we want you in here. Yet, if you just make it across the border and walk in, people want to give you amnesty, and they want to allow you to pass citizenship quickly. Without any of those hoops, you don't have to take tests. You don't have to go up for review. Not only that, but once you get here, once you apply for amnesty, there's a significant wait period where you're allowed to maintain your residence in this country. It's between 7 and sometimes longer years.
Yeah, we have to figure out what's the way.
Well, that's kind of crazy, though, isn't it?
The fact is, we have an issue. We have billions of people here, and the vast majority of them are living legal kinds of lives. And
what would you do if you were the president? Let's imagine President Fetterman has to deal with this issue. You want to address the American people. What do you think should be done?
I would have the same conversation to the Congress and the American people like right now as well. Like, I think it's two things can be true at the same time. You can be very pro-immigration. I wouldn't have the beautiful family that I have if it wasn't for challenges and issues with immigration. But then we have to figure out a way that we can marry a successful way that we can combine. I think personally, I think that immigration is really one of our secret weapons. I think that's what makes America so strong.
I agree with you.
I think that's made it.
Ambitious people want a better life. I mean, that's literally how we're founded. That's what
you see people trying to live illegally in India or Russia. You don't see people trying to break into nations like that. I mean, it's in some sense, it's in a weird way, it's like it's a significant but a good problem to have, because we're such an amazing nation.
Yes, agreed.
But if I'm President Fetterman, I'm like, hey, we got to figure this out. I'm not going to demonize Republicans and say that you're xenophobic. I mean, the second you start calling somebody, oh, you're xenophobic, it's like within the conversation is going to shut.
Right.
And I'm saying, it's like a serious conversation requires serious people. And the second, and that's when you talk about unlimited money. And it's like suddenly you're like, I mean, I had gigantic billboards like Fetterman equals open borders, and Fetterman like just like I get turned into like
Marxist.
I just did that, all these kinds of things, and it's just like, and of course that was never true. And then when I had the opportunity, because as I'm a senator and we have that kinds of legislation in front of me, I'm like, yes, we need to have a serious one. And people are like, well, shocked, like, oh, wait a minute, I thought they told us that he was all like, we're in, whatever. And it's just not true.
Well, that's the problem with people building a fake narrative around your actual opinions. I think people have been shocked by you, and we've actually talked about it on the podcast over the last couple of years. You say very reasonable things, very reasonable, honest things.
That's the thing.
It's rare for politicians.
I'm eager to talk to anyone. And it's like, I was thrilled to be here, and I've been a long time fan of yours, and it's like these are the kinds of, parts of time we become too friendly. We're not allowed to talk about these things. We're not allowed to have this conversation. I never understood why that's really a problem. But it's like when people discover, it's like, well, hey, he seems to be kind of reasonable, or maybe I disagree with some things, but he's not what $100 million, trained me to think that that's what's true.
Right, the propaganda. So, like, what do you think could be done if you were President Fetterman? Let's bring it back to that. What would you do about the border? Like, how do you secure the border, but also allow a pathway for people to pursue their hopes and dreams in the United States?
Yeah, I would have, for me, I would have started with the HR2, and there are elements that are just not palatable to. There are members of my colleagues that that they come from more deep blue states, and that becomes it's not palatable to some people.
So how do you secure the border? How would that be done?
Well, I mean, it's got to have the best border deal is the only one that can pass. And if HR2 was described as like kind of like I call that the OnlyFans list of what Republicans want for immigration.
Why?
The OnlyFans wish list. Now this is the old one. It's like the OnlyFans. This is what we want. And that was never going to pass. That was never going to pass. That was like what every Republican's on the House. The hardliners. That's what it was. And they passed it because in this cycle the Republicans have the majority of the House. And now they put that up, and that's never going to pass in the Senate because we have control. And then that kind of got sidelined. And then when everything kind of came together, and that was the aid deal. That was for Ukraine, for Israel, and for China. And then the Republicans tied the border to pass it back. And there were some people that were frustrated saying, hey, no, that's
one of the more frustrating things about bills is that you can take a bill about an issue, say energy or whatever, immigration, and attach a bunch of other stuff like support for foreign aid, support for specific wars, or whatever it is. You could throw a bunch of stuff in there that really shouldn't be in there, and then you have these bills that are 2,000 pages long, and no one's really reading them.
I thought it was reasonable. I thought it was reasonable to have that conversation. I'm like, yeah, let's have that conversation. Right. I mean, because for me it was about security, and for that aid bill, that was for me, and I think that was
that was our global war on democracy.
Right.
You know, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's in Israel and China, clearly what their intent for China is on Taiwan, and all of that's coming, and that's really what's under undeniable. Democracy is under attack, and that's why I'm like, hey, we got to stand, and we got to push back against that. And now, and like, hey, and we need to have a secure border, so let's put everything together, and we reached that. We actually reached that, and it took months. It literally took months.
But give me your utopian version of it. Like, let's assume that you could just get this passed. What would you do? What would you do to secure the border, but also provide a pathway to people that want a better life?
It's only going to have to be a negotiating way, palatable to both sides.
I understand that, but what would you do if you knew you could just get something through without this negotiation? What do you think could be done? What's the best version of it? What's the utopian version for John Fetterman?
Well, again, I think eventually, if you are living your best lives and you're following the law and you really just showed up because, hey, I have no path for a life that I would want for my kids. You know, it's like, and that's very American. Yes. What's inside the Statue of Liberty? It's like, send us, you know, our total masses too. It wasn't just, hey, send in the PhDs and you know, and those kinds of things. I mean, that's what really made our nation. And, you know, the steel industry. You know, in my part of the state, that came from, it was European. It was all kinds of immigrants. They all came in. They couldn't build the houses fast enough, and that was all foreign labor. And a lot of them were sacrificed because it was incredibly a dangerous business in the steel industry. Yeah. And that built our nation, and that became part of our society. And that's really every kinds of wave, you know, and that. And to me, America has to be open and a path for anyone that's playing by the rules, because the group that you're from or the part of, you all started the same kind of a process. It's inevitable. That's the enduring truth, and that's what made America special and made us make us strong.
I agree with you. So, but what could physically be done to secure the border? I mean, the wall was sort of dismissed during the Trump administration, but it was also discussed during the Obama administration. Even Bill Clinton talked about the importance of having secure borders. What could be done physically to secure the border?
Yeah, well, again, because it's like that becomes like a third rail. We can't talk about this, or.
Well, I understand that politically, but let's just assume that that's not an issue. What would you want to do?
It's like, I would want to make sure that first we have to acknowledge the truth. It's like immigration has been an issue because America is an amazing country, and they're coming from broken countries where they all recognize that there's not a meaningful path for them to have a quality of life, and they're willing to risk their lives, and sometimes they even drown. And it's like, I can't imagine turning like, could you imagine turning your children over to a coyote, and you know they're gonna go like if you're trying to leave, imagine in Pennsylvania, it's like walking to North Carolina with your kids on your back. I mean, it's like these are desperate kinds of situations, right? And it wasn't an invasion in that sense. It was just people wanting to have a part of the American dream, and acknowledging where that's at, and it needs to have a path. Otherwise, you're gonna have to round up, and that's not realistic, and there's not the resources, and that's going to be incredibly disruptive, and it's going to be damaging economically as well too.
So how do you provide a pathway while also securing? How do you provide a pathway while also securing the border?
Well, to me, I think we can, chew gum and walk at the same time on this. And it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be messy, and it's not going to be.
Right, but what would that look like?
Whether there's actually a barrier, or hiring thousands and thousands of more agents, and whatever that it takes on that. And it's like the best ordered deal in that situation is the best one that can pass. Right. Because otherwise, boy, if I could wake up with a perfect head of hair, or I could, it's like but it's like practicing the possible, and we were as close as we've ever gained in years and years, and that never came into.
I understand what you're saying, that it has to pass, but what I'm saying is, imagine that wasn't the case. What could be done? Like, if we could all agree, we put politics aside and say, you know what, everything John Fetterman is saying makes total sense. We do need a pathway for these people. It is a beautiful part of America. The reason why people come here in the first place is because it's the land of opportunity. But yet we also have to keep Venezuelan gangs and prisoners from coming across, and murderers and gang members and cartel.
Yeah, and we have to weed them out, and we have to deport them. Absolutely. It's like this is.
So how do you find them and how do you deport them?
What's that?
How do you find them and how do you deport them?
Well, again, that's just like taking some kind of an inventory, like who's actually here on this, and we have to figure out who's actually here on this kinds of thing. And there are going to be, statistically, that's a fact that out of X million people, for example, it's a fact that statistically that terrible things are going to be perpetrated by those things. And statistically, in some sense, that Native Americans, not American citizens, and the criminality, if anything, the criminality is slightly higher, in immigration communities as well. And some of the most pro-American kinds of views, that's projected in those kinds of communities. I mean, just like the community that brought my wife and their family to this country. And that's kind of where we're at. And I think what we're seeing now in this cycle, there are more and more Latinos that are, they're changing their views on some of those. They're like, hey, we do need a secure border. It's not necessarily assumed that because you are a member of a demographic that it's not necessarily consistent that it's going to be strong blue kinds of.
But we all want safety, right? We all want safety. We all want to minimize crime. Everyone.
Of course, yeah.
So you want a secure border to keep criminals from coming over here. That's the major impediment.
Of course, and a secure border with more and more resources put on that, and that makes it's impossible to make sure that, of course, you're going to have members of the immigration community. They're going to commit terrible kinds of crimes, and you're going to see, and those are going to be talked about in the popular media as well. It's undeniable, and I mean they're incredibly tragic, and it's a fact, and that's actually the truth of the American story. Immigration made our nation, and there were hard truths, and we have a hard truth right now, and we need to have a secure border, and we have to find a way to celebrate our immigrations and the kinds of what immigrations and the contributions that they made to this nation, and also to weed out or to minimize the kinds of negative kinds of things and those kinds of resources, because we can't possibly support an unchecked kinds of a situation that we had, and I described that. If you had 300,000 people showing up at the border, well, that's the side of Pittsburgh. Where are they going to go? How are we going to give them an American dream already? Because they're all going to need certain kinds of resources, and that should never be controversial to say it's like we can't. That's not sustainable. And it's like if we want for every immigrant their American dream, it's impossible if it's unchecked like that, and it shouldn't be controversial to anyone politically.
No, it's just reasonable. What you're saying is reasonable. What could be done, and who do you think is going to do a better job to boost our economy?
Well, I think it's undeniable too, and I'm certainly not going to discount some of the experience of some people that have been hit by eggs or other things, or inflation. But right now, our economy right now, it's the world's envy throughout all those things by any metric. It's our unemployment, the stock market, and the hundreds of thousands of new jobs that are being created throughout all those things. And our inflation has been kind of eased back into the check. But it's undeniable that there was an incredible inflation that hit certain kinds of families hard through those things. And I think that the next kind of wave, whether it's AI or those other kinds of innovations, whether that it's green energy or those kinds of things, it's going to continue to juice our economy.
What AI is AI's a big fear, right? Because AI is going to come with automation, and automation is going to come with removing
That
jobs.
is a challenge. On my walk here, well, I didn't walk here, but I saw a Waymo. A Waymo drove by me, and I'm like, there's no one in there.
No one in there.
There was no one in that car.
Did you see the
that's the first time
traffic jam?
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen a car and had literally no human was in that vehicle. And I was like, wow.
There's a bunch of them around Austin, and there was a traffic jam in Austin where they all got together at an intersection and no one knew what to do. Because all the robots were just like clogging up this intersection.
Yeah, a lot of that came from Pittsburgh too. And you would see those kinds of cars, but it always had a human in there. But that was the first time I saw like a robot car driving around in Austin. And yes, there's a lot of dislocation that's possible.
And that's just the beginning. It's going to be shipping. It's going to be truckers. I mean, that was a big issue with the longshoremen and the Teamsters that were going to go on strike. Yeah, please. I mean, that was a big part of one of their demands was that they see what's going on in China. They see that they're using automation to completely control shipping yards. That it's all done with machines and computers now. And this is going to displace a lot of people. This is something that Andrew Yang talked about in depth when he was running for president. Because he was talking about the need for some kind of universal basic income to provide people with money and food and housing, because jobs are going to be non-existent in a lot of different sectors, a lot of different markets, a lot of different things that have traditionally been done by people. Specifically driving. Driving is going to be a gigantic one. It's all going to be done by computers.
Yeah, well, I mean, universal guaranteed income. I'm not sure. I don't know, because you're going to have a lot of resources to provide a lot of that, and that creates all kinds of other issues and dynamics. But I'm not afraid of technology, but it's also acknowledging that there are going to be kinds of changes in those things. And I'm a big believer in technology takes us into a more productive kinds of economy, and they're going to help solve some of the challenges that we have in our society for those kinds of things. But I think we have to find a perfect balance that we don't stifle innovation, but we also have to remember that there are going to be people that might be left behind, and they're going to struggle. I mean, hey, I was mayor for 13 days, and I live in a community that was left behind by some of those things. And now the steelworkers. I live across the street from the steel mill, and then it was announced that Nippon was buying U.S. Steel, and basically all those steelworkers were done. They used euphemism saying, well, we're going to honor current labor deals. But that's a euphemism saying as soon as that's up, you're done. Right. And then that's going to be thousands of union jobs. And if you think it's going to be easy for those men and women to pull down six figures or those kinds of an income, it's like how insensitive to say, well, hey, learn coding or whatever. It's like, well, hey, it's not.
Coding's useless anyway. With AI, learning to code is going to be useless.
Exactly.
That's how quickly things change.
It's basically kind of like a fuck you, like good luck kind of thing.
Well, it's a dumb fuck you too, because even when they said learn to code, like that was like they're saying, hey, learn to code.
I'm not going to learn.
But here's the thing: even if you did, that's how quickly things change. Even if you did, now they're telling kids learning coding in universities is not necessarily going to be a pathway to a job, because all coding is going to be done by artificial intelligence.
Yeah, well, but they never even told us that they were going to sell that. And then a staffer sent me a picture on CNN saying that they're selling USD. I'm like, fuck that. And so I just went up on my roof and I had a video saying, hey, I promise I'm going to do anything I can to jam that up. And it's like, that's what we did. And we worked at the White House, and then suddenly all of that got jammed up. And suddenly, I'm so surprised, wink on wink, but Nippon found extra billions of dollars to make the kinds of upgrades to secure a future for those facilities in the Mon Valley. And to me, it's about following the union way of life. To me, steel is national security. And to me, if you turn your back on the working union families, I mean, it's like this. Those are really hard to replace those things. And so for me, two things are true at the same time. Our economy has evolved, but when we have an opportunity to stand for the union way of life, and we can't ever just outsource, our steel industry, right. Like I refuse to do that. So, and that's why we're in that situation right now. That it's like, hey, it's like that's what's true about some of these industries.
One of the things I was reading that was really crazy, and I'd love you to find out how much of this is accurate, Jamie. One of the things was this guy was explaining how scrap metal in the United States was shipped to China, where they make things with it instead of making things here, and then we buy what they make with our scrap metal, which seems to me kind of insane. The death of American manufacturing is a significant problem that we face, and it was really highlighted during COVID, right, where there wasn't chips coming in because everything was kind of locked down for a while, and people realized, like, hey, so much of what we need, particularly computer chips and medicine, so much of what we need is being made overseas.
I agree, and that's why Congress came together and President Biden led the whole chips legislation, and it's like we got to make shit in America, right. And it's like, of course, the future is in those kinds of industries and those things, so we have to protect the American economy for that thing, and that's why that's a bipartisan kinds of a push for that, and COVID that relieved a lot of vulnerabilities. It's like where a lot of these things come from, or but going forward on that, it's like we can never just surrender that American manufacturing. We can't assume and we can't allow that to turn completely outsourced.
No, I mean, it would be horrible, and it would be nice to bring things back. And it's also, one of the things we've been discussing a lot is that so many of the things that we need today, like particularly phones, are being made in an unethical way. Like we would never allow the working conditions that exist in these factories overseas, where American corporations are having their products made in a way that you would never legally be able to do in America, and yet they're doing this just to make more money. And
well, let's also talk about rare earth minerals stuff. Yeah, the Chinese have strategically just snapped up that market. I mean, that's a significant security issue. We're going to have to address that. And thankfully, we have identified as large deposits. But rare earth kinds of minerals, and that's a serious security issue, because the new economy and a lot of the new technology is going to depend on those kinds of incredibly, I think, a lot of kinds of minerals that some people have never even heard in their life, have no idea why that's important.
Right, and then oil as well. I mean, we have significant oil reserves in the United States. Apparently, we have more oil than other countries do. It's just a matter of accessing it. So, are you in favor of drilling for oil and fracking and all these different things too?
Yeah, 100%. And that's what's also true, is especially what happened after Russia invaded. And it was very clear that Europe have Russians kind of by the short hairs. A lot of Europe they were dependent on some of the Russian gas, and that's a fact too. And it's also what's true is that fossil fuels are part of our energy stack. Our energy has to evolve, whether that's hydrogen or nuclear. Now, even nuclear, that conversation is re-emerging. I grew up in South Pennsylvania. Maybe you've heard of Three Islands.
Sure, 3 Mile Island.
I had to evacuate when that happened. I was 9. Yeah, I had to evacuate.
Wow.
Because they could have turned. We could have never returned. That was really tense. Now they're reopening that because Microsoft is going to buy the electricity, because now that's going to be nuclear to run the data centers and those things. It's an important conversation. So if you are committed, and I think I do believe that you really have to make sure that nuclear is part of that conversation too, because zero kinds of emissions, and that's dependable kinds of energy that doesn't depend on the wind or the sun. But ironically, some people pretend that you have to have a conversation. So, but for
for the foreseeable future that fossil fuels are part of our stack. And for me, energy security is very important. National security. I mean, like if we can't power our economy, then that's a significant risk for our economy and our American way. And now I think we're a net exporter of energy. So I think that's a good thing. I think that's a great way to be. And it's being honest about that and the path forward. And I think everything has to be on the table because we have to have a portfolio that produces the kinds of energy that we're going to need to power our economy.
Another significant issue that a lot of people are concerned about is government interference in online censorship. And what was exposed during the Twitter files, that the FBI had contacted the original owners of Twitter and prevented that, or instructed them that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation, was trying to get certain accounts banned that were talking about COVID vaccines and the dangers of side effects and what the actual research was showing, and that this was a significant interference in the First Amendment, and that these corporations that were running these social media companies were being directly influenced by the federal government, and they were using this power to silence people from speaking out against certain things. This is very concerning to a lot of people, this idea that the government would infringe on our ability to be whistleblowers, to expose issues that have been hidden from the American people because of greed and money and politics. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, of course. I mean, I'm a free speech kind of person, and I think social media is kind of difficult to control. There's a difference between misinformation or just outright lying, or it's an agenda of a foreign nation that's trying to sow all these kinds of sentiments and those kinds of things. And it's kind of difficult to police all those things, and it's an ongoing kind of a situation. So, but I'm always going to try to err on the side of free speech. And then there's incredibly more and more kinds of platforms, just like one I'm on right now, talking about these kinds of things. And I'm not, clutching my pearls if there's having conversations that I may or may not agree or disagree on what's being talked about those things. But I think people there's also a level of responsibility to be to discern what you're hearing. I think that's true, or I think that's trash, or it's like those kinds of things. And just because always asking myself, in what I'm read, is that just true, or is there a perspective? Where's it coming from? Who's behind those kinds of things? So I mean, it's a difficult kind of what's the appropriate kind of balance. But it's absolutely it's also a fact that there are bad actors behind some of those kinds of conversations or some of those kinds of misinformation as well too. And absolutely, incitement is not free speech. Encouraging people for violence or those kinds of a thing. I mean, it's
a law. It's dangerous. Yeah. And what the fear is that the government was interfering when you had 51 former intelligence agents that were testifying that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation, when it seems pretty clear that they knew that to not be true, and that Twitter actually listened to these people, and they did block that, and it did probably have a significant impact on the 2020 election.
Yeah, well, the other thing that had a significant impact was in 2020, I forget his name, but he had to investigate, Clinton's about the emails. Yeah, like 2 weeks out. That was like the ultimate October surprise as well.
Right.
And that undeniable that had a significant impact too.
That was 2016,
yeah,
right?
It absolutely did as well too. So, I mean, that's why there's both sides, and they have agendas to suppress some kinds of a thing or to bring something to the front. And it's undeniable that it can have an impact on that as well too. I never went down either of those, rabbit holes, whether it was the Clinton emails or if it was the Hunter Biden's kind of laptop. But it hasn't really changed overall the dynamic that in our cycles, the last 3 cycles, it's about, for me, it's about a referendum on what we want a vision for America. Is it a Trump kinds of a vision, or do we have an alternative? And I've always been very clear it's going to be incredibly close, and it's going to be incredibly, at times, very divisive. And here we are now, and it's still back to a coin toss, and I've always predicted that it would be, even back to 2016, because we're really going to have a lot settled out before this election. It's going to take America in a very two stark and distinctive kinds of directions.
What do you think about Elon Musk's idea of creating a government efficiency agency?
Well, I flagged when Musk got involved. I flagged that. Anyone can look online. I can see that. It's like, well, endorsements and surrogacy doesn't really amount for much. It doesn't count for much a lot, and sometimes. But I mean, that was a significant. And he's getting involved. He's showing up at those kinds of events. I mean, in some sense, I've said this publicly that he's even a bigger kinds of star than Trump can be. And for some people in Pennsylvania, like that's Tony Stark. Right. He's involved in undeniably kinds of important things like SpaceX, or he was one of the original charter. He was the charter of OpenAI. He was on that too. So I mean, that's significant. And I don't agree with some of his views in politics, but it's undeniable that he can move the needle in some sense of convince some people that it's okay if he says that he's the right choice for president, that's gonna resonate in some circles in Pennsylvania, and I've warned that, and acknowledging it, it's just like that. It's just like, hey, I know people and they admire him, and you may not agree with his politics, but it's impossible to ignore that he is going to have a level of impact on it.
But what do you think about the idea of trying to make the government more efficient, and that this hasn't been audited before?
And of course, I'm open to any kinds of ideas and all those kinds of things on all of that. One side doesn't have a monopoly on good ideas or important kinds of issues that matter to them. So, and it's like the choices and the kinds of things and how he's chosen to participate, especially very personally in Pennsylvania. I'm like, hey, here's where we are. That's part of the dynamic here. Calling it out and acknowledging that. I'm not moving against that. I'm not criticizing whatever. It's just, hey, it's happening. And that, I think, is part of why things continue to get tighter. And that's kind of where we are.
Well, I think what a lot of people are excited about with Trump is this possibility of change. The Elon Musk edition is one of them. RFK Jr. is another one. This idea of making America healthy again, removing additives from foods that are shown to be toxic. They're illegal in other countries. I mean, this is, I think, a significant issue that shouldn't be a partisan issue. This should be something that we all should be concerned with. Why do we have ingredients in our food that is illegal in a bunch of European countries because they found out that these things are dangerous?
I agree. Well, go to McDonald's and like the UK, the French fries has free.
Right.
Potato salt and I think maybe oil.
Yeah.
Look at what's in America's life. It's much different. I support that, but if anything, more of, I know your city that we're in now, Austin has amazing food kinds of scene. And again, if anything, more of the crunchy, more liberal side, we're on part of the whole organic kinds of thing and more purity and things. I don't think that's an issue, and honestly, I don't think that's going to be the kind of mantle that somebody like RFK Jr. That's not his. So I think having a more pure and safe and abundant kinds of food in our country, I absolutely support that. And I'm selective what I feed my children. I mean, when we were when I was a kid, it was like Velveeta. Like, hey, now we have real cheese. Or did you ever have like Ecto Cooler, like that green, like antifreeze kind of color of high C, and some of the kinds of foods that we had when I was a kid, that would be unthinkable kinds of now. And I think the quality of our food and kinds of more and pure. I think that's been an ongoing conversation
and organic can't become elitist. It can't be too expensive, and I fully support making it more and more. More pure and more safe on that. And I would celebrate if I could buy the same French fries that you get in the UK. I think you don't need more than 3 ingredients.
I have a buddy of mine who lives in Australia, and he came over to America, and he loves quarter pounders in Australia because he said quarter pounders in Australia is grass-fed meat that's just fried with cheese and a bun. And he said he got a quarter pounder over here. He's like, what the fuck is this? He said it tastes like shit. It was bland and it didn't taste.
Royal with cheese.
I don't know what they call it in Australia, but he said it's grass-fed beef. You get like they're not even feeding their cows grain.
Well, a lot of the grass-fed beef in our nation are coming from Australia. I mean,
it's crazy.
Yeah, that's a fact. And I'm very pro-American ranch.
Well, not only that, it's really fucked up because you can make it a product of America if you butcher it here. So if you import cattle from Australia, say, and then you bring it to America, and then you cut it up and then package it, because you've cut it up and packaged it, it's now a product of America. So you could write that on the label. You know, I had Will Harris, who runs White Oak Pastures, which is a regenerative farm. This guy spent 20 years and untold dollars changing an industrial farm that his family had and turning it into a regenerative farm. And in doing so, provided people with a much more natural and healthy choice. And he's also done a great job of exposing these practices.
Yeah, I mean, grass-fed beef. I mean, I think it's very, in some sense, I mean, that absolutely supports better health. I mean, yeah, I followed you before you even appeared on your podcast, Sean Baker. Yeah, carnivore, and you know, even those kinds of insights helped me personally and allowed me to kind of drop some weight through all those things. And you know, it's like that's an important conversation too. It's like, you know, but Democrats, some people think that we're declared a war on hamburgers, but we're definitely going to lose that. They're going to lose that if that really becomes part of that.
Yeah.
And
I don't think that's Democrats. I think that's very wealthy people that have a financial interest in feeding people fake meat. That's what I think it is. And I think they've captured the system.
I said it pains me to agree with DeSantis, you know, because they passed the ban in that in Florida. It pains me to agree with him, but it's like, I mean, I would never feed that stuff to my kids. When you can buy, you know, quality American grass-fed American beef, like, you know, that's what I purchased. I use that at Costco. I buy the 3-pack of it, and my oldest son, he knows how to prepare like his own ribeye, and he's, you know, makes that a part of I think it's like a healthy kind of diet.
Yeah, for sure. What other issues do you think we should discuss before we wap this up? Is there anything else that's on your mind that you think is significant that needs to be discussed?
Oh, before we wrap up, I think we have a situation where there's a situation on Israel, or there's a lot happening about the election right now, but it's really a strange place in our nation right now. But I promise you, it's going to be, depending on whenever people hear this conversation, our world's going to be about to change, or maybe it has about to change. So I just hope though that we're going to be able to respond in a way for kinds of transfer of power, and we are going to be heading into a more peaceful and a more productive and collaborative kind of direction throughout that. But we're in an incredibly divisible place right now, I just want to be part of a conversation to make sure that we can be more constructive. But right now it's a difficult place right now, and we're coming down to a coin toss election.
Yeah, I agree. I hope we can all relax and work together cooperatively. Yeah. Well, listen, man, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time to come here and talk. It's been great to get to know you and have a conversation with you.
Well, hey, thank you for that. It's as a fan, it's great to kind of visit, and so thanks for having me.
My pleasure. All right, best of luck to you. Thank you. All right, bye, buddy.
I'm a dinosaur, right? I'm going to take him to like the dinosaur transition clinic and put scales on them.
Well,
And
the thing is, I think you were
crazy.
encouraging them, and some parents, I'm just going to say it, even though it sounds gross, they want their kid to be a part of the LGBTQ thing because it looks like a flag of virtue that they can post in their front.
By Joe Biden. They said that Biden had called racism against Puerto Ricans garbage. Well, who disagrees with that? I think that racism against Puerto Ricans is garbage, but that's not what he said. He said that Trump supporters are garbage. He said it's on video. So Politico tried to like retcon this. It turned out there was a video, so we could actually see for ourselves what was actually said. But the amount of dishonesty in the American media really is off the charts.
It is, but also with Joe Biden, I think at this point in time, he's literally that crazy guy on the porch yelling at the neighbors. I mean, no one thinks he's there, which is also one of the fascinating things when they asked her, when did you know that he was mentally impaired, and why didn't you talk about it earlier? And there's this, Joe Biden has always done the amazing work that Joe Biden does. It's just like, it's like, where are you going? Yeah. You want to get the lights that they use on the controller, like, cut her out. Do you think she wears the earpiece?
I wouldn't be surprised.
The earpiece one was amazing.
Man, she just
Bluetooth thing.
It's astonishing. She talks. The only way I can describe it, she talks in circles.
Yeah,
right? It's like
Tim Dillon says it's like she does gypsy curses. Because she speaks in gypsy curses. That's very good.
But we need to build an opportunity economy, because if Americans don't have opportunity, then they're not going to have the opportunity to be Americans. It's
right.
Like, what the hell?
The opportunity to generate wealth
say?
and generational wealth. Like, wait a minute. Do you know how few people generate generational wealth? That means you have so much money, you're going to give it to other generations.
There's actually, okay, I give a lot of speeches. There's actually a skill to this. I think that she is the Michael Jordan of using as many words as possible to say as little as possible. There's actually a certain gift that she has, because you listen to her talk, and you're 100, 200 words into it, you're 500 words into it, and you're like, what the hell did she just say? She didn't say anything.
Right.
And that actually, I mean, okay, so yeah, there's a certain political skill in saying a lot without actually saying anything, but it actually worries me about her being president. Like, okay, there are all these substantive policy disagreements that we can talk about. Okay, I don't like her border policies, I don't like this, I don't like that. But what does she do when she's in a meeting with a world leader, and she has to like know the details of public policy to negotiate with Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping? Like, one of the major things that you do as a president is you participate in economic negotiations. Like, what tariffs are we going to apply on your goods unless you lower the tariffs on ours, or vice versa, right? You have to be able to know a little bit about your job to be the president of the United States, and I don't know that she has an ounce of curiosity about public policy in this country. That's what scares the hell out of me.
Well, it's just strange that everyone's accepting that this person who was the least popular vice president ever is now the solution to the problem, and that the media machine in just a few days did this 180 and just sold her as the solution. And as long as they keep her from having these conversations where she's allowed to talk, they're able to pull this off.
I got DoorDash.
No primary should be really concerning to people because it's never happened before.
DoorDash for Noah, and then I also have Uber Eats for Lorena.
There was an interview she did. It's the only really tough interview she's done right there at Fox News. I believe that she had a clear calendar for 2 days before she did this interview. And just prepping her? Just prepping her. But how can you actually, that's not pressure. If you can take 2 days off for one single interview, that's not pressure. And also just little things. I mean, look, there's this story out there. To be clear, I have no idea if it's true, but there's a woman who has gone on the record and said that Doug Emhoff, Kamala Harris' husband, smacked her in the face in France. Okay, that's been reported on the media. I'm sure you guys can find it if you want to. Okay, again, maybe it's not true, maybe it is true, but these things take time to actually figure out and investigate. And here's the thing. You know this, I know this, most people know this. If you are a domestic abuser, that usually doesn't stop with one person. Like most domestic abusers are serial domestic abusers. Is it in the public interest to do some investigation about whether the White House, the president, could be sharing the White House with the person who is engaged in domestic abuse? That is in the public interest to know. Not only is the American media not that interested in it, but most importantly, you don't have the time to really investigate some of these accusations. Meanwhile, every time somebody says anything about Donald Trump without an ounce of evidence, the American media picks it up and runs with it and makes an entire news cycle. Totally curious about what's going on with Kamala Harris.
But I think over time, what's interesting is most people are becoming aware of this extreme bias, the difference in the scrutiny that's applied to Trump.
So that's right. You go back to this question you asked me about Jeff Bezos. This is why you need good reporters who have the investigatory skills, who are empowered by their employers to go out and do investigations. Like, your platform, you're having more honest and open conversations than anything that's happening in the corporate media. It's like one of the reasons why I listen to your show, one of the reasons why I'm happy to be here. But you don't have like a person working for you who's going to go to like France and talk to this woman and investigate whether this is true. This is why, I told Elon this, but like the most useful piece of philanthropy, if you're a right of center American, would be to set up a nonprofit organization where you pay a really good reporter for 5 years, you give them complete job security, and you just tell them, go off and investigate what's going on in the world and bring it back and report on the truth. Because if you don't have that, then that is where the media still has a fundamental advantage over us, is they've got an army of people investigating me and Donald Trump. There's no one really investigating Kamala Harris.
Well, there's also the amount of left-wing media versus right-wing media is pretty disturbing.
Yeah.
Like, what is the percentage of networks that lean left? CNN clearly, MSNBC, ABC, NBC, CBS, and then you have Fox. And then you have a couple of online things, like News Nation, whatever. But
if you just
reaches much less.
It reaches much less. If you just look at, you're only, you and a few others, people who can compare with the actual platform size of an NBC, CBS. Fewer people watch them now than they did 20 years ago. But if you look, man, like you're still getting 5 to 8 million viewers every single night for each of the major networks on the nightly news. That's incredible reach. Like, there's still a lot of power there. And to your point about like the comparison, Fox News, number one, if you look at Fox News' viewership compared to NBC's, NBC dwarfs it. But more importantly, in some ways, is Fox News, which I think is very important. But yeah, they have a right of center bias, certainly, I will admit that. But if you look at how much Fox News is covering the left fairly versus the right, it's much more balanced than like an NBC, right? The NBC would never have an interview with Donald Trump or the journalist asking tough questions, where he's like sitting down and broadcasting Donald Trump for an hour. Fox News would do that for Kamala Harris, and they did that for Kamala Harris, and there's a real difference there.
There's also like the way Brett Breyer interviewed Bear.
Yeah.
The way he interviewed Kamala Harris is very similar to the way he interviewed Donald Trump.
Exactly.
And nobody accused him of doing anything sneaky then.
No.
Or no one was even angry at him.
Well, because the expectation is that he was going to try to act the job here, but the expectation is that you touch Kamala with anything other than the gloves, you're not allowed to do that.
I think most people are upset. It's one of the reasons why the movement is so, the movement towards Trump, that they're so enthusiastic, they're so energetic, because they do realize that there's this imbalance, and they don't like it, and they think that the only way this is going to get fixed is someone who's a complete outsider. You can't be more outsider than a guy who they're literally turning the judicial system. They're literally trying to prosecute him like a banana republic. They're doing it over and over and over again, and they're doing it, they're speaking about it openly, we're going to put him in jail, we're going to lock him up, that way we're going to keep him
Well, I use this analogy a couple times publicly, but so what's interesting to me about toddlers, and I have talked about toddlers lie in a way that's very different from how everybody else lies, right? So like, if you're telling a lie, normally, hey, did you do that thing? You would say, no, somebody else did it, or they kind of qualify a little bit. I'll give you an example. My 4-year-old, I'm a big baker. Oh, sorry for that, but I'm a big baker. And my 4-year-old and I are making Oreo cake a few weeks ago. And my 4-year-old is helping me. He likes to help me out a lot when I bake. And I go to the bathroom, and the Oreos that we're supposed to put in the Oreo cake, I'm not putting in the cake.
So Lorena and then
he looks at me, and without
Noah.
any shame, he says, I need the Oreos, eat it. Right?
Noah?
So that's the way the Kamala Harris lies, is I need the Oreos, eat it. Not only does she actively brag, her administration actively brag about trying to arrest her political opponents, she will go out and say that Donald Trump is the president, he's going to arrest his political opponents, even though he already was president, and he didn't do that.
Did you see she went on Shannon Sharp and said that he's going to take away your Second Amendment rights?
It's crazy. The person who literally wants to confiscate firearms
Lorena
is saying that Donald Trump wants to take away your Second Amendment rights. The thing
awesome.
That's
everything?
Thank you. Okay, fascinating guy. We just got he got out of prison yesterday. They have the audacity to say Donald Trump wants to jail his political opponents. Steve Bannon just got out of prison for prison yesterday. And by the way, do you know who he was put in jail for? Do you know the actual charge? No. Contempt of Congress. Eric Holder, who was Obama's attorney general, was found in contempt of Congress. Or at least there was Congress found him in contempt. It was never litigated. He was never tried to put in jail. There was no court case around it. The contempt of Congress that Steve Bannon engaged in is that the J6 committee, or one of these Bannon Republican committees from the congressional Democrats, they issued him a subpoena. He, under the advice of his lawyers, felt that he couldn't actually respond to the subpoena because executive privilege applied. They held him in contempt of Congress, and they threw him in prison for it. A charge that has been levied against multiple Democrats. Republicans never tried to throw anybody in prison against it. Over it, Steve Bannon just got out of prison. Kamala Harris is literally using the power of government, has already used the power of government to jail her political opponents, and she's saying that Donald Trump is going to do the thing that he didn't do, and she did when they were in respective positions of power.
Do you think it's because they're worried that if he gets into power and gets back in the office, that he's going to start investigating a lot of this stuff, and the 51 former intelligence agents?
Exactly what they're afraid of consequences. They're afraid of, look, do I think the 51 intelligence agents who signed that letter should go to prison? No, but should they be stripped of their security clearance? Absolutely. Right? They lied. They used their position of authority and lied to the American people about something that was in national interest. There are no consequences for that. Then what are we doing?
And they're probably very concerned with the trial to reveal what the evidence of that particular story really were.
Oh, there's a lot of corruption there. There are, I'm sure, higher-ups. There are people who said one thing in public and said something else in private. There probably is, at some level of that whole thing, people who maybe perjured themselves, or at least unethically lied. Look, there's a lot going on there, but, Donald Trump's not going out there, and has never said, I will arrest you because you're a Democrat. He's never said,
Do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Danny just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family.
Dave Chappelle's only full-length appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience happened in May of 2021, which set him up for the perfect joke.
Hello, David. Hello, Joe. How are you? What's going on with your mask, man? Nah, that's fucking. I just want to see how you react. All this Rona talk.
All this Rona talk.
Sick of it.
Yeah. Headphones or no headphones?
Oh, I'm going to do that for the phones.
Okay. I just don't want to be the only one.
No, it's all good. Yeah, turn them up right here.
Yeah.
Check. Here we go. What's up, Fingers? He's over here typing every few minutes. He goes like this. Let's go. Let's do this shit.
Dave Chappelle's only full-length appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience happened in May of 2021, which set him up for the perfect joke.
Hello, Joe. How are you? What's going on with your mask, man? Nah, it's fucking. I just want to see how you react.
President and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you with every breath in my body. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America.
Oh, say, can you see?
There were presidential vibes at the Kamala Harris watch party. Democrats refusing to give up on their hope of history. Their candidate is keeping her own counsel.
You won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
Dejected supporters left in droves, the party over. Polling marked the end of a campaign like no other. Assassination attempts, a late switch of candidates, all leaving America holding its breath.
We're closing in on 7:30. Polls are about to close.
This is the moment where we move from those months of speculations to actual results.
In the North Carolina presidential race, no surprise here, it is too early to call.
But not too early for Republicans to be confident about the outcome.
It also looks very likely that we're going to have a Republican Senate next year.
And he was right about the Senate. Republicans ending 4 years of Democratic control. The vice president had been to a Democrat phone bank in Washington in the final hours of the campaign, even making calls herself.
Have you voted already? You did, thank you.
The former president took to his own social media platform to cast doubt over the integrity of the election in the key state of Pennsylvania, an allegation officials there firmly rejected.
To be clear, Philadelphia elections are safe, simple, and secure, and they have always been. There is no cheating, there's no smoke to it.
People say things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. We've learned this in 2020.
This is a nation on edge. Security ramped up around the capital, bomb threats disrupting polling stations in Florida, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. He'd already claimed his place in history, the first president to become a convicted felon. Now he stands on the precipice of power once more. David Blevins, Sky News in Washington.
Our US correspondent James Matthews has been with the Trump campaign and was there at the event in Florida.
It was clearly an occasion of some joy for Donald Trump's supporters when he arrived in the convention center in West Palm Beach. Rockstar stuff as he took to the stage, flanked by his family, and gave that victory speech. Spoke about a huge victory, in his words, for democracy and freedom. Said that he was saved for a reason. God saved him for a reason. That reason being to save our country, he said, and to return America to greatness. He spoke about healing. Time, he said, to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. We might find difficulty in that, given that half this country, of course, opposed him throughout a bitter election campaign, and warned of the danger that he posed to his own country and indeed the world at large. Warnings of authoritarianism. And I suppose these are questions that now are posed of a Donald Trump presidency. How far does he go down the road to authoritarianism, if indeed he does at all? Does he pursue his political opponents for retribution as he had promised? What about who he surrounds himself with? To whom does he give power once he gets into the White House? Elon Musk, the man who poured millions into his election campaign. So all sorts of questions for Donald Trump in the days ahead. But right now, in here, for a crowd of several hundred Donald Trump supporters, an unbelievable night for many of them, an extraordinary night. Who would have predicted that the man, given his history, not just after his first time in the presidency, but during the election campaign, 2 assassination attempts and so on, who would have guessed that he would be back in the White House?
There have been huge celebrations from Trump supporters. Our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, has been getting reactions from Bucks County in the key state of Pennsylvania.
We've always said, and we all the way through this campaign, I think that Pennsylvania probably would be the state that won it for whoever won it, because it's impossible, almost impossible, without a major upset to win the White House without picking up Pennsylvania on the way. And that is certainly what it looks like Donald Trump has done. And having crisscrossed the state over the last couple of weeks, the issues that voters cared about most were the economy, the immigration situation, the open border, as Donald Trump referred to it as, and also chaos overseas. And voters were able, time and again, to sort of compartmentalize what they thought about that man who we just heard speaking there. The man, all his antics on the campaign trail, his divisiveness, they said they didn't like the man, many of them, but they liked the policymaker, and they liked what he did for America in his first 4 years, and they want that to come back, and they compared it very unfavorably to the 4 years they've had under Joe Biden. And even those who supported Kamala Harris, who said they would vote for her, a lot of them just didn't like her, and they said they were doing so because she wasn't Donald Trump primarily. She didn't have that likability that I think so many victorious candidates do need to have. It was an interesting speech, wasn't it? Because it was sort of magnanimous in victory, very inclusive. He listed the many Americans who he says have helped him win: the Latin Americans, the Hispanic Americans, the young Americans, and the Arab Americans. It wasn't the kind of divisive speech that we've heard from Donald Trump in the past. And on the campaign trail at times, his rhetoric has been pretty dark. It's been vindictive and spiteful and vengeful. He has talked about being the voters' retribution when he gets into power. He is a master of false promises, false claims, empty, hollow threats. And he's not a man who can often alter his word. So we'll have to see what kind of presidency he will end up running, and whether he will be true to that more magnanimous rhetoric we've heard tonight, if, as seems almost certain now, he does become the president. Let's just try and have a word with people here as they listen to that speech in this crucial state, this crucial part of this crucial state. Bucks County is the county he had to win, and it looks like he may have done well enough here to win the state. I think Bucks County would have been one of the most crucial counties to win. It's a collar county around Philadelphia, and it's certainly a state, a county he had to win to pick up the state. Let's talk to Jim Worthington, who was the organizer of this watch party tonight and is very close to Donald Trump, one of the biggest fundraisers for Donald Trump.
Yes.
Don't run a PAC, do you, Jim? But you do raise individual
money,
hundreds to thousands. What do you think when you heard your man there claiming victory?
I thought it was unbelievable. Like I said earlier, it was the greatest comeback in not just politics, probably in the history of the world and anything. Imagine everything he went through to get back there and become the 47th president of the United States.
This from your heart as you listen to that.
Well, I felt like, everybody in this room was a part of making that to happen. And that's what's great about America. You can work hard, you can get people organized and energized, and we were a big part of his victory. I mean, you maybe heard me earlier, if you win Bucks County, you win Pennsylvania, you win the presidency. 90% of the people that win Pennsylvania win the presidency. So all along, I said back in August, I said to people, you win Pennsylvania, you're the president.
You've worked very hard for that to happen. What do you want him to do most of all now? He is looking like he's going to take the White House.
Honestly, I think a successful presidency, there's two things that I would say. Number one, for the world, it would be that we establish ourselves as a power again and get our, have respect that what we used to have under him, that we lost during this last administration. I think the world is counting for him to be a strong leader, a decisive leader. We need to be strong for the world. That's number one. Number two, I think domestically, my view of that is really not only the middle class, minority population, less fortunate, inner city. That I think is we could bring people up with a generational problem of moving up, through the economic ladder. I think until we solve that problem, and that starts with things like school choice and things like that, providing better education for kids, minority kids in Philadelphia and other cities that just they don't have the opportunity to aspire and do better. So,
on the campaign trail, he said, I will be your retribution. So you're painting it quite positive out of it for a Trump second presidency. I mean, that sounds quite threatening, doesn't it, to a lot of people?
No, that's not what he said. He said, my success will be my revenge, not retribution. Revenge. Success will be his revenge. So in other words, he's going to come back, he's going to have 4 great years, he's going to be successful, and he's going to say, I told you so, you should have elected me in 2020, and we wouldn't have to go through all the bullcrap that we're going through now. The borders are 20 million people came over illegally. There's an international conference all over the United States, all over the world. We've got food costs skyrocketing, gasoline prices skyrocketing. An average American just can't pay. So that's rift and
mass deportations. That's going to be pretty democracy, isn't it? It's going to lead to unrest, isn't it?
That's because people came illegally. In America, if you commit a crime, you put in jail. It's hard to believe that people from other countries can break the law. Just second. And on top of it, my parents provided housing, and they were illegal. They became illegal. We have veterans that come back from war that are on the streets of New York City. They get no assistance, no help. Let's take care of our own. People that came here, they could make. Here's what they can do. If you're illegal, you could probably start going back right now before we deport you. They have an option. They crossed illegally. They can leave legally, right? So I have no problem. I have no problem with him. Now when it comes to kids and things like that, that's a different issue, and I'm sure that will be the case. But if you're an adult and you came across the border illegally, it's time for you to go back.
Just finally, you're going to see him, I think, this week. What are you going to say? What are you going to say to him?
I'm going to congratulate him. I'm going to remind him that Bucks County was a big part of it, and I'll tell him that it was good to see him because the last time I saw him was at McDonald's.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to talk to you. On the way in tonight, actually, I saw a poster saying, with a picture of Donald Trump saying, impeached arrested, indicted, shot, but he still keeps coming back. And I think that is a thing to think about. This is an extraordinary comeback, as we've been saying tonight, by a man that many people had written off and seems to have an irrepressible resilience. And that's something I think that has driven all these people to believe in him, and it seems to have led to him going back to the White House in January for a second historic term of office, whatever you think.
Well, let's update you on information coming into us now that Arizona, one of the key battleground states, has gone from saying that it's too early to call the result there to now saying it's too close to call. Back in 2020, Biden took this state with just under 11,000 votes, so it had gone to the Democrats. Previously in the Southwest, it borders Mexico, a 378-mile border, now saying that it is actually too close to call. So we'll keep an eye on Arizona for you and update you as we get it in. Leaders from around the world have been congratulating Donald Trump following his declaration of victory in the presidential race. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, said, "Congratulations, President-elect Trump, on your historic election victory. I look forward to working with you in the years ahead. As the closest of allies, we stand shoulder to shoulder in defense of our shared values of freedom, democracy and enterprise." Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, posted the following: "Dear Donald and Melania Trump, congratulations on history's greatest comeback. Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America." The President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, posted congratulations to real Donald Trump on his impressive election victory. "I appreciate President Trump's commitment to the peace through strength approach in global affairs. This is exactly the principle that can practically bring just peace in Ukraine. I'm looking forward to personally congratulating President Trump and discussing ways to strengthen Ukraine's strategic partnership with the United States." Well, let's take a look now at exactly how the battleground states have been breaking down so far. Well, as you can see here, Donald Trump has got North Carolina, Georgia and Pennsylvania. And we are still waiting for the other key battleground states of Michigan, Nevada, Wisconsin and Arizona, as I was saying. I'm joined now by David Blevins, who's here with me in Washington, D.C. And David, the battleground states not all in as yet, but we believe that we know the actual ultimate outcome.
Yes, because there really is no route now to the White House for the Vice President Kamala Harris. We said yesterday and the day before that this would be historic, and it is. Donald Trump on course to become the 47th President of the United States. The first time in 132 years that a president will have served non-consecutive terms. And bear in mind that he's actually only the second person in American history ever to achieve that. So I think it would be fair to say there is a sense of shock and awe here in the United States and across the world. Shock for the Democrats at just how comprehensively he has beaten their candidate, Vice President Kamala Harris. The polls were suggesting this would be very tight. It wasn't very tight in the end. It's something resembling a landslide, to be fair, and awe among the Republicans at just the scale of the political comeback. So many people had written Donald Trump off. They just did not believe they would witness 4 more years of Trump in the White House. But for some, in fact, for more than half this nation who vote, it seems that is the American dream. For the Democrats, that turned into an election nightmare.
And it seems almost that Donald Trump himself was shocked in his victory speech this morning. He said, "This is crazy that we've done this," almost being shocked as well.
Well, we know he was shocked in 2016 to win the White House, perhaps just as shocked this time, and perhaps now aware of just how much he's got in the in tray, because the world is a very complicated place right now, and we have to spend the next few hours and days trying to figure out what Trump 2.0 is going to look like. We know that he's fairly radical in his policies for here in the United States. We know he has an isolationist policy in terms of the rest of the world. He wants to detangle America from global politics.
So it's going to be interesting to see where this goes. But I think when history looks back on this moment, Gillian, it will look back at two things. The fact that Joe Biden left the race very late indeed. Donald Trump had 4 years to campaign. Kamala Harris had less than 4 months. So the Democrats must be asking themselves this morning, should they have removed Joe Biden from the ticket much earlier? And the other thing I think history will look back on is that moment in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, 2024, where Donald Trump rose from the platform, wounded, blood-stained, punched his fist in the air, and implored his supporters to fight, fight, fight. That will be a photograph for the ages.
Absolutely. And they have just done that, and we're turning out to vote. David, for the moment, thank you. We're joined now by former Director of Data and Strategy for the Trump campaign, Matt Brainard. Good morning to you. Thank you very much for speaking to us here on Sky News. Were you ever in any doubt?
No, and most people who pay close attention to politics in this country shouldn't be surprised by this. Just looking back at 2020, the polls underreported President Trump's support. They did it again in 2016. And coming into this election, Trump was either neck and neck or a little bit ahead of Kamala Harris. So that made very clear that he was going to have a very successful night tonight, and so is the country.
Seemingly he's declaring that he's won the popular vote, and was very pleased by that when he spoke earlier this morning.
Yeah, it's a tremendous success. I don't think too many Republicans have done that in recent era at all. It's typically the Democrats win the popular vote. That happened in year 2000 with Al Gore. It happened in 2016. But to win the popular vote and the electoral vote very handily, I think speaks to the unity of support that the president has all across the country, because it's one thing to win it on the basis of electoral college, which is similar to what you have in the EU, similar to the constituencies you have in your country, but to win the overall vote still on top of that, I guess it just speaks to the enthusiasm the Americans have for putting Trump back into office and their tremendous disappointment in Kamala Harris and the Biden administration.
Why do you think that seemingly people have come out for Donald Trump? What is it that he said to the American population that resonated with them?
It's, you know, he's got a lot of great lines, gave a lot of great speeches, but it's not about talk. It's not about TV ads. It's not about pundits. It's not about news anchors telling us what to think. Everybody that voted in this election got to witness 4 years of this country under President Trump, and got to witness back-to-back 4 years under Biden and Harris. And on that basis, they made that choice. Everyone that voted in this election witnessed both of those presidencies. It's very rare. Often you have to take a politician at their word. Oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Nobody had to do that here. They just had to witness the leadership of these two very different individuals, and on that basis they made the choice. Not over just rhetoric or claims or promises, but on the record of what they delivered when they were in that office.
Some of the occasions that happened throughout the campaign, very controversial, thinking of Madison Square Garden rally, where we had that comedian comparing Puerto Rico to an island of garbage, calling it an island of garbage, in fact. There was the suggestion at that point that that would really, really dig into the Latino support and their vote, but that seemed to have been actually the opposite, with the exit poll showing that the Latino vote has increased. How has that managed to come to pass?
Well, that's the media that suggested that that would cause a problem for President Trump. I think they were spinning, and it was aspirational and hopeful because they were eager to have anything to get President Trump's way of getting reelected. The truth is that people from Puerto Rico very much know that nation has a problem with pollution. It's something that the Biden-Harris administration has done nothing about. And they have a good sense of humor about it. Some comedian poked a joke at it. I think what had a much bigger impact was the next day. So rather than just saying that an island has a trash problem coming out of the mouth of a comedian warming up a crowd, you had President Biden saying that the people who support Donald Trump, that they were garbage. And I think that had a much bigger impact. And look, there were a lot of long lines today, and some people may have been motivated to maybe not stand in the line, maybe not go out in the rain, but when the incumbent president calls you garbage, that motivates you to get in there and get in that line and stay in the line despite the cold, despite the rain, despite the hassle. So I think that was really much more devastating than some comedian pointing out that, hey, you know, they have a trash problem, a well-known, well-documented trash problem in Puerto Rico.
Finally, just want to talk to you about the Senate. Republican, looks like the House, potentially also Republican. He will, if he is the president-elect, have an overwhelming amount of power.
But that's not without precedent. We saw Barack Obama come in with tremendous power at the beginning of his term, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton. It's not uncommon for a president to come in with his party controlling the House and the Senate. It's really just what they're willing to do with it. And I think that this president has the benefit of having gone through it once and seen mistakes made and being able to learn from those mistakes and not repeat them. And I think that brings a lot of wisdom. And the fact that he's able to reset his administration completely, because usually when you're elected and then you're reelected immediately, you kind of have to bring that same first administration with you. He gets to hit the complete reset button. And I think every president would envy the opportunity to completely redo basically have a second try at being president and to apply what they learned the first time. So I expect him to have a fantastic and glorious and incredibly successful second administration.
Matt Brainard, thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us. Matt Brainard, former Trump campaign advisor and data specialist. Well, let's take a deeper dive now into the numbers that we have so far. Our data and forensics correspondent Tom Cheshire and Sky's data team have been looking at just how Trump has reached this point.
Yeah, there is that how. We've been talking about that for weeks, how a candidate might get to 270 votes. We can also now really talk about why it looks that Donald Trump has won this. First of all, just in the how. It was always about these battleground states. If we go down and we look at them and we go and see where everyone has been doing. So Georgia was one of the big ones to be called. Donald Trump won that. Look at what happened compared to Joe Biden. That is a big turnaround. Joe Biden obviously took that state. Go up the coast, we go to North Carolina. This was a battleground state. It was won by Trump last time, but it was thought to be in play. Actually, Trump increased his winning margin there. And then really the big one in all of this, we all thought Pennsylvania was going to be really important, 19 electoral college votes, and it was important. You can see here again, Joe Biden won his home state back in 2020, but Donald Trump won that coupling. That's so important. He might not have all the electoral college votes yet, but if you look at the rest of the map that hasn't been colored in, you've got blues over there. Alaska, that will probably go to Trump. He has to win any of these. And look, these are too close to call now, but they are showing Trump leads around here in the Great Lakes states. Wins any of those, and he has officially got enough to do that. So the question becomes, well, why did that happen? Why did we see this? There's swings to Trump across the country. You can just see there's a sea of red, a few blues in there, but this is really a big, big Republican swing. There are some clues in the exit polls. There's surprising clues as well, because when we think of Donald Trump's support, traditionally it's been over 65s, it's been white, non-college educated voters. But look at this. This shows over 65s and who they voted for. If it's red, they voted Republican. If it's blue, they voted Democrat. Actually, according to the exit polls, Harris had a very narrow lead over the over 65s. That wasn't really the case. It was the same for white, non-college educated voters. Actually, Trump's support slightly fell there. So he was picking up votes from somewhere else. Where was it? Well, men were an important thing. He has increased his vote share on 2020 nearly as much as 2016, 10% lead over the Democrats there. Look at women. So there's been a bit of talk about how this is a male versus female election, especially young men versus young women. That is true when you dive down. But look, the Democrat lead here has gone from 15% in 2020 to 10%. That is a really big drop-off in support, despite Kamala Harris, of course, being a candidate to be the first female president. And so then we look at where else Trump has done well. African American voters. Now, this is all a Democrat lead. There is that historical lead. But look how this lead has been whittled away over the years. So you can see that, again, another drop. That's really important. We'll talk about places in this map where that was important. I think this is the most astonishing. Hispanic voters here, you can see
verified
about a 44% lead in 2012. That has dwindled to just 8%. So Donald Trump picking up lots and lots of Hispanic voters. And that's the sort of thing that changes the electoral map. We look at what happened. And we go, look at, let's go to North Carolina, one of those battleground states. We'll go to a county, Nash County, where there is a really high proportion of African American voters. Donald Trump won that. It was tight, but that is a really, really big reverse. And it shows this isn't just the old mega sort of coalition we think of. He's expanding that coalition. We talked about Hispanic voters. Let's go and look at Florida, which obviously has a large Hispanic population. And look, if we go and look at Osceola County, Donald Trump wins that county, wins it pretty easily. Look at the history of that county. That has been blue for so many years. Actually, it's the first time it's gone red since 2004. Now, Florida isn't a swing state. It wasn't a battleground state. But let's look at somewhere where it might also be really important. Go to Nevada, which again has a high Latino population. Now look, this is too close to call. It hasn't been called yet. You look at Washoe County though, and there again, Trump is in the lead. Look, there's only 75% of the vote counted, so it is too close to call. But if he does win that, again, this was all blue before that. If it goes red, that is a really significant change in his coalition. So this wasn't really, you know, the return of the mega crown. This is a new coalition that's been reflected in the popular vote as well, which Donald Trump thinks he's won. This is a very different Donald Trump being returned to power by a different voter base.
Sky News can now call the winner of the 2024 presidential election. Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States of America. And so the man who has upended all the rules of politics in America is president for a second time. The man who has been impeached twice, who has a criminal conviction, who stands accused of trying to overthrow the result of the last election, has won this one. It is a quite extraordinary moment. Whatever you think of him, love him or hate him, it is a stunning political comeback. Donald J. Trump, property developer, reality TV star turned politician, is back in the White House. This is an historic moment for America, but also for the world. Well, let's get reaction now to that historic moment. David Blevin's still with me. David, it's the result that obviously was predicted. Donald Trump gave his rally, his victory rally already this morning, projecting that he would win the election, and now we can confirm that he is going to be the 47th President of the United States.
It is one of those moments on which we will look back and ask, where were you when Donald Trump became the President of the United States for a second time? Completely contrary to what the polls were predicting, completely contrary to what many people across the United States and the world expected. He's heading back to Pennsylvania Avenue. There will be 4 more years of Trump. And the Democrats this morning are reeling from the fact that he has done that in spectacular style. They cannot believe the extent to which he has seen off their candidate, the incumbent Vice President, Kamala Harris. She went to bed early last night, keeping her own counsel, disappointing those who'd gathered to hear her, because she knew this moment was coming. She knew that she would not make history and become the first woman to make it to the White House. Instead, Donald Trump makes history by becoming the first president in 132 years to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. Quite something for a man who was convicted of 34 felony charges earlier this year.
The polls were telling us all the way through it was so close, too close to call, on a knife edge, all the cliches that you can imagine. But in the end, they were completely wrong, because it is by such a great margin that he has won this victory, isn't it?
They got it wrong in 2016 when Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton. Of course, she won the popular vote on that occasion. They got it wrong in 2020, it has to be said, when Joe Biden narrowly took the crown. And they've got it wrong again in spectacular fashion today, because Donald Trump hasn't just won the Electoral College, he appears to be on course to win the popular vote. I think at the end of the day, Kamala Harris will have secured fewer Electoral College votes than any Democratic candidate since 1988. So despite all of her talk about America having a choice, that encouragement from the Vice President for this nation to turn a page in what she called the politics of hatred and division, they have chosen instead in many ways to go back to the future. They believe they will be better in the hands of Donald Trump. And we said earlier, and I think it's fair to repeat it, that there is a sense of shock and awe. Shock for the Democrats at the fact that they were not even at this game at the end of the day, and awe among Republicans at the fact that their man is going back to the White House, and also awe about the fact that he appears to be going there with unchecked power, because the Republicans have taken back the Senate. It looks like they're going to retain the House. There are vacancies on the Supreme Court. So Donald Trump is going to wield power that is beyond his wildest expectations, both here in the United States and across the world.
You speak of shock and awe, and possibly shock from Donald Trump himself. At the rally, he was saying that it's crazy that we've done this. Absolutely shocked that he has actually made it back to the White House, and also very pleased with the popular vote. That was something that he made mention of, that they've done it with the popular vote.
And what a journey back to the White House. The fact that Donald Trump secured the Republican primary despite what had happened here on January 6th before the last inauguration of a president. There was no serious competition within the Republican Party. He then went to court, found himself the first president to be convicted of felony charges. He faced all sorts of allegations of sexual assault. He faced all sorts of charges in relation to electoral interference. I think we can safely assume they're all going to disappear now, the president having the power to pardon himself. He went to Butler in Pennsylvania in the course of this election campaign, survived an assassination attempt, rose from the platform, blood-stained, punched the air, encouraged his supporters to fight, fight, fight. To say they came out and fought yesterday would be the mother of all understatements.
Okay, David, leave it there for the moment. Let's take a look now at Wisconsin. We're going to have a look at the results there that we'll bring up on screen for you. One of the battleground states, 49.7% Trump. That has gone red. Projected winner there. Let's dig down into some more of the data, and we'll bring in our data and forensics correspondent now, Tom Cheshire.
Let's look at Wisconsin, the state that has won this for Donald Trump now. It was a battleground state, 99% of the vote in. And Trump, it looks small, but actually that is quite a hefty margin indeed. Compare that to what's happened in 2016, all the way back. You can see it has been really, really swingy in terms of going with the winner, but that is quite the turnaround there for Donald Trump, winning by 31,000 votes in the end. And that sort of is now pointing really to, if you look at this board, these northeastern states where we knew the economy was one of the biggest issues facing voters. Pennsylvania and Wisconsin have now gone for Donald Trump. Michigan there, it is still too close to call that, but Donald Trump does have a fairly healthy lead. If he wins that, he would be taking across there. Then we think about these last two battleground states. We've got Nevada, too close to call, and Arizona. They are, you know, it's academic for the result. We do now know that Donald Trump will be the president. He has enough electoral college votes. But if he takes all these swing states, that is a remarkable outcome. If you remember the polling for it, it was on a knife edge, but states like Nevada, states like Michigan, states like Pennsylvania were apparently leaning towards Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is on course for a clean sweep of all those swing states, along with winning the popular vote, as it looks like he's going to do. That is quite the mandate, quite the story of a night.
Tom, thank you. Well, let's across now to our correspondent in Scottsdale in Arizona, Shingi Marike. No result in as yet for Arizona, one of the key battleground states. But what can you tell us, Shingi?
Well, Gillian, we're now not just assessing a Donald Trump victory, we're going to be assessing the scale of that victory. And it's interesting hearing Tom Cheshire speak there about the prospect of Donald Trump taking all 7 swing states. We're actually now outside of the tabulation center in Phoenix, which is obviously the hub at which they are counting the votes. And as it stands, Donald Trump is ahead in Arizona, while only around 55% of the votes have been counted. So we've got some way to go, but that suggests that this state, which Joe Biden managed to flip in 2020, is turning red again as part of that red wave, which has seen Donald Trump sweep back into the Oval Office. And over the course of the evening, we spent time with people in Arizona. Like you said, we're in Scottsdale before, now we're in Phoenix. And those conversations have been revelatory because they have revealed to us the way that Donald Trump has built a coalition of voters, which is built on a few very, very, very specific elements of his platform. So one of those things that came up again and again in conversations with people was the economy, whether that was at the polling station or at the bar afterwards when we were speaking to people. They said that, simply put, for them, it costs more money to put fuel in their car, it costs more money for groceries, and they associate Donald Trump with a period pre-pandemic, pre that rise in inflation, and the simplicity of his messaging, despite the fact that there's obviously complex global factors, the simplicity of that messaging has cut through. And another thing that people spoke to us about was immigration. We heard them talking to us about the fact that they felt migrants are passing into the country unchecked. We are in Arizona. Immigration is an issue that isn't an abstract reality here. It is a concrete one because this is the only swing state that is a border state. And the way in which people spoke about that issue, the way they were impassioned, very much mirrored the way Donald Trump is talking about immigration. Now we know he's likely to have